Yeah, I'm called Shakti only.
Okay.
Yeah.
At first, I say some little words, and later you read the flyer with the
Yeah.
info. Okay. Okay. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, friends and colleagues. We are just in our first World Congress of Clinical Social Work. And today we are here with Mohammad Mostafiz as moderator. He will accompany us all day long and helping us for moderations, with the moderations. And today is our friend and colleague Sakti Prava from India. Thank you so much, Sakti, for being here. It's the first time that you are here in CAPA Social Work, and really we appreciate a lot. Thank you so much, Sakti.
Thank you very much for the invite, and good evening, and for all of the people all over the world, and thank you for this opportunity, and best wishes for this first Congress on clinical social work.
Okay, thank you, Sakti. And thank you, Mostafiz, for being accompanying me and helping me for this time. And I will give you the time now for you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for participating in this first World Congress of Clinical Social Work, prioritizing the person and their environment in a dynamic, changing, and digital world. A meeting, a conference that brings together colleagues, friends, and clinical social workers who are present this week from 15 to 20 September of 2025. So it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important session. I'd like to begin by thanking the conference organizers for bringing us together to explore such timely and relevant issues under the theme of clinical social work. Clinical social work is at the heart of our profession, addressing the complex needs of individuals and communities through evidence-based practice, therapeutic models, and interventions rooted in compassion and social justice. Today's topic, AI and social work intervention, could not be more relevant. As technology rapidly transforms our world, we are called to reflect on how tools such as artificial intelligence can support and sometimes challenge the way we provide care. These conversations are vital in ensuring that innovation strengthens rather than undermines the core values of our profession. Now, it is my honor to invite our distinguished speaker, Dr. Shakti Prabha, to share her presentation. Ms. Prabha, Dr. Prabha will guide us through the intersections of artificial intelligence and social work practice, highlighting both opportunities and ethical considerations. Please join me in warmly welcoming her. Dr. Shakti, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Dr. Mohammad, and thank you, Madam Karita from CAPA Social Work. It's really a privilege and honor to be one of the speaker for this great gathering on clinical social work. I really feel very blessed and privileged. So let me go into our presentation, please.
A moment,
Okay, okay.
Mostafiz,
Yeah.
we need to say, well, I introduced to Sakti. She is a doctor, has 20 years with social work education in a field of medical and psychiatric, chairperson, Board of Study of University of Madras, currently the Dean and Head Department of Social Work, Hindustan College of Art and Science, Chennai, India. She has published papers, books, and chapters in book. She has been awarded with Best Social Service Award and Humanitarian Award. No? She is activa, Prava, and we are honored that she's here with us this day and the first one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just 1 minute. So can see my slide? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So good evening, everyone from India, and good morning and good night from various parts of the world. Artificial intelligence, which is very close to my heart, and really, I felt very happy to work on this topic. And my subject, what I've covered here, it will be very basic. Maybe it will be useful for many people who have started working in artificial intelligence. Being in computer field for 10 years before I joined to the social work, I was a computer science trainer. And then after 10 years, I came into social work. So now I am able to link what I studied in computer science and social work. So I've started exploring in this field and really looking forward to work on various apps and robotics in future. So I've just started that process with many of my colleagues in my place in Chennai. So a little bit on technology of social work. So we know that machines have already always made our life very easy, and that is the purpose of the machines right from the beginning. It reduces the man hours and it makes us. It is an assisted device from right from the beginning. So we started with a lot of typewriters, telephones, and then we went to computers. Then the internet, which came during 1990s, it changed the entire world. And that is why we are all together on the Zoom platform discussing on the various issues. So the internet and internet related resources has really helped in a lot of networking and communication, and it has been a part and parcel of our social work intervention and various services. The next important thing is started when we had this artificial intelligence came into place, which was earlier with engineering background. So when it came into social work and social sciences, it really has been a very great aid to the social work. A lot of people say that no, if artificial intelligence is going to replace humans. That is totally not possible because it's going to assist people. So the most important for all the social workers or any professional all over the world is to get more information and trained on this technology, because technology is going to keep on increasing. It's not going to stop. Now, no, a lot of apps and a lot of bots and a lot of robotics are entering into social work interventions in various clinical services. So it is now time to get trained on and learn the technology, and it's going to become interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. So we have to collaborate with people from computer science background and people from mechatronics and electronic sciences, and to learn how to use those artificial intelligence tools for social work benefits. So in the Western countries, I think it is more advanced. In India also it is, but there is a long way to go because still it's not used in much of my places, no, where we do interventions. But I see a lot of robotics interventions are happening in the institute, which is in my place, where it is used for as a aid for children with autism and also for other training purposes. So we all know that what is an artificial intelligence. So it's a computer technology which is helping us to solve the problem in a minute, and it will reduce our burden, and it helps in prediction of output and also bring output within few minutes. Nowadays we see a lot of students, even when we give assignment, within a day or the next day they beautifully give the assignment. So they have all started using AI tools and this generative AI, what we call it as chat GPT and perplexity, and so many other AI tools. And there are a lot of AI tools which is there in the research part also, which really helps us to develop the references and get a lot of reviews, and also to do analysis and all these things. But only thing is that it is important for the person to know manually also, because if they're going to rely only on artificial intelligence, we don't know whether the information is coming true or false. Because artificial intelligence is going to take the data which has been created by a human and stored in one place. So that is what the data is retrieved during this generative AI and all. But sometimes, no, it is always better that we check the authenticity of it. But when students use, really, it is very risky, and we really have to train them to understand how to use AI in a better way. whatever the technology and whatever thing is going to happen, human will never be replaced because the human element is not there in AI. I remember one of my friend, he said that the human brain is supercomputer. Whatever the supercomputer is coming to the world, but there is no supercomputer like human brain. The empathical component, the human component, and the way. So no AI can really replace it. But only thing, we can use these AI tools to do our social work practice and social service delivery to see that work is done in a faster way and in an efficient way. So these are the various areas where we see artificial intelligence coming in. We talk about predictive analysis where we can do prediction based on the data stored. There are a lot of clients' records which are there. So based on that, no accumulations of those data, we can predict what can be the next challenges in our country. Depending upon what is the status of no the mental health of the children or mental health of the youth, or what is the status of going to the elderly, the health and the other aspects. And nowadays we have artificial intelligence where it can work on speech recognition and vision recognition. They can hear the voices and they can work. So a lot of advanced technologies are coming up, and we have this natural language processing and robotics, which is really very advanced. I just want to say one experience of me. I went to the mechatronic department in our college. They have an arm, an electronic arm where they just put the coding on the system and the arm goes and picks up. So she asked me, you give me a social work problem where we really can use it. So we were thinking that it can be an assistance for elderly people. When elderly people are at home, so these kind of robotic arms can be useful for them to pick up their things. They can just use it for that purpose. So they have a lot of things, but the application part is the one which we really have to think how we can apply in our social work practice. So there's a lot of transformative role is going on AI all over. So it's important for social workers to focus on more. So a lot of advanced technologies are coming in AI, which we need to upgrade. So the core applications of AI is number one is case management. So normally in bigger organizations, NGOs and all other clinical settings, there will be a lot of clients and cases. No? So it's very difficult to manage all those things. So when we have an automated AI, when we use it, we can reduce the paperwork. So all the informations can be feeded on. And with that, we can do the planning and find out some prediction and think of what kind of interventions we can do on it. So this is one of the field where we can use AI. Then we can do on data analysis and interpretations. So there are a lot of generative AI where we put it the data and we can do analysis of it. So if we give the correct prompt, so it will do the analysis and it will help us to find out what are the important factors which needs to be concerned and what are the important steps we can take it up. There is in my daily life, I use a lot of AI tools and it really helps a lot when we do research and other activities. So these are the case management, one of the tool what we use in AI, which we call as predictive analysis, analytics and social work. So here what and all we can do is we can do an early detection and prevention, and we can do resource optimization, outcome forecasting. It can be done at the micro level, meso level, and the macro level. All the three levels we can use this predictive analysis. And even we can make a personalized service based on a person's need. What kind of person need is done. So it is very personalized care system can be done. At macro level, we can do the policy impact analysis. So through predictive analysis, we can do a lot of analysis of the data. We can do the historical case data and find out what are the important determinants and what kind of timely interventions can be given. So there are a lot of predictive analytical tools which are available, which can be used. So there is one of the success story what I've mentioned here. So it talks about the tool which has generated the score of children based on likelihood of experience future abuse or neglect, allowing the caseworkers to prioritize cases that needs immediate attention and optimize resource allocations. So the personalized care plan, as I've already said, so based on the client data, the AI tool help us to develop a tailored intervention and service plan. which can be suitable for every person based on their need. So there are a lot of chatbots and AI tools. I think even at the institution level, we use a lot of chatbots, and there are a lot of apps which even in AI, which train us how to develop bots, how to develop bots on our own. So these chatbots and AI tools really help us with a lot of strategies. There are a lot of specific related problems. For example, there is one app, no, which is for only for the children's or for relaxation strategy or to put a journal. So if you just register the app, and every morning will send a message telling that how are you today? So please put your thoughts on that journal. So you can just keep on recording your thought and next day. So all our work, everything can be prioritized based on these kind of tools, whatever is available. One second. Yeah. So this is one of the example of one AI tool which is there. So it has been developed by a software company. Sorry. Yeah. So it's a system C, and this AI tool is called as Form Flow AI Assistant. So this can support social care practitioner of their administration and time pressure burden. So they can use for their assessment purpose, record their assessments and meetings, and it can be used through their smartphone and laptops. So like this, lot of AI tools has been developed by many companies for based on the various no for the work related to the social work in the field of clinical social work as well as in community related work also. So social workers can use this free form flow AI assistant to make their work very easy. And even in no writing their documents and everything can be done through this, and it has a human touch. These are the other kinds of AI tools which is in practice. So you have this Allegheny Family Screening Tool, which helps for Child Protection Agency to assess the risk of child maltreatment, allow social worker to prioritize cases for early detection and intervention and preventive harm to vulnerable people. And like that, you have this W Social and Narrative, which is for the different purpose. And all these tools are all paid. So it has to be bought to use those tools. It's not freely available. So we use AI tools powered mental health app for therapeutic purpose, which has lot of you have a lot of apps which is based on cognitive behavior therapy and all other therapies, and it you can really put your it will ask questions and put it, and it will give you the answers of a little bit on it will just take through the process of CBT and find out what is the problem and how they can cope it up, and like a counseling process it goes on. So there are a lot of mental health and chatbots. Actually, even in you have this chat GPT and perplexity also. If someone puts no, so if they are putting some dipper or something, it gives an answer because they're all generative AI. But only thing is that it is very unsafe to use because all our personal data, if it is getting stored, it's not safe, and it is not no encourageable to share one's personal data over these kind of apps. So there are a lot of mental health chatbots available where it will give a lot of mind support for the people. So these are the chatbots which provide 24/7 support. So we have we eBot, which utilizes this cognitive behavior therapy principles, and it has its tool strategy for managing mental health. So it will ask question where it can assess the negative patterns and also suggest the coping mechanism for anxiety and depression. So I'm just given 4 examples. Actually, there are plenty. There are plenty of mental chatbot. It will ask series of questions. What is your emotion today? How do you feel today? Are you in anxiety? How much you scale? Like that, they have different questions. So based on that, it will do an analysis of what is the level of thought process, And based on that, it will give a suggestion. You can do meditation, you can do mindfulness, practice mindfulness, or you do like that. So a lot of suggestions come. So you have Replica, which is a virtual friend, which allow user to it gives a company to the people, so they won't feel loneliness. Similarly, you have Visa and you have Tess. So a lot of chatbots are available online, and it is there on the website. So if you put the name, it will take you to the link, and if anybody needs, they give free demos also. So a free demo can be requested, and based on that, if you feel, then you can go for that AI tool. Then there are special, for particular populations, you have different AI tools, like you have called as for veteran support for the people who are in military service, who are experiencing PTSD, depression, or any other kind of challenges. Then children with autism, because they when they do an activities, they want someone to sit with them and guide them. So if a human, I think it's difficult for them to be for a long time. So one of my friend who is an expert in this field, he is a social worker, but he has made a robot. It costs nearly 1 lakh, and that robot will be placed before the child, and the child, whatever the child is talking, or it will be assisting the child to do the activities. So it helps a lot for the special children, like that. So similarly, you have other AI tools like Social Work Magic, and you have Beam Magic Notes, where the social workers can create the case notes for assessment and visits. So I've kept, so there is the robot even we use for the, elderly population, for the elderly people, to engage them in empathetic and human like in interaction. We know that in this world today, families are very busy, and these kind of no robotics can really help them, but it won't be very empathetic or thing. At least it will listen what no other people do not have time for the elderly residents. Okay. So like that, we have different apps and chatbots which are there. So depending on our needs, we can go for what is. So this Social Work Magic is a AI tool where it covers the entire need of social workers, right from the various tools of assessment, their work related and their personal job related, career related, everything is provided in that website. And the website itself is Social Work Magic. So if we go into it, it gives a lot of provisions, and based on that, we can use those kind of app. So there is plenty of app and plenty of chatbots and plenty of AI tools available. Only thing is that no, we have to, first and foremost is that two things can be done. Either we can use whatever is available and we can use it for our daily practice. And I think even we can create it. If we have a little bit of technology knowledge and a little bit of collaboration with people with technology background, we can be with them and we can learn how to develop app and robotics. Actually, I am into that process. I am collaborating with few people to develop an app for social work in my place. So it's in process. The objective of this app is to provide services for different services at one time. So people, if they log in into the app, they can get all the services, whatever they want. So we know that when we use these kind of AI tools and this kind of techniques and technologies, we face a lot of challenges. One is the transparency. So we don't know whether our data which is shared is safe or not. So it has a problem with the ethical consideration, and it's very we are not sure that whatever the data is stored, it's not shared to others. So these kind of risks are a lot of involved. And another thing is that we have to keep on updating. So because technology keeps on changing, so it's very important that we have to keep on updating yourself and follow the ethical standards. When we do manually, we can keep our confidentiality and all, but when we put it on these kind of AI tools, it becomes on the cloud or the net. So it is little risky and it is easily accessible to others. So it's very important that we have to take care of the privacy and the confidentiality of the data which we are sharing. So the future is definitely it's going to be AI driven tools, There are going to be virtual reality and augmented reality technologies. And we cannot say that, no, I cannot adopt, because it's going to be the need of the day. So as whatever the field of social work, we need to really have to embrace this technology. So whatever the strength of the technology, we really have to adopt it and use in our day-to-day interventions. And people who have a little bit technological background, they'll feel very comfortable. But people do not have, they have to upgrade themselves and to learn these kind of tools. And obviously, it is going to be little expensive. But if really we are interested, we can get into, and we have to learn it. So the one thing what we all have to understand is, though the artificial intelligence is flourishing, it's coming up to a very great extent, but it cannot replace human. So the human is always superior to the AI. And only thing is that AI will help us to do our work in a better and efficient way, in a faster way, in our paperwork and predicting risk. And it will be a virtual assistant, and it will reduce our burnout and our thing. So social work has the most no human connection, empathy, and understanding, which is lacking in artificial technology. But we have to understand and we have to integrate. The most important is that in our curriculum, it is very important that we have to integrate artificial intelligence into our curriculum, in social work curriculum. That is the need of the day. So even our students has to be trained on how to use artificial intelligence in their studies, and later when they go out as the practitioners. So this is going to be the future of social work, definitely, with our already whatever the existing what we are going to do, and everything has come in a hand. So it's going to be app and tools. So it's very easy to handle and very easy to understand. So everybody can really learn how to do. And if we just go through the app itself, we can understand how they are relating to these models. So just one of the app which was freely available, so I just went through and browsed. So very beautifully, they have explained the entire cognitive behavior therapy itself in that app. The entire theory is there. Then they ask the question and later they give the suggestion. So the future is we have to shake hands with artificial technology in whatever the level we are going to use, micro, meso, or macro. And it is a very strongly recommendation that AI has to be used. It has to be used in a very ethical way, and it has to be designed in a way that it benefit all the individuals in the communities. So thank you. There's a short presentation on AI social work.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shakti, for your insightful presentation. Now, I'd like to open the floor to our audience. If you have
Yeah.
any questions, comments, or you want some more clarification from Dr. Shakti, please feel free to share.
Good evening, Habibur sir.
Yes, good evening, Prof. Dr. Shakti
Hello.
and
Hi,
yes.
everyone. Nice to
Well,
see you.
I'm not really prepared for this. I just get connected. It was very
Actually, I
interesting
couldn't
subject.
control myself to attend this session, and I could see Dr. Mustafiz Rahman, Mustafiz Khan, my dear
Nice to
brother,
see you. Bye.
and my
How are you
friend
today?
from South Korea. I was just listening the last part of Professor Dr. Shakti
Yeah, it was
Prabha.
wonderful.
Actually, she is a very good friend of us, but she recently forgot me to communicate. That's
No,
why
no,
having
no.
AI version. And actually, no comment. Just as I listened the last part of AI and social work presentation from Dr. Shakti, just one, it might be the addition, the latest version, my experiences in the last February when I was visiting British Association of Social Workers, UK. I met the first president of, no, she is now chair of BASW, Dr. Julia Rose, and recently, you know, CEO, Dr. Ruth Allen. I had a meeting with both of them, and they were asking me, Habib, what about AI and social work in Bangladesh? I think the situation of AI in our country, Dr. Mustafiz Khan, my brother, actually knows well regarding us, because we are just, I replied them that the concept artificial intelligence in relation to social work, it's a very ground level concept in our country and even in some part of Asia. So as a social worker, it's some reasons it's beyond our thinking even. It's far from our thinking right this stage, but we are conceptualizing day by day how AI can be the best supplement and associates for the social worker to produce good service to the welfare, to the youth, to the elderly people, right, to the community engagement and other part. So I promised them that very soon, hopefully, the social worker in India, Bangladesh, and Nepal, in Asian country, we must do good. South Korea is here, my friend is here, and Japanese friend. So definitely, we will try to utilize AI concept to produce good social work service for the community. So I request Dr. Shukti to send me the presentation so that I could learn the previous version of your presentation. I
Sure,
mean,
Professor.
earlier
Even
talk.
we are in preliminary stages only. So it's all learning process which is going on because no, from social work, and really I am very amazed because when I visited the mechatronics department, I told my friend, no, who is working on robotics, it was very amazing.
Mhm.
Because we cannot understand that computer coding and all, but we can collaborate and do and tell them what we want in social work. And when we join together, I think we can really do provide good services for the people. So it's very interesting, actually.
All right. And Carolina, she is the lady who brings the whole world together, really,
Yeah.
through this first Congress on clinical social work. And isn't it, Mustafiz bhai, it's a big thing, really.
Yes,
She
it
should
is.
be
And I'm really impressed
appreciated highly from all the
Thank you.
the
community.
Thank you
organizers,
so
their
much.
work, level of work, and the presenters all around the world.
Yeah, each one has a
Friend,
wonderful
Dr.
experience.
Anish here. Dr. Anish.
Yeah,
I think
Sakti, there is
yeah.
a question in our YouTube channel.
Yeah, what is it?
A moment, I will. He said, "Congratulations, Sakti, for your presentation. How much it costs to customize an AI? AI, no?
Actually, I cannot tell the real cost, but only thing it's quite expensive, that I know, because even when I came to know, I asked that first question. How much we need to invest to make a robotics or an app. App is very less. I think it's very less. Only thing we have to we have to install in Google Play Store. So it's very less. They say it's only 3,000 Indian rupees, that much. But robotics is quite expensive. It's very expensive. I think they say, I can't say the exact one, maybe in lakhs. So it depends upon what service it provides, what kind of service. So based on the service, the cost varies. And people who are working, they look for a lot of funding opportunity, because as an individual, it's very challenging to go for so much. And it has to be managed also very carefully, because one of my friend who made a robot for a child with autism, actually when the child became very no, he just threw that robot. So I think it was nearly 40,000. Within a minute it went on pieces. So it was really difficult. And again, he's planning to do for the children, because he worked with children with disability. Yes. And it's very useful for special children, robotics.
I just want to say something because I used to work for the National Alzheimer's Center, and we developed some the programming for Alzheimer's, and I'm this is a patient and their supporter, caregivers, and then it's the developing, and then not just AI and robot, but also the game industry is very interested in developing more advancement of the cognitive cure program that supposedly prolong or delay the development of Alzheimer. Well, investment will take lots of money, but for the user's perspective, it shouldn't cost that much. Another example is I went to Japan, and Japanese are very advanced in robotics, and they actually made a robot baby. So, so young couple or old people can adopt a robot baby, and there's adopt what do you call that the certificate as if it's real a human baby, and it costs around 2,000 US dollar, and then it actually communicate with the human, and then it gives pretty much what do you call that more emotional and affective relationship with. So uh, more than we expected. There are so many different ways of the AI and robotics are been developed, but we really hope the first there might be some headquarters, there's control tower, because some AI and robotics might harm people in different ways, and the international collaborations, sharing the ideas and the way of adopting this robotics and AI applying to social professions are very important. One the issues that I can raise is I'm working at the National Research Foundation. In our social science division, that includes law and education and social work as part of our domain. We have more funding for AI related research funding than any other areas. So, I can just speak of Korea, but we are pretty much interested and heavily support research funding. And one of the programs that I endorse for the Korean scholars are having some collaborative work with the foreign scholars. So things are, Bangladesh and India and other countries are very much advanced in technology. So you might want to get your partners. Oh, I shouldn't speak that much. She's gone. Sorry about that. All right. Thanks so much for inviting me. And then I enjoyed the whole conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this. Anyone else? Any questions or comments to Dr. Shakti?
Dr. Anish, maybe could you give your opinion? Or John?
Okay. Carolina, Carito, do you have anything to share on behalf of organizers?
What?
No.
We still have.
Do you have any comments on social media?
No, just this question in. Oh, here is other. Say, yesterday we heard from social workers concerned about the mental health of children who abuse of smartphones, taking their own lives. It says, I don't know what is San Juan de Dios, it says.
I think it's a comment, as Dr. Shakti mentioned, that social work is all about connection, empathy, understanding. So we always care about people, everyone, especially disadvantaged, hard to reach, those who are in need. Right. So if anyone else want to share anything, we still have some 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll conclude. Habib Bhai, anything else?
Yes, hello. It's John Rotenbach here. My camera is not available now, but I just want to ask around the ethics related to using AI is particularly in clinical social work settings. When a social worker is using AI, do they need to disclose to their clients if they're using generative AI to generate suggestions on how to intervene? What is the ethical obligation of a social worker using AI, and what kind of AI could a social worker really use to benefit their clients?
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Shakti, you wanna make a comment on this?
I just lost connection.
Oh, Professor Zon, would you please repeat the question again?
Sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed your lecture, and I think it opens up many opportunities in the future for social work practice. My concern is around ethical disclosure. At what point do social workers in clinical settings have to inform their clients that they may be using generative AI to review case notes, to come up with clinical interventions? And then also what other tools might be useful in a clinical social work setting to help practitioners assist their clients in the most effective way.
Thank you, Professor. But actually, I cannot really give you a clear answer because practically speaking, we are not using here for AI for our clinical services. So I don't think I can give you a clear answer for that because obviously whatever you put it on the system, it will be shared. But I'm not sure how to keep it very confidential. I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shakti. Thank you, Professor Zon, for raising this point, and
If
surely
any one of you know, please share. I like to know.
no, it's all about like importance. Yep, surely we all provide importance on ethics, ethical issues, informed consent, and everything before we use any artificial. Yep. Again, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Shakti, for your wonderful presentation, insightful presentation on AI and social work intervention. You have highlighted some important ways technology can support practitioners in assessment, decision-making, and expanding access to services by collaborating, as you mentioned, with other disciplines, streamlining administrative tasks, improving service delivery. And I especially appreciate how you balance the opportunities of AI with examples. You made so many examples, robot, replica, with tests, and interventions among group of people. You mentioned different group of peoples that we social workers really care, and we should and we must carefully reflect on. And your talks, as Professor Zon raised the point, opens up an important dialogue about how we can integrate AI tools ethically while keeping human dignity and social justice at the center of our practice. As you mentioned that social work is all about human connection, empathy, and understanding. And I'm confident this session has given our audience very valuable ideas to take back to their own work. And having said this, thank you everyone for joining us today. And I'm inviting you all to our next session. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Rayman. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think you can stay if you want. We'll start our next session at 8 a.m.
All right.
Indian time. I'm not sure what is your time. I believe 7 p.m. in Bangladesh.
Yes, 6:45.
Now 6:45,
7.
and next session is at 7 p.m. I'm from Bangladesh, so I know very well. And it should be like 6:30 in India, 6:30 p.m.
6:15.
Yep, 18:30
Okay.
p.m.
So I can take a chance to say a few words within a minute,
Sure,
Carolina,
please.
if you, an
Please.
honorable session chair, if kindly permit me to. Actually, the conference, you might follow me that over the last couple of years, me and my team has been just arranging a conference, WSWD. But recently, 6 months back, I shifted to a university that is far from capital. It's far from capital, but it's potential. Many students are here, and already students are getting vibe to be a social worker. That was my mission and vision. This year, we are planning to host our 8th international. This is for the 7 gone last year. This is 8, Mostafiz bhai. And
Great.
that must be on November 3rd and 4th November.
This
3rd
is
and 4th November. Yes, we will go for circular, having just 15 to 20 days, but we will have some selected speakers, panels, some discussions, not so many papers, because we will think for the policy how social work can be professionalized in India and Bangladesh and other parts, right? Better social work practice may be possible. So we will go for a hybrid mode. Some people will be here, and some of you, I will definitely invite you. Dr. Shakti will be there as speaker and report here. She did excellent last year, right? And Mustafiz Bhai and Madbur sir will be joining from USA and other
okay.
people. So 3rd and 4th, that would be kind of feedback taking, symposia like this. Not so many papers that will go directly for the policy prospects and challenges and way forward for social work to be professionalized in our country, compared to other country where social work is already a settled profession. So how they can or how they make it possible, and where are the challenges we are facing currently. That would be our key focus. So I will send you invitation letter and the circular soon. Hope. That would be completely hybrid mode. Few people will be here, approximately close to 100 local participants, and this time Professor Mariko Kimura and Japanese team will be visiting Bangladesh for a workshop, and another friend from South Korea, from Nepal. And if Shukti wants to join, you can come in person, as you promised last year, right?
Yes,
But
this time definitely I'll
actually time
come.
is limited. I'm busy,
I'll come.
that's why I
No,
couldn't,
no,
communicate
no,
properly.
no.
That's
I'll
why
come
I
this
picked
time.
up.
You just send me the mail. I'll be there.
Let me share something about Habibur Rahman. He is one of the leading social workers, social work professionals in our country, and he is the one. Last week, me and Dr. Ghulam Madbar, we are talking that he is the one who is leading this profession to be recognized as a social as a profession. At the same time, every year he has been organizing so many programs, as he mentioned, like WSWD, World Social Work Day program every year, and along with other programs. And he is known to all social work professionals, faculties, even students, and we're really thankful to him for leading this profession, for communicating with people, and for bringing all people of other professionals as well uh, under the same umbrella. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Bhai. Juhaid
Especially,
Kabir
I
is
think,
here from Sri Lanka. He is joining, maybe.
especially during
Brother
COVID,
Kadir.
a lot of programs Professor was doing. During 2020, so many webinars, no, so many programs you did.
And yes, so many
Yeah,
webinars, but
lots of
to,
programs.
to call for newsletter is coming soon. One
Yes.
will be AI and social work. One newsletter will be published soon on AI and social work. And another, we are planning for the labor rights issues, maybe. That I will go for circular soon. So I would request definitely all of you to contribute to separate small write-up, 2 pages, 1500 to 2000 words for the newsletter. Most of his by might see my newsletter that we publish,
Yeah,
community talks. I'll
I
send you
see it
a
all the
copy.
time. I follow you. Yeah.
I will send you the sub copy soon. So should I leave? Actually, I came early in the morning to my office to attend this session. I thought today is my session in the morning, 8
Oh,
a.m.
sorry. Yes. Oh, I had
So, Caroline, I'm thinking, should I stay in my office to attend your session tomorrow morning, or that I should go back home?
But again, because yesterday was the same, no? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
These schedules. Oh, but thank you so much for being here. How appreciate you.
Yes,
You're
thank
a
you.
good friend for us.
Our friend from Sri Lanka, my brother Johir Kadir joined here. So you can be introduced each other, right? Dr.
Hello.
Good
Shukti
evening.
will visit Sri Lanka in November.
Good evening. Good evening. Good
Good
evening.
evening.
I'm Zuhair. Yeah, from Sri Lanka. So this time, so we hope to see you all in Sri Lanka by November 18th and 21st. So Sri Lanka, we are planning to, the work is ongoing. It's progressing. The International Asia Pacific Social Workers Conference will be held in Sri Lanka. So it's very happy to meet you all in Sri Lanka. So I'm the secretary to the Sri Lanka Association of the Social Workers. So we are working these days. So just I came home. Anyway, we'll meet, and I'm really happy to join with this. And I listen the things what you have discussed here. So hope to join again even after 40 minutes or 30 minutes. Yes, 6:45 Sri Lankan time. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you virtually. And we wish to join your program in November.
Thank you. Thank you. I will send you details
Thank you very
soon.
much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So, Mostafiz bhai, are you coming to Sri Lanka in November?
I would love
Sorry.
to join. If it is not possibly joining in person, I'll surely join virtually. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I'm leaving. Maybe next session will be coming soon. And Dr. Shukti, I'm coming to see your gardens, small gardens soon, right? After your
Wow.
Yes.
visa.
Thank you.
So,
Yes. May I leave now, Carolina?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
Mohammed?
yeah. It's
Okay.
okay. It's okay because as soon as
Thank you, Habib
to
bhai.
Nanda.
It's wonderful again seeing you, and we'll talk soon.
Actually, I couldn't control myself when I see that Mustafiz bhai is here operating the session, Dr. Shakti is here, Carolina. Then I thought I should join.
Oh, poor, today is your weekend, isn't it? Oh, I know, sir. Oh, I know. It's so
Bye-bye.
far. Bye, bye, Javi.
Thank you. Thank you.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. Sakti, ya que I will ask you a little thing,
yeah,
how as a clinical social worker could um, act when the kids are um, accustomed, no, to the digital things, and they leave their games as kids, as a kid before, no, because the kids always in my time playing with the toys and everything, but now all the technology, the games are, and in my case, sometimes I have to deal with my kid, no? Entonces, that's these games, I don't know if you hear Roblox, no? What difficult, no, and how dangerous could be, no, if they continue with the game, no, until so how we could control for our kids and as a social workers, how we must act with our clients, for example.
thank you. Thank you, Karita ma'am. Actually, it's a very important issue what you're talking about the current generation because when we were all small, no, we never had any technology. So it was totally a different atmosphere. But it was very healthy kind of playing where you'll run and jump and you feel very healthy. But nowadays, I think when the children are very small, no, I've seen when they are months old, the parents then they themselves give the mobile to them to keep them quiet because they'll be busy and they'll be watching some pictures, some songs or something. So they are introduced at a very young age itself to the mobile and they start operating. So, as a social worker, I feel the most important is to explain and educate our children the proper usage of the mobiles, because it's not we cannot say that we can totally stop the games. They can play, but they have to manage only for a few minutes. Because when they do it for a continuous hours, if you totally stop, then they will find some way to go and play along with friends or something. So you cannot totally stop. But we have to tell them how they have to use in a very proper way without no not getting addicted to it. Because nowadays, because I'm a professor in a college, so I see a lot of students even during the break time, the position of the mobile will be like this because they'll be playing. Moment they see, they'll keep it like this. So much of really they got attracted to this. So it's a very important issue, and we really have to not only in our house but also in our institutions. We have to tell them what is going to be happen if we are going to continuously use this kind of gadgets, because it's really going to affect us definitely. And if you make them understand, I know it's very challenging because immediately you cannot bring a change, but there are a lot of cases are happening all over, no? So we really have to educate them and bring them awareness and tell them that how it's not good to be on mobile for more screen hours, because nowadays mobile itself has warning telling that you are there for so many hours for screen hours or something like that, which is not healthy. Actually, I heard one instance. I don't know whether it's true or false. Actually, one boy, he was using chat gpt for his homework assignments and all. So every time when it was given, he used to go and use and get the answers. So since it was a everyday habit and he used to use the chat GPT, so one day he felt very emotionally down. So he just typed that I'm not well, I'm really feeling very down, I am very depressed, something like that. He typed. So the chat GPT started asking question. Okay, why do you feel? What is that? And all. No, it's asked a lot of questions. So he felt like committing suicide. So he just put that I feel like to commit suicide, something like that. So it said it gives him suggestion to write a suicide note and how to conduct. So all these things came in Chat GPT, and he committed suicide. So I don't know whether it's real, but someone really told me, and it was very touchy because students know they when they know about these AI tools and all, know, and it's coming. They just put a topic and immediately the information comes in. They feel so comfortable to use it. And even in game, no, they have that at one time they can play from different corners, so it makes them very happy, and they really want to do it again and again. So we have to educate them. We have to tell them that how to use it in a proper way, and what is the particular time limit, what they can use, and especially parents have to see how they are using the mobiles also, because in our families and all, we will be very much watching our kids what they are doing and what is happening to them, and no. So these, I think that is very required when they are very small. So really, we have to tell them that what are the negative impact if they are going to use it. So in colleges, we definitely tell our students when they using, and we tell them that it's not going to help you in any way, and how productively you can use it. So that way, we really train them. And we also tell them that no, just don't go to put it in ChatGPT and get the answer. It's not going to help you in any way unless you understand the subject and then you use these AI tools. Then it will be useful for you. Without knowing the subject, it will give any kind of answer which the student cannot understand, and that is not going to help in any way. So I think we have to educate, because we cannot be behind the kids, because they won't feel comfortable if we are telling them, and every time we are watching them, they don't like it. And nowadays generations are very intelligent. They are very creative. So they need a little bit of caring and concern, and tell them that it is your mobile and you can use it in an effective way and how you can use it. So I think that is the only way we have to, and they are very intelligent. I think they are more creative than us. Even I just learned a few days back, I think 12 years old boy developed an app and his name came in the paper and he became a CEO of a startup. Just 12 years and he's a CEO of a startup. So it's very amazing to see small kids doing, coming up in this field of AI very well. Thank you.
Yeah, I tell my students that you are 10 times smarter than me. Yeah, so I learn from you. I'm just here as a moderator, and we together create and co-create knowledge. Yeah, it's not like I'm giving you new information, new knowledge. I'm just delivering a one-way communication lecture like that, not like that. Here we are creating and co-creating knowledge together, following participatory method, collaborative learning method, approach, like that.
Sakti, what about the schools that say to the students, oh, since now you will start with a tablet, no? Because, in our time, we don't use anything of this, but now the technology is inserted into the schools. No? Entonces, a friend of me said, the principal advised us that since the next month, all the kids will bring their own tablet, and we won't have the classes, no, as a normal class, no, with the notebooks, no notebooks now. O sea, what kind of classes could be, no, if they are continuing with tablets or computers.
Have notebooks. Students have notebooks. They use computers at the school lab or college, but I've not seen anyone owning
all the time
laptops or something like that. They don't. Maybe in college they have laptops or something. Not with the school kids. Maybe in the hope they'll have, but they will never bring it to the school and all. So it's mostly like no pen and pencil, and they use the notebooks. And they are trained on a lot of no technologies in schools, because now I remember when long back, I think few years back, when the computer was just an additional subject. I'm talking about somewhere in 95, during that time when I was in computer science field. It was just an additional subject with all other subjects. But after a stage, it became a compulsory subject for all the classes. Earlier, it was only for the higher education, computer science group, but now it is right from the pre-KG till they finish their school, they study computer. So it's a part and parcel of their all the subjects. But I'm talking about moderate schools. I'm not talking about hi-fi schools where they really bring their iPads or laptops and study. But you know that India, we have a different kind of population. No? We have one of the highest populated country in the world. I think we stand one. And
yeah
we have people from different section. No, we have people below poverty line, and we have average and rich and richer, middle class and upper class. So depending upon the economic status you belong, and what the school they go. So based on that, they'll have the accessibility. My college is situated in a rural college, so rural area. So our students are mixed. So it will be majority of the students coming from middle class and very little come from the upper class. So very rarely they have laptops. Very few people have laptops. But in our college, we have all the technology services. So we teach them, because this year theme of our college itself is AI. So AI is implemented in all the departments, including social work, biotechnology, microbiology, all the subjects. All the degrees have AI now. So we have created one add-on course, because since it's not in the syllabus, so our director made it as a separate add-on course. And that has to be taught by us. So we were trained for faculty development workshop for 1 week on AI. So there a lot of people came and taught us on basics of AI. So how to use it for no teaching and how to use for practice, how to use for research and all. So we were trained, and then we made a syllabus for first year, second year, third year, like that, depending upon their level of study. And now we teach them. And every time we have to upgrade ourselves to take classes for them. So it's like we also learning and they also learn with us, and we keep on upgrading, and we look for opportunities, because a few years back I didn't know much about AI, but an interest made me come into that. I really want to learn more. So I really want to get into contacts with people, no, who are more into this AI. And since I'm from a computer science background for 10 years, so actually that is pushing me that so much knowledge which I have gained during that period, I think it will be good to implement. But in schools, if they are not using going to notebook, the first and foremost, after COVID, one challenge what I saw in the institution is the handwriting, because everything was online. We were taking on these computers. We were teaching on online on Zoom platforms and LMS system. So students were just no typing, and they were sending the assignments. If we tell them to post the assignments, they'll just type and they'll send it. So when they came back to college and we started them the assignment, the handwriting was really very difficult, because they lost touch with writing and creative thinking, all these things. So if the students are going to be on computer technology, and I think the writing part really will be missing. And writing is very important, because even in school curriculum we had a separate subject for writing. You have to have a legible handwriting when you write, when you go out and you write on your own. Every time you cannot take a system. Suddenly I was online, I went offline because my internet connection got so technology will have its own problem. So it's always good that no, we learn manually. And in fact, the schools are very good, no, if they're technologically very sound. So they want the children to be use that and be more, no, get more advantage of it. But definitely they'll have a writing part also, no, because I don't think they will miss that also at the same time.
Yeah, but difficult, no? In some depends on the situation, no? The economical situation. It's supposed that if you have more money, so you will know more, but it's totally against, no? Now with the technology, because as you say, no, how to write, no,
Yeah,
is so
yeah.
important for the kids.
Yes.
Mostafiz, so and I say if you would like to do some question, any other questions for the topic?
It's fine. I was listening to Dr. Shakti. It's really wonderful to learn that students, especially social work students, are uh, learning, developing AI tools. That's wonderful. Yep. Here in our school, university, uh, we have like AI policy. For some assignments, we allow students to use AI. For some assignments, we allow them partially to use AI tools. And for some particular assignment, to me, it is like if for a signature assignment, we usually do not allow AI to use in assignment. So we have policies. So schools or universities, we talk about AI policies, how we can use in social work, how we can get better advantages of AI in social work profession. And that's really wonderful to learn from India, that how they're working with students, and students are developing AI tools and they're using it. Thank you.
Okay, we are just
Anyone else want to share about this topic?
Sunanda couldn't enter. She needs password. I will pass her. Okay.
So who is next?
Sunanda.
Sunanda.
Yeah, check it out. Sunanda is going to enter now.
Okay,
But she had a little troubles. but yeah.
Okay, I'll just join with after a few minutes. I'll come. Just give me a few minutes time.
Sure. Thank you. It was a pleasure meeting
Thank you,
you,
Sam.
and it was a wonderful presentation. I'm really
Yes.
impressed, and thank you again.
Very happy to meet you, sir.
Yeah,
Because I think
we'll communicate soon. Thank you.
Sure, sure, sure.
Many
Thank you.
thanks, Santi.
Bye.
Gracias. Now we look the Zoom for Sunanda. Same open with this. What is strange because you don't need any password, no, for enter. But Sunanda, for her, she needed. Rebecca, where are you from, Rebecca? She's our next speaker. I think that she could enter. Good. Good. I see you, Sunanda.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
evening and good morning from my side.
Over here too, I am 8 a.m. a.m. 15 a.m.
Okay, in India it's 6:45.
Yeah. Thank you, Sunanda, for being here. Sorry for the technical thing. I didn't know that you needed all this code because no, sometimes happens. But I'm
Yeah,
really
it's raining heavily here, so I joined late.
but now you are here and we appreciate a lot because we moved some schedules now for today and well, important that you are here now. Thank you so much.
So, Shunanda, how should I address your name? Shunanda Rabi or Miss, or what do you prefer?
Exactly, Sunanda Ravi. You're right.
Thank you.
Well, I present Sunanda She's from India. She's founder and director for Manasubakara Min Care Center, founder and president for Deccan Positive Mental Health Practitioners Association, certified positive psychologist, USA, certified expressive art therapy practitioner, certified mindfulness trainer and coach, certified yoga trainer. Well, and many more, but we don't have more space for all her biography and experience because she has a lot of experience all the time. She's in her foundation, no, doing activities with for mental health, and really appreciate that you are here, Sudan, and thank you so much. Well, Mostafiz, would you like to do some words for the topic?
Thank you so much, Carolina Careto. Thank you. And hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important session. And I'd like to begin our session by thanking the conference organizers for bringing us together to explore such timely and relevant issues under the theme of clinical social work. Social work is our profession, and clinical social work is at the heart of our profession, addressing the complex needs of individuals and communities through evidence-based practice, therapeutic models, and interventions rooted in compassion and social justice. And again, thank you for participating in this first World Congress of Clinical Social Work, prioritizing the person and their environment in a dynamic, challenging, changing, and digital world. A meeting that brings together our colleagues, friends, and clinical social workers who are present this week from 15 to 20 September. And today's session focuses on cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, one of the most widely used, popular, and evidence-based approaches in clinical practices. CBT empowers clients to recognize, challenge, and transform unhelpful thought patterns and behaviors, offering practical tools for managing conditions such as anxiety, depression, trauma, and stress-related challenges. And now it is my honor to invite our distinguished speaker, Sunanda Robbie, to share her insights and expertise on this topic. Please join me in warmly welcoming her. Sunanda Robbie, the floor is yours. Please.
Yeah. Good evening, friends. Today, I joined from India. I thank Ahmad Khan and Carolina for giving this opportunity. Today, I'm going to share my knowledge on cognitive behavioral therapy. As rightly mentioned, Ahmad, in psychology, we are using widely as I can say it as a Bible or Quran, whatever our religious scriptures, right? In that way, we are widely using this technique in psychology world. So how we can restructure our thoughts and how it impacts our behavior, that we are going to see in upcoming slides. Shall I share my slide? Yeah, thank you.
Sure, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's visible, right? Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Sunanda from Hyderabad, India. My specialization in positive psychology, and I am well versed in expressive art therapy and yoga. Through this, I am teaching my clients how to overcome their negative thoughts or how they can cope up their day-to-day activities. Then ecotherapy also my specialty. Through eco specialty, we can connect to nature and how it impacts our mental health. That I am teaching to my clients. Yeah. As rightly mentioned, Ahmed, in psychology field, we are using this CBT therapy. Each and every psychologist, how our feeling, thoughts, and actions, whenever we are in problem, how to overcome, right? When we are in distress, that we are going to see. Then in cognitive restructuring, in thinking pattern, how we can restructure, I have to identify when I am having any problem. Yeah, I am having problem, or I can share with my friends or colleagues, right? I'm feeling depressed, or I'm feeling anxious, right? Whenever I'm having fever or any knee pain, others can see, but inside my brain no one sees, right? No one can see whatever I'm having problem or whatever I'm having stress. So when I share, then only they can recognize, they can help to me, right? So whatever I am feeling down or distressed, that I have to share with my friends or colleagues or next to me, even partner, or with my kid I can share. Yes, I identify these type of thoughts, negative thoughts. So how I can overcome, or how I can convert into a positive one. That is first thing, cognitive restructuring. Then second is thought records. Some of the techniques I'm going to share, that you can make a note, or you can, who are watching through online, they can make a note. Thought record also more important. Every day we are brushing, we are taking bath, right? We do our morning rituals and evening rituals. The same way, when I want to maintain my mental health in a positive way, I have to do some of the activities. That is thought records. Whenever I am feeling negative thoughts or negative emotions, negative feelings, I can make a note. Yeah, these type of thoughts I am noticing. So you can make a note, right? What are the belief? What are the triggering factors? That you can make a note. Then from that, how we are behaving with you, that is more important. First, I have to find out whether it is yeah, helpful to me. Is it good feeling or good thoughts? Just you have to recognize. Then external, what are the external factors? Through these thoughts or feelings, what are the external behaviors, that you can make a note. Then third step is whether you behaved in a good way or it creates in a negative way, that you can make a note. Then through if I can manage these thoughts and feelings, behaviors on my own, it is good. If it is not making you comfortable, or you are not quite comfortable with these type of thoughts and behaviors, you can approach a therapist, you can approach practitioner nearby you, whoever authentic person, you can approach them. Through this, definitely we can change our behavior. Yeah, what are hidden when I am not good, or I am not comfortable, negative thoughts, right? Sometimes I feel I am late. I catch my bus or train or flight. I catch little late. So whether I lose my job, what will happen? Whether I approach interview in a positive way, I will get some internal turbulence, right? That time, immediately I can switch on that event, or I can convert in a positive way, 3 different ways, right? If one negative thought comes inside my brain, immediately I can switch on 3 positive thoughts. Yeah, I can book a cab in advance, or I can connect to my loved person, right? They can give me some moral support. They can talk in a positive way. It's okay, you can achieve, or everything goes well. This too shall pass, right? In that way, they will give us guidance. Or you can connect, you can observe the clouds outside through window, or whenever we are traveling, by train or bus, we can observe, right? In this way, I can convert 3 positive outcomes, 3 positive emotions, immediately I can convert. Then sometimes if I can fail one thing, everything goes wrong. In that way, we can overgeneralize our thinking, right? Instead of that, it's okay. If it went wrong, other thing will goes in my hand in a correct way. I can do it. In that way, I can change my thinking pattern, unhelpful pattern. Then don't judge whatever happening inside me. Some turbulence or negative thoughts will be there. Sometimes what we can call black and white thinking, right? Whatever I am thinking, if I am not perfect, what will happen? If anything goes wrong, whether I can do it in a proper way, in that way we will think, right? Whether I have to, in a zero scale of 0 to 100, 0, I will think in a black manner, or over reaction, right? Everything will go good, everything will be success. In that way, we will think 100% success. But I have to, each and every step, whether when I am attending interview, just I have to work out before one day or before 1 month, 1 week. I have to schedule everything. Like now Carolina is making a lot of effort, right? She is connecting all over world people. She is making each and every event. She is giving us, she's updating us, right? Each and every minute is she scheduling, whether you joined or whether you are having any trouble. In that way, she is making each and every minute program to us. The same way in our life also, each and every task I have to work, then only it will be success. So we have to plan inside my brain. I have to plan each and every component or program, event, whatever I am doing. Just you can make a mind mapping or a journaling, affirmation, make a positive notes, right? Then everything will go in your hand. We can taste the success in our life. So core beliefs and schema do deep roots of thinking. Yeah, where it comes in my mind, right? First, I have to make a plan. Each and everything, I have to make a plan and I have to work on that. From thinking inside my brain, I have to make a each and every step. So what are the, I think at the end of the session, we are having a question and answer, right? Yeah, okay. So we have to framework. Just now I'm interacting with Ahmed, right? At the end of the session, I'm having QA. So in that way, I have to framework inside my brain, whether I have to go in a right way or I have to change, whether I'm in backwards, then I can step ahead, right? Each and every step makes me more important. So this gives us through experience I can achieve, right? Each and every component, even this conference also, when we are planning, we have to discuss, right? Whether I'm having another program or other event. So I have to schedule, from September 17th, 6 to 7 for me allotted time. So I have to framework my mind, whether I have to join on time or I prepared PPT, each and every component in a structured way, structured data, structured information, I can program inside my mind. From that, my behaviors, my feelings, everything will be in a positive way, right? So whenever we are interacting, with clients, or even for me, myself also, I can do, right? Mental framework. First, identify whether it is good or in a negative way, that you can make a note. And what are the triggering points? When you are feeling you are not comfortable, you feel some anxiety, so make a note. What are your internal symptoms, and outside also, whether your behavior are changing, and what are the symptoms, that you can make a note. And what are your thoughts and emotions whenever triggers, right? What are your thoughts and how the emotions, how your feelings, that you can make a note. Then whether it is good or bad. If it is negative, what are the outcomes? If it is good, it's okay. That behavior also we can make a note. Then challenging thoughts, whether it's creates negative cycles, negative emotions, negative problems, then how we can convert. For that, you can seek help from experts like us, or you can approach your local practitioners. Then what are the causes for positive outcomes, that you can make a note. Each and every day we are brushing, we are making morning rituals, evening rituals, right? The same way I can reinforce myself. Yeah, morning when I wake up, immediately I can tune up my mind, right? I can thank sun god, I can thank sky. In that way I can tune up my mind in a positive way. Then you can do some workouts in open area, in greeneries. You can expose yourself. Definitely, it impacts you a lot. For mental health, sunlight is more important. Vitamin D is more important. Then orange color also more important for mental health, for positive mental health. So you can walk in greenery area. Fresh air also more important. Then 8 hours sleep is more important. Nowadays, we will stick to social media. We'll scroll throughout the night. We won't get sleep, proper 8 hours sleep. From small baby to 80 years old people also, they are having their lack of sleep. So first, sleep is more important. Then nutrition, we can avoid processed food, white food, right? We can opt good nutritional greeneries, veggies, fresh foods we can eat. Wherever we are in this world, we can buy local fresh vegetables, fruits. We can eat 7 colors food, right? Like Webgear rainbow colors, that I can eat every day. 3 times we are having meals, right? 3 times we can have salad, multicolor, like yellow, orange, red, and green, blue, violet. In that way, I can organize my salad, whatever it may be, veggie or fruits, I can arrange in a multiple colors. But in India, what we will do, we have half of the portion rice or roti. Then sabji also we can reduce. Instead of that, we can have colorful plate of 7 colors food. It impacts our mental health in a positive way. Then connecting with the people, we have to connect. We have to make a positive social relationship. In this September month, we are celebrating Suicide Day, right? To avoid loneliness, to avoid depression, we have to interact with neighbors. When I dwell in a mobile or laptop, iPad, definitely at some point I can feel loneliness. Nobody was there, nobody helping me, or I am feeling loneliness. In that way, we feel drowned, we feel depressed. Instead of that, I can connect even with neighbor, or even through this video calls also we can connect throughout the world, like a global village, right? We can connect from here. I can interact with Carolina, with Ahmed, right? Wherever we are, just we can connect. We can make a positive relationship with others. It impacts a lot to me. Then physical movements, whatever you like, Zumba, aerobics, yoga, you can name it in different way. Then you can make a routine, morning routine or evening routine. Do some 5 minutes activity. I don't have time. I'm very busy with my work, my schedules. Yeah, you are busy. Even though I can spend for 5 minutes, even in front of laptop also we can do some leg exercise or hand movements, right? In that way I can do even breathing exercise also we can do, right? If other people are speaking, that time I can take 1 minute or 5 minutes, I can do some exercise. In that way, I have to make in a productive way, whatever time I'm getting. 5 minutes walk, 5 minutes breathing exercise, then 5 minutes I can connect to nature. Instead of lift, I can use steps, right, while walking. While walking, we can observe clouds. I can observe nature, how the leaf movement, how the trunk colors, how the flowers pattern, texture, then how it gives yesterday, how it was today, then tomorrow. In that way, we can talk with the flower or tree, leaf, right? We can connect to the nature. This way, I can spend 5 minutes time and make a pass. 5 minutes pass, and you can analyze yourself, right? Wherever you struck or wherever you feel drowned, just you can make a pass and you can relax yourself wherever you are, maybe in flight or train. While traveling also, we can make a pass, whether we cannot avoid or we cannot just block our thoughts, right? When I am living, definitely I have thoughts, feelings, emotions. Just gently you can observe, like we are observing clouds, right, in sky. The same way inside my brain, inside my mind, how my thoughts, how my feelings, whether it is fruitful or we have to convert in a positive way, that we can observe. This type of activities I can do morning and evening, make a ritual. Yeah, before going to bed, I can write journaling. I can do some 5 minute stretches. In that way, we can convert our day-to-day life. Then, so whatever information I am giving inside my brain, just I have to convert in a positive way. Whether it is helping me, whether it gives me pleasant experience, you can store in a long-term memory. If it is not good, it gives me some drowning experience, just you can delete, trash. For example, wherever I go, I can say mindful activity, right? Yeah, today I want to live my life with fullest 100% into happiness, right? Joyful moment. For that, I can practice mindful activity. One day, one time, one activity, one time, one action, one time, one event. In that way, I can frame myself, right? Whatever I'm doing, just I have to focus. Now I am talking with you people. So only I'm focusing whatever content I'm talking, for that only I'm focusing. Instead of that, I can scroll mobile, I can interact with whoever in front of me, I can talk with them. If any clients are in my clinic, I can talk with them. In that way, I can do multiple activities. When I do multiple activities, definitely my productivity, my concentration, my focus, everything will go down. Instead of that, when I focus one activity, 100%, result and success I can give. So whatever I'm storing inside my brain, inside my mind, definitely it gives me positive result, positive effect to each and every action, behavior. So just make a point, thought record. Whatever thoughts you are having, whether it is good or bad, that you can make a note. Then you can question yourself whether it gives me a good or bad experience, why it giving you in that way, right? Then self discovery. Yeah, I want to, who am I? What am I? Then what is my future plans, right? So you can give new insights. Yeah, I am a positive psychologist. So in which area I have to reach or where I have to reach in future, next 10 years or 20 years. For that, I can work on that, right? So guided discovery. Each and every component, I can make a note. Whether it goes on well, it's okay. If it is in a negative way, make a change. Reinforce yourself each and every day. Yes, I have to reach here. I have to do my activities. In that way, we can engage ourselves. Then exposure, minimal exposure. We can give each and every, if some people, they don't walk alone in lift. They don't go alone in lift or height whenever they are going terrace, 13th floor or 50th floor. By seeing height, they feel negative, right? For them, we can hold hand, we can take them, right, inside the lift. Yeah, it's good, nothing will happen, right? I am with you. In that way, we can expose them slowly. One day, 1 minute, next day, 2 minutes, we can expose that whatever they're having negative, maybe they have in their childhood, some trauma will happen. So they feared of lift, or they feared of water, or they feared of flight, right? Maybe something happened in their life, childhood. So they avoid such type of activities. So we can engage, we can introduce them. Nothing will happen. I am there. So slowly, 1 minute, 5 minutes. In that way, we can increase. Definitely, they can overcome. Then problem solving skills. Identify the problems, whatever is happening. Yes, I want to reduce my weight. Now I am 60 kgs. I want to reduce 10 kgs means each month I can reduce 2 kgs. Definitely I can reduce. For that, I can analyze whether I can lack of sleep or I am taking lot of processed food, pasteurized food. In that way, I can make a list. Then how can I reduce my calories? Through workout, through going gym regularly. In that way, I can make a strategies. Definitely, it impacts our life, right? So if anything goes wrong, it's okay. Next time, next month, I can reschedule it. I can come again with more energetic way. In that way, we can change our strategies. Then relaxation technique. Yeah, in relaxation techniques, I can say breathing or meditation, whatever you like, you can choose. Don't opt other people are telling, or you scrolled in YouTube, or you searched in some social media. Don't go for that. Whatever you like, whatever you enjoying, whatever you comfortable, that activity you can choose. Yes, progressive relaxation technique, then mindful meditation, love and kindness, then gratitude meditation. Lot of relaxation techniques are there. Whatever is applicable for you, that you can choose. Yeah, for CBT, lot of it impacts mental health. those who are having post-traumatic stress disorder, then obsessive compulsive disorder, eating disorder, these type of clients we can use. For depression, anxiety, first such type of patients we can use. Then physical health, chronic pain management, for them also we can convert that negative thoughts and actions. Then coping with chronic illness, those who are having cancer patients, then kidney failure patients, then cardiac problem people, for them also we can teach this CBT. Then insomnia, those they don't get sleep for months together, years together, such type of people also we can slowly change them. The irritable bowel syndrome, for them also we can use this type of therapy. Then lifestyle, stress management, then anger control, improving social skills. These type of people also we can teach CBT. Boosting self-esteem. Some people, even kids also, I cannot do, I don't have such type of attitude, I don't have such type of energy. In that way they feel drowned, right? For them also we can teach, we can change their thought pattern. So yeah, mostly for anxiety, depression, we can do a lot of sessions, like 12 to 25. Mostly in India and all, 8 to 12 sessions we are dealing such type of people. They have to change their thought pattern or behaviors. So continuously, when we do, definitely we can see the progress. They can recover themselves. We can teach 8 sessions or 10 sessions, but how the change inside that client or inside their mind and how they are converting negative thoughts or negative patterns, that is more important. Then definitely, yeah, it works. It gives you a lot of improvement. We can change that evidence-based proof will be there. Then yeah, for transformative power, definitely we have to check our thoughts now and then. Definitely, yeah, I am having such type of negative thoughts. I can make a thought log. In that way we can make a note. Then shift your feelings. Whenever you are feeling depressed or you are feeling loneliness, you can walk from that room or you can move from that person. You can change that environment so that we can improve our emotions, our feelings. We can respond. We won't react, right? Then transform your behaviors. Yeah, I am having such type of behavioral. Some people, they shout when they are angry, or when they are stressed, they won't do activities in a 100% productive way. For them, they can change, right? So whether they transform their behavior or they are dwelling there, that also we can see visibly. So these are the different techniques, tools we can use with our clients. Yeah, with this, I'll stop my PPT sharing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Shananda Ravi, for your insightful and practical presentation. That was really wonderful. And now I'd like to open the floor to our audience. If you have any questions, comments, or if you want to have more clarification from Shananda Ravi, yeah, please feel free to share. Yeah, anyone, please.
Are there some questions or comments? What would you like to ask to Sunanda? Thank you very much, Sunanda. Really, we appreciate this time for you. And your lessons really are very motivational, no? Inspire us always.
Right. Good afternoon. May I ask a question?
Yeah,
Please.
please.
Sure.
Yeah. So in terms of the training that social workers receive in your country, at what level do they receive training in CBT and clinical social work techniques that you mentioned?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so I'm thinking about the social work training at the university level.
Okay.
What kind of training do social workers receive? What level is that at? And what's the crossover maybe between psychology and social work when it comes to these interventions that you mentioned?
Yeah, as a psychologist, definitely we can teach in social work also. Definitely they will get improvement, right? They can teach others also these techniques.
Can you please share a little bit more about the training you provide to students on CBT?
Yeah, this just now I mentioned thought log, then breathing technique I mentioned, that also we can teach, right, for students. Then connecting with morning ritual and evening ritual I mentioned, that also we can teach them. Journaling, affirmations, these type of activities, simple activities, we can teach them.
Any example, currently you are providing training on CBT, you know about?
Yeah. Yeah, for depressed or anxiety patients, we can teach them, right, how their thoughts or how they're feeling, emotions, they can make a note. When they're coming first day, we'll give you like a homework. Continuously 10 days, they can make a thought record, right? Negative patterns and positive actions or triggers that they can make a note. After they're coming back, we can teach them how they can convert. That we can teach them. I hope I answered your question, right?
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Anyone else? On behalf of organizers, Carito, you want to share anything? Or
Jose Luis, I will speak in Spanish because I can hear my friend and later we translate. ¿Alguna pregunta, José Luis, que quieras hacerle a Sunanda? Porque ella ha estado hablando acerca de la terapia, ¿no? Del modelo cognitivo. Entonces, yo te lo puedo traducir, no hay problema. Dice, how long is it that training, no? José Luis.
Yeah, training 21 days, 8 weeks program. It gives impact, right? Definitely they can change. 21 days or 8 weeks program. It impacts a lot. We can see the from negative to positivity, change will be there.
okay, thank you. Again, thank you so much, Shanandaravi, for your excellent and thought-provoking presentation on cognitive behavioral therapy. And you provided us with a clear explanation of CBT, especially its principles, and you demonstrated how they can be applied effectively in clinical practice. And as you shared that CBT provides tools to identify negative thoughts, unhelpful thoughts, irrational thoughts, and replacing them with more balanced and realistic perspectives. That was wonderful. And I especially appreciate your focus on both the strengths of CBT, especially its structure, practically and evidence-based, as well as the importance of adapting it to different cultural and individual context. As you explained, like different aspects of CBT, deep roots of thinking, therapeutic process, CBT techniques, applications, and evidence-based practice. That was wonderful. And your presentation has deepened our understanding of how CBT can empower clients and strengthen the therapeutic process or practice. And I'm confident that today's session has given our audience valuable insights and practical strategies to take back to their own clinical practice. Again, thank you, Shumanda, for joining us today. And thank you everyone for joining today's session. And we are inviting you to our next session. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Sonata.
Thank you.
Well, now it's turn of Dr. John. We will share this. We will present. Next speaker is our friend and colleague, John Rothenbuch from South Africa. He is professor and head of the Department of Social Work at the University of Zululand, member of International Association of Social Workers. He's a professional social worker registered with the South Africa Council for Social Service Professionals. His teaching and research areas include introduction to social work, relationships, marriage, and family. And he is our speaker and academic partner. Now, I will introduce also to Sarah. Sarah, she will speak with Joe. Sarah Lee Clemens also, she is from South Africa, a professional social worker registered with the South African Council for Social Service Profession. She completed her social work training at the University of South Africa with distinction cum laude. Sarah Lee works in the medical aid sector and has many years of clinical social work experience with a focus on substance use and addictions. They will speak the theme clinical interventions and therapeutic models applied in clinical. So thank you so much, you guys, for being here, and really, really appreciate this time for us. And you're working together. That's great. And nice to see you.
Right. Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you're joining us from. This is John Rothenbuch and Sarah Lee Clemens. We're so excited to be part of the conference. May I share my screen with you?
Sure.
All right. So that should.
Yeah, that is so wonderful, Professor John and Sarah Lee. Before you start, let me say a few words like about your presentation so that I can tell the audience the topic. Yeah. And hello, everyone. Welcome to our session on clinical interventions and therapeutic models applied in clinical social work. And I want to thank the organizers for arranging this wonderful conference session. And it is my pleasure to invite our speakers, Professor Dr. John Rothenbuch and Sarah Lee, to present their work. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome. Professor Dr. John and Sarah, the floor is yours. Please.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Khan, and all the organizers, to Carolina and the whole of CAPA Social Work. Before we start our contribution, I want to once again bring the warmest welcome from South Africa. The University of Zululand and the Social Work Department at the university is one of the formal partners to this first International Congress on clinical social work, and we are very, very excited to be a partner. This Congress comes at a very important time in the history of social work, where we are grappling with social workers' role and impact in dealing with the crisis that humanity faces, both on global scales, but also in the individual home. People are under stress. People are feeling the pressure of life, economic breakdown, and family pressure. And social work is well positioned to be a profession that can come and bring those clinical interventions and skills to alleviate that crisis. So the University of Zululand is very proud to be part of this initiative, and we wish all the presenters and all the participants the very best, and we hope that this will become a yearly or annual event in the future. We want to just take a little bit of time to introduce what we're going to be doing, and on the screen now, I'm hoping that you can see the whole slide. Just give me one moment to maybe move that down there and minimize things. Right, so our discussion today is going to be looking at clinical social work interventions, in particular with couples in relationships, marriages, and relationships where they are dealing with substance abuse and addiction. I've invited a clinical social worker, Sarah Lee Clements, to join me in a podcast-style discussion. We'll be asking each other questions and reflecting on our own experiences through our practice history. We thank you very much for the opportunity and also for the warm introduction. I'm going to try and scroll, it gets a little bit stuck. My own background is that I do have my PhD and my master's degree in the area of relationships and marriage transitions. For my PhD, I looked at developing a marital life course perspective, which was used as a framework for describing and understanding marital life events and transitions. And for my master's before that, I looked at the strengths of enduring marriages and overcoming severe stress. And in both of these research areas, the issue of substance use and abuse was quite prevalent. Before we dive into that area of focus, and I entered into the discussion with Sarah Lee, as a former board member of the IESSW and a current member, I'd like to just draw the audience's attention once again, as I did in my introduction on Monday, to the importance of the International Association of Schools of Social Work's definition of clinical social work. You can see the link on the website, and I invite you to go and interrogate that document. I'll just touch on this in 3 brief slides. The first issue that I want to say, that the document was released in 2023. It's a highly complex process of developing that, but every single nation should look at that definition and apply it to their local and national context, because it's different in every single environment. I want to just look at 2 small extracts from the definition. Firstly, that the definition of clinical social work drills down into what we call the casework method. Essentially, that face-to-face practice at the micro level, often directed at couples or individuals. And that's where the social work intervention happens in the clinical setting. The definition also speaks about some of the issues that social workers would face, such as mental and emotional issues, but also behavioral issues, such as the use and misuse of alcohol and drugs. And that's really where we're going to be focusing our conversation today. So on the screen, I have some definitions, but it's just a catalyst really to start our conversation. So let me introduce my friend and colleague, Sarah Lee Clements, who has many years of experience working in the substance use arena and in rehabilitation centers. Sarah, would you like to tell our listeners a little bit about the definition of addiction and substance use and the kinds of substances that are most used when it comes to addiction?
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Lee, and thank you so much, John, for inviting me to this. I'm very excited to be here and just to share a little bit about what I've faced so far in this arena. So this is not a formal definition of addiction, but addiction really is a lifelong condition that is compulsive seeking and taking of a substance, or just a repeated exercise activity, even though there are harmful consequences. The consequences are for the individual, couples, and families. So that's what addiction is. Addiction often starts off with experimentation, then it's use, then misuse, and then by the time it's like a repetitive activity, then addiction sets in.
Right, so what we're hearing is that it may start small and escalate as people start using and even forming a dependency and an addiction. Sarah, could you tell us a little bit about the type of substances that are quite prevalent?
So there's many: alcohol abuse, narcotics, which can be methamphetamines, cocaine, opiates, sedatives, even smoking is seen as a substance. Prescription medication, sleeping tablets, anything that can actually be misused. It's not necessarily what the psychiatrist has recommended for somebody. They're taking it in their own hands, whether it's legal or illegal. And yeah, those are the kind of substances. One of the things about addiction, and I just want to pinpoint it to it, is it's cunning, baffling, and powerful. So what that means is, in the AA book, they describe cunning as it's very deceptive, baffling, it's perplexing, and powerful. It has authority over a person. Yeah.
Right. So with that cunning, baffling, perplexing, how does that come in to a relationship? I can only assume that in some contexts, there's a couple and one is a user of a substance or alcohol and the other is not. When does that become a problem? How is that exposed? And what are some of the consequences?
So the impact on a relationship and ways to look for addiction in your loved one. Often what happens is that there's a lack of trust. So one of the people, the addict, is maybe dishonest, and there's a loss of trust, there's broken promises, there's definitely behavioral changes. That person's not the same anymore. They are missing work. They are sneaking out of the house. They're going to the bottle store a little bit more than normal. They'll often neglect their spouse, whether it's emotionally or physically. With alcohol abuse, often there is an increase in conflict and also sometimes domestic violence. There are many impacts on a couple. They're emotionally disconnected from each other, and often the addict will isolate themselves, whether that's rejection from their spouse or rejection from the community. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm hearing is that there's a gentle process that takes place. A couple would start off in love, happy, and then suddenly there's a shift in one person's behavior. What are some of the things to look out for, which a non-using member of the couple needs to be aware of? And when does it become a problem?
So I'll just use an example of alcohol. So you, as a couple, you go to a family event, the one person's drinking, And it starts out to be a very social activity. And as time goes on, you see that this person is maybe drinking a little bit more and has now had 6 beverages, and they start acting differently. They're slurring in the words. They can't compose themselves easily. They go home. There's a little bit of domestic, not necessarily violence, but there's some arguments, there's conflict. And over time, the more they go to another event, the same behavior happens. Sometimes what happens in this kind of setup is that there's problematic behavior that comes from it, risky behavior. And over time, you start noticing your partner is a little bit more secretive, a little bit more manipulative, and has started maybe possibly drinking every single night, maybe 6 alcoholic beverages every single night. Maybe it even gets to the stage where they start drinking alone. And that in itself, there will be isolation, and definitely addiction has set in.
So what is actually happening to the person's brain or physiology that makes it so hard to break this pattern?
So there are many different types of addictions. So the ones that we are focusing on is alcohol and drug, but there are different ones: the gambling, sexual, food addiction. There are a whole bunch of addictions, and they all pretty much work the same in that they target the brain's reward center. So dopamine is released, and it gives like feelings of pleasure and motivation, which makes you feel good, and that's you would want to seek out that again, which then leads to cravings and compulsive use.
Right. So in the couple environment, something starts going wrong. How does that, the non-using spouse, let's use that term, how does the non-using spouse bring this up as a concern?
So often it's very difficult, especially if that other person, is maybe timid or is not confident in the relationship. A conversation as easy as, do you have a problem, is recommended. It's a hard topic to have as a couple. And often if the addict or the alcoholic is thick in addiction, there will be a resistance, and there will be defensiveness. And that is very, very, very tough. But first, you have that conversation, see what the reaction is, and take it from there. There are many avenues for a loved one to go and seek help. Would you like to discuss those?
Yeah, so first, let me ask, you spoke about risky behavior and then this break in trust. What are the other relationship dynamics that happen in a couple or in a marriage where one partner is using a substance or alcohol?
So often this risky behavior, if there's infidelity in the relationship, so that's risky behavior. Also irresponsible spending, they've spent their savings on cocaine, that is risky behavior, problematic behavior. Also, I guess that.
So there's relationship breakdown, there's the normal conversation, the normal intimacy starts breaking down, there might be financial consequences.
There's definitely a sense of unmanageability and a loss of control. So that person that you might have known years ago that was so consistent, went to work every day, was hardworking, was part of their household responsibilities, all of a sudden that behavior shifts. That is also problematic and a behavioral issue that will present itself in a relationship.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is this will affect a marriage or a relationship in so many ways. A thought just occurred to me that you might have a dual diagnosis or some kind of codependency. Does that happen, or is it generally just one of the partners with a problem?
So it can be one person that has a problem or both. that has a problem, which is probably even, well, it's worse, very, very toxic to be in a relationship where two addicts are together. One's maybe seeking help and the other one's not ready for help. One of the things I wanted to mention earlier on, and this could be controversial to many people, but a person doesn't consciously go and say, I want to be addicted to a substance. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not a choice, and there are very different factors that actually play a role, which is genetics, which is underlying mental illness, or environmental factors. So this dual diagnosis that you have mentioned, often what happens if there's an undiagnosed mental condition, whether it's severe depression, bipolar, maybe anxiety, that could be the trigger in order for a person that maybe is struggling already that could be a coping strategy, is to use substances or alcohol.
Right. We discussed earlier that the issue of substance abuse and addiction doesn't just affect the individual themselves. It affects their spouse, but sometimes we even call it a family condition. Could you tell us a little bit about what that means?
Family condition. So in a family unit, it would be the spouse that's affected, the children would be affected. An addict doesn't necessarily, lots of people think it's just the addict that has a problem and they need to sort themselves out. But it is a family disease. So everyone in the support structure would be affected, whether it's directly or indirectly. So in-laws could be affected, the grandparents could be affected, your employer could be affected, your children are affected, and ultimately the things that affected is the emotional disconnect, the stress of having an addict in the family, the financial burden, whatever that may look like, whether that's the savings that's been spent or money that's being used for a rehab, even just the communication. There's a lack of trust within the family, and that's bound to deteriorate the family system.
Right. So now living with an addict, the situation escalates. There's a breakdown in communication. There's a financial burden. There's lots of enmity and fighting going on. Why does that situation not result in the people involved getting help? Is there some kind of stigma or shame attached to abuse and addiction?
Definitely. There is this social stigma of addiction, and there shouldn't really be. It should be exposed. Often the addict or the family involved, they fear the shame or fear rejection or fear judgment from their community, whether that's in a work situation, whether that's a church, even in their own family, they can be rejected. Often there's also reluctance for treatment or for support. Often what happens is not everyone is educated either. So either too afraid to go to a support group to be equipped, or in total denial that there is an addict in the family. And also this happens as there's an isolation in the community, which is unfair on the addicts, especially if they genuinely want to get help. And we need to break that stigma, because there is actually no shame in it, and there is help, there is hope, and there is help for people that are struggling with addiction.
So what we've seen often is that there's some kind of traumatic event, some kind of catalyst, either an overdose or maybe an accident, a drunk driving incident, an arrest, something that brings this out of the home, out of that place of shame where it can be hidden, where there's a codependency or some kind of even enabling. And now there's an event, boom, an accident. Something shakes the environment and it's exposed. And that's often when the social worker may get involved. Can you reflect a little bit about those kinds of traumatic events, those catalyst moments? And then I suppose the first touch into exposing this as a major problem, and then when do the professionals get involved?
I think you've answered most of those, that it could be a drunk driving, an accident, even financial loss. Somebody lands up in hospital, there's an overdose. Another traumatic one would maybe a child has picked up the substance and they have been implicated. So those are all crisis moments, and definitely that would be a catalyst to get help. Social workers then would step in at that stage. Obviously, the spouse or the family needs to make a social worker aware and request help and see how they can get involved. But at that stage, a social worker would definitely be involved in crisis intervention, either removing a child from an environment. There's different steps now that can be taken.
Right. So when this event happens, I'm hearing it could happen in many different contexts. So a social worker may get involved in the hospital setting if there's been an accident or an overdose. A social worker may get involved through a court mandate when somebody is court mandated to attend some level of counseling or group intervention because of a drunk driving incident where they've been arrested and the court mandates it. Maybe even a school has a social worker that hears about the parent's behavior through the child. And so the social worker gets involved and then maybe makes a referral for this couple or that individual to go and see a clinical social worker. One of the things that we have in South Africa is a rehabilitation process where social workers are involved in a residential setting. Often the first intervention is 21 days, it's court mandated, and it can be either voluntary or involuntary. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that process works?
So involuntary admission or to go to a rehab, they have a court order, it's in the section 33. And what happens is when the addict is causing harm to themselves or to their family, sometimes they're forced into these situations, whether it's from a family member, a friend. There needs to be other people involved that have now brought it to a social worker's attention, and they're desperately wanting their loved one to go into treatment. So it's involuntary committal to treatment. Sometimes what happens, there can be violence involved or an overdose. So again, they desperately want their loved one to get help. So that would be a reason to use this court order. Also, people in serious denial. So often what happens, you have an alcoholic, they don't think their drinking is a problem at all, and they're living in denial constantly. And sometimes this committal will help in breaking denial for somebody that's struggling with addiction. To me, there's pros and cons of having this done. The pros are, if somebody is in denial, it almost forces the recovery process to start. Also getting them out of a violent situation or a very toxic relationship or toxic behaviors where they're harmful to themselves. There's a possibility of overdose, etc. So it's removing that person immediately from a situation, and even though it's forced, some of the cons though is when somebody is coerced into treatment, sometimes it doesn't work. The motivation needs to come from the alcoholic or the addict, which also increases the risk of relapse. Also not doing the program correctly, like they are given step work or 12 steps and then don't do it properly because they actually just need to be there because their family says that they need to be there. So often if it's lacking motivation and if it's not coming from that person, the chances of it being successful are slim. In many cases, it does work, but there is the possibility that it won't.
Right. So at the moment, we're speaking about a very specific treatment intervention, which is residential care. And it comes through either voluntary committal, where a person and their family dynamic recognizes the need to remove themselves from their normal life, where they can go and be a patient, an in-house resident. And you also mentioned the option of an involuntary committal, where a person is put in a place of rehabilitation against their will. Is that through the court? Are the police involved? How does that actually happen?
It's a court order. There's affidavits that are needed and a social worker that's needed. And yeah, unless that person needs to be arrested or something, but it's not necessarily the family member doesn't initiate it, it's the social worker.
Right, so obviously this is a South African context, and I invite our participants to reflect on how that would happen in their own context, and if those rehabilitation centres are in fact available, and if there is a process of involuntary committal. Now let's look at what actually happens at the centre. I can imagine that the first couple of days is really about withdrawal. If the person was arrested or committed and they have drugs or alcohol in their system still, that first initial process is about, is it cold turkey? Is it withdrawal? Are there medications involved? What actually happens during that first phase?
So for every drug or alcohol, there's a different process that needs to be followed, because the drugs are different and it plays out differently. So for alcohol withdrawal, it's very dangerous and hospitalization would be required, and a detox. Opioid, the same, a detox would be required. But some of the drugs, you don't necessarily have to have a detox, but it's important for these centers, if you are sending your loved one to a treatment center, to do research and to do homework on these treatment centers, because there are a lot that are not registered. So for instance, for us, we need to be registered with the Development of Social Development. And so each place would work differently. In some places, they would have a psychiatrist on site, or they would refer to the psychiatrist. The psychiatrist would need to be involved from the beginning, and medical professionals will need to be involved. A hospital needs to be involved. For some, like I said, some drugs you don't need to, but to be monitored the whole time for the first couple of days.
Right, so there's a whole network of professionals involved in this person's care. And I think you mentioned something very important, that there are very good, highly regarded and registered centers for rehabilitation. And then there are some that are not affiliated, not registered, fly-by-nights. And we've heard some horrible media reports of ill treatment of patients. And often it's a cost issue, and people are desperate to find help. So obviously we recommend that families do their homework, work through the medical system to have their loved ones placed in a registered care facility. Generally, it's a 21-day initial placement. And in South Africa, we have a medical aid system where people have got medical insurance that would help pay for that. Have I got that right? And how does the medical aid process work?
So just to go back a little bit, so you can go in for short-term treatment, which is generally 21 days. And many of the centers offer a 3-month program. Other centers offer a 6-month program. Some of those centers then have a halfway house that's attached to the center, some support groups that are attached to the center, even sober living. So there are so many different options for clients, and also there's also options for clients that don't have money, which is unfortunate in many situations. But there are other programs that are centered around you don't have to have money to attend to them. So like also family support groups, there are different Al-Anon groups, AA, Narcotics Anonymous groups, there's faith-based programs, there's 12-step programs. So there is other options. They don't have to go into treatment. Obviously, first prize would be go into treatment, because treatment allows you to not only tackle the addiction, but the underlying issues related to this person's addiction.
Right, so let's speak about the next phase. After there's been this detox process, the person's in this residential facility, the social worker is there. What happens? Are there individual sessions? Is it group work focused? You mentioned the use of the 12-step program. What does it look like in terms of those treatment interventions in the residential setting?
So in a residential setting, for each one would probably work differently, whether it's faith-based or just strictly Alcoholics Anonymous kind of setup. Generally, there would be group work, sometimes specialized kind of group work, whether it's for just females or just males, or grief or abuse kind of groups. So you're tackling those kind of areas. So group work is very popular. Also individual kind of treatment, which is for the addict or their loved ones. So at some stage, a loved one can come and they can have couples therapy or family therapy. Also, generally, what happens is that while they are living in this residential place, they are given work to do. So you're not just sitting around and not doing anything in treatment. There's a process involved. There are steps involved. Each center, though, works differently. So I can't share that. But something you asked about was medical aid.
Yes.
Can I answer
yes,
that now?
Please.
So medical aid in South Africa, there is cover for people that are struggling with addiction, but mainly for mental health. So in South Africa, we have it's called prescribed minimum benefits, where a psychiatrist or a psychologist can register their client for a prescribed minimum benefit condition. What happens is once they're registered for this condition, it opens up a basket of care. This basket of care looks like either the 21 days of treatment or talk therapy, so psychotherapy. There's normally a rand value or an amount that's attached to it and can be used for either one of those or both, depending on the limit that's given. For social workers that are trying to claim for medical aid, it's so important to have the proper information when you're submitting a claim, because each medical aid will probably work differently, but the important things to have on a claim is the correct ICD-10 code, which is the diagnosis code, the correct tariff codes, which is the billing code, any modifiers, if there's anything else being used, procedure codes, and your practice number, the client's details, to make sure all that information is correct from the beginning to avoid delays in getting claims processed. Specifically for social workers, there's a list of tariff codes that can be used. So it's important to use the correct tariff codes. And also when you're submitting a claim is to say if this client does have one of those conditions, whether it's registered for PMB, which is the prescribed minimum benefits, or not.
Right, so social workers in South Africa do have many different options. And when it comes to intervening with clients who have substance use issues or addiction issues, the social worker can either be working with the individual or the client in a private practice or within the clinical setting in the rehab. One of my master's students, his name's Iassw-aiets worked at a rehab center, and he did his master's research on the way that men speak about women. And he interviewed members or residents in a residential care center for drug use, and then took the conversation to the point of understanding how the abuse had affected their relationships with their families and with their loved ones, their spouse. Iassw-aiets' research indicated that the residents found various aspects of the 12-step program very useful in terms of restoring their relationships with their partners. Can you tell us a little bit more about the 12-step program? He mentions the time of making amends, recognizing that there's a problem, and also areas of spirituality and faith that really help them bridge that gap. So I'm bringing the conversation back into the relationship aspect and substance use.
So there's a lot to the 12-step program, and some of them are like driven by AA or NA, but also you have faith-based ones. But the principles generally remain the same. Some of the principles that really stand out is being able to take responsibility for your actions. So there's a step, step 4, where the individual goes and unpacks that relationship and finds the areas that they have struggled in the relationships, takes responsibility. For example, I abused my wife, I stole from the family trust, things like that, just how my behavior affected the spouse, and also in a process of forgiving yourself, forgiving the spouse, and really just working through the dynamics of the relationship. One of the other areas that the principle speaks of is making amends. So in many situations, you are able to make your amends. So amends is not necessarily just saying sorry with your words, but it's a behavioral amends too. So initially, yes, you would be sorry for the harm that you've caused, but through your behavior, you would be able to make a continued amends to your spouse. Another principle that's, and also with making amends, sometimes it's not viable to actually make amends to that person. So if a person, say the relationship ended in divorce, and that maybe the spouse was very abusive, and now you've got out of that cycle of abuse and you are living, you're single, you're happy, and you still work in the steps, you still go into your support groups, but you don't want to make contact with that person because there is fear that you get back into that relationship, get back into that toxic cycle. So in many instances, you're not able to actually say, I'm sorry, or to make amends, but through your own lifestyle, your own choices that you make, the way you speak about it, or whether you practice forgiveness, those are just making amends. And sometimes even just writing a letter to that person saying, these are the things that I've done wrong. I'm so sorry for what I did. And sometimes you don't even have to send it. It's about actually just processing the relationship and processing that amends. So in some situations, you're not going to say sorry. Another important element or principle that is really encouraged in someone that struggles with addiction and has gone into a recovery space. So they are clean and they're sober and they also living a life of service. So helping the other person. So often in these support groups, there is strength in these support groups because it's one addict helping another addict. And there's like an understanding and an acceptance amongst people that are struggling with addiction. So a lifestyle of service. It doesn't necessarily even have to be in a support group setting, but it can be in your community, just living a life of service, helping other people with something that maybe you've struggled with yourself.
Right, so we've heard about so many different types of social workers getting involved, and all these social workers would have clinical social work skills, counseling skills, intervention skills, group work skills. We have addiction social workers, medical social workers, school social workers, and even social workers involved in the legal space. What I'm wanting to do now is to take the conversation to the point where a couple have gone through that initial trauma. There's been a catalyst, something that exposed this hidden secret. The client has either been committed involuntarily, or they've got to a place of desperation where they've agreed to go to treatment. That initial 21-day period is in place. They've been discharged, they're back home with their spouse, and we're just having some monkeys flying off the roof here out the window. So I might need to get up and close the door. But there's there was something else, the biggest dive. I can't even remember what I was saying. Okay, so the person's now been discharged, and they find themselves back at home. The social worker hopefully is still involved, or they've been referred to a social worker in private practice. What I'm really after here is an idea of the relapse prevention process. How does that couple reunite? Now there's been amends that has been made. They recognize that there's a problem, but they've decided to go through this problem together, and they're wanting to make a go of restoring trust in their relationship.
So at most treatment centers, they have part of the program which is relapse prevention, which is ultimately a plan that the addict puts in place for themselves. And the plan sets out everything that's going to happen in order to stay sober or to stay in recovery. There are many aspects of a relapse prevention plan. Every treatment center would probably have their own version of it, but ultimately it's what your short-term goals are, what your long-term goals are, places that you would avoid, how often would you get tested, who will be testing you, what kind of support groups are you going to be involved in, are you committing yourself to individual therapy, are you committing yourself to couples therapy, what that plan actually looks like. In most situations, when there is no plan, it's bound to fail. So you want to have a plan. It's also a moving, what's a living plan, because the plans can change over time. And ultimately, both parties need to be involved in setting up the relapse prevention plan. I know from experience, the relapse prevention plan needs to be realistic. So often addicts can be quite confident and have all the right words and maybe the right intentions, but ultimately you want to make it as practical as possible, as realistic as possible, and not to set that person up for failure. And I suppose that's in any area of your life. You want realistic goals so that you don't set yourself up. Yeah.
Right. So a couple who find themselves in a post rehabilitation center context where there's a relapse prevention program and a plan in place, now they have to deal with the aftermath, the crisis, the lack of trust. We mentioned earlier that those negative behaviors, maybe there's been infidelity during the time of addiction. If they commit to marriage intervention through seeing a clinical social worker, do you think there is hope? I'm trying to find the positive here. Can people work these things out? Or is substance abuse the end of a relationship?
So from my experience, it's really up to the couple whether they decide to commit or to not commit. If they're committing, both are committed to the process. It's not just the addict that now needs to live this life of recovery. The spouse also, it's not their responsibility, but they would be walking their own journey of healing and also stopping certain behavior from continuing. So if they make the decision they want to do this and they believe in each other, they believe in the relationship, there's certain things that would need to change. There would need to be complete transparency and openness. Maybe in counseling, couples therapy, they would learn about boundaries, how important boundaries are in a relationship. They would also learn about different communication styles, communication in general, how to communicate with their partner. It's so important for that. Also, just building trust over time. It's not going to be instant. You need to be patient, have empathy with your loved one, and allowing that to unfold. One of the things that the couple can do, so say it's the addict and the spouse that doesn't use, the best way that they can equip themselves is also by being educated on the topic of addiction. So whether that's them doing their own research, whether that's done in individual sessions, whether it's through their social worker that can maybe teach them about addiction, and not necessarily just about what addiction is, but what to look out for, the behaviors to look out for, and ultimately how to help that addict. So many situations, the couples find themselves in a codependent relationship, which is actually very toxic. It might sound positive, but it's actually a very toxic relationship, term where one addict, so the addict definitely manipulates, uses emotional manipulation, lies, steals, all of those kind of things. And the spouse sometimes will cover for them. So they will phone the employee and say, sorry, so-and-so is not going to be at work today because he's not feeling well. So in a way, that's enabling the addict to continue this use. So those kind of behaviors would need to stop. So to also establish what is helping the addict and what is enabling the addict, because sometimes you think that you're helping, but actually you're just encouraging that addict to continue in their behavior. So best thing to do is to equip yourself with knowledge, and also just working with that person, not to isolate them, to be part of their process with them. Yes, again, it's not your responsibility to save that addict. Nobody can save that addict. Only that addict can go and seek help and want the motivation for themselves, and ultimately they need to want help. So you can never ever save the addict, but you can definitely be a support and a help, and just to be patient and to have empathy.
Right. Sarah, through your experience, could you maybe give us a hypothetical example, drawing on real life cases of a couple or individual who's been through the process, a little bit about how it affected them and the long-term outcome, and how the treatment or social workers may have assisted them?
So I have, from my own experience, there's been couples where it's actually ended in divorce, which is very sad, but both individuals are happy now. They've both moved on. One's still using, the other one's in recovery, but they've both gone different directions. Yes, initially it was a very sad, but actually long term they both are in a better space for not being in that relationship anymore. There are couples that I know that the one was using, got help, husband and wife both committed to the process, both went for individual counseling and couple counseling, and continued with support groups, continued with family support groups, went to an AA meeting, went to an NA meeting, and stayed on this journey of recovery, where the spouse also stopped some of their own enabling behavior and codependent behavior. And there is success. There is a lot of hope out there, as long as both parties are committed to the journey. And in some cases, which is not nice, but relapse does happen in many of these situations. But also it doesn't have to happen. So it can be a once-off. There's a problem in this household. Let's get help for this addict. They get help and they are clean for the rest of their lives. But sometimes the relapse does happen. Sometimes there's multiple relapses. And unfortunately, that is the reality of addiction. The chances are high, but it's what you take from that experience, how you've learned, and just to use all those tools and skills that you have already learned to go into the next step.
Right. So part of the social worker's role is to follow up after the intervention has ended, and there's a presumption that the couple is making their way through life happily, that the addiction is part of their past. Follow-up services need to continue, and the door for help and hope needs to be open so that a couple can feel confident and comfortable to be accountable and come back for aftercare services.
So often in a treatment center, there would be some referral to a social worker, and that social worker's responsibility then, whether the individual comes in or the couple comes in, they will just have normal counseling, see how the recovery is going, what things can be changed, if there's mediation that's needed, if there's another intervention that's maybe needed. Can you see the monkeys?
I can see the monkeys.
How close are they?
Just on the roof over there.
So they're coming for the fruit.
They're coming for our fruit.
Please don't interrupt them. So in that way, a social worker would follow up just to see how the process is going, and if there's any other maybe referral to a psychiatrist or to a medical professional or to an OT. Yeah, there's lots of different recommendations that a social worker can make. What was the other part of the question?
In terms of the follow-up and the hope that there's accountability.
So accountability is also a controversial topic, I would say. So the addict would be accountable to a social worker or to their loved one. But ultimately, it's not the social worker's responsibility to follow up constantly. It's not the spouse's responsibility to make sure that that person is sticking to their routine, etc. The actual person that's struggling with addiction, it really lies on them to want to be accountable. So putting yourself out there, yes, I want to be tested. However, it's not up to them when they should get tested, but it's up to them to say, I'm committed to getting tested. You can choose the date and time. And if there's refusal, then you can just assume that I'm using, sort of example. But ultimately, accountability, yes, you want to be accountable to somebody, but it's your responsibility to actually go and ask for help.
Right. I can see that there's a comment in the chat box from Jose, who indicates that there's a similar process of treatment in Spain, but the options are free or completely private, and that often the role or the process is more basic. And I think in South Africa, it's been an evolving process, a moving target, where social workers have received higher recognition and have been included in those multidisciplinary teams more and more. And there's a real recognition of the social worker's ability to get involved at both the psycho and the social component of these interventions.
Can I just step in?
Please.
So with a social worker, it might be basic in your country, but I'm just going to go through some of the roles that a social worker could possibly offer. So initially, it's the assessment and identifying that there is a problem. So the social worker could be called in at that stage and just establishing what the risk factors are. Like earlier on, I said, is it a child being removed? Is it a spouse being removed, etc. So also they're at the front line often where it's crisis intervention. So there's been some overdose and the social worker's called in, or a legal issue like the court's order. So a social worker would be involved there. In a treatment center or even private practice, there's a case management. So it's ongoing assessment of this patient, and also resource connection. So social workers are amazing people because they have resources in every field. They know somebody, there's a referral, they know the best practice in most situations. So there's a resource connection, which could also be part of that. Where are the support groups in my area? What are the different programs in my area? Which inpatient programs are there? And which outpatient groups are there? Another way for social workers to get involved is obviously the counseling and the continued family support, which is equipping the individual, whether it's going through some, trauma or grief or underlying issues. Another area that the social worker can get involved is education. So whether that's in the community, whether that's going to different schools, whether that's going to a treatment center that maybe is not recognized yet, and going and stepping in there and explaining the importance of being registered with the the Department of Social Development, and also teaching people how to cope, teaching how stress management skills, and giving them tools to actually be useful. And also in other ways, they're advocating for policies in treatment centers. So having policies established or changing wording of documents. So in that way, they're also involved. And there are so many different ways that social workers can be involved.
Right. Thank you very, very much, Sarah Lee, for sharing your amazing insights. Our time is coming to an end. And I just want to conclude by saying that we've touched on an extremely complex matter, merging two very complex issues of substance abuse and addiction within the family and specifically the relationship context. I think we could speak about this issue for many hours. And in fact, Sarah and I recently had a 9-hour car journey in which we spoke. And much of the conversation for this last hour came out of that conversation. It's extremely complex and every country's intervention will be different. But I want to salute and empower those social workers who are involved in this space. And to those clinical social workers who have tuned into our little mini podcast and into this conference, I want to give you courage to get involved. Your intervention is important and you will make a great difference to those people in need of your care. To the organizers and our moderator, thank you very much for spending this time with us. We are open to questions, although we are mindful of the time and that there will be another speaker coming soon. Over to you.
Wow, that was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Professor John and Sarah Lee, for your wonderful, insightful podcast style presentation. Now, I'd like to open the discussion to the audience. If you have any questions, comments, or you want to have more or additional clarification from Professor John and Sarah, please feel free to share. Anyone?
Hi, greetings. We've really enjoyed the talk today. It was really relevant. It was good to hear just a good perspective on. I've been studying substance use and recovery for a while, and I really enjoyed hearing your perspectives.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Maybe Dr. Ronald or Manuela have an opinion.
Okay, that's totally fine.
Ahí está Manuela. Manuela, open the camera. No?
I had a chance to listen to most of it, not all of it. Yes, it's indeed a very complex issue. I worked in Portugal in harm reduction when Portugal was the first country to decriminalize all substances, and social workers had a vital role in going out and interacting with especially users of heroin at the time. There was and the idea was that this was developed not because it was necessarily client or patient necessity, but it was a societal need, because the HIV and tuberculosis and hepatitis C were on the rise, and there was a fear that it would become very predominant or more predominant in mainstream society. And so the decision was made to make it a policy and to create outreach teams, of which I was a leader of one, And it was fascinating the way we did it. We invested a lot of time and money, and we were able to get people from the streets into treatment. It didn't always, it wasn't a smooth selling. It was very complex. People came in with very complex issues. There were couples, there were individuals, and we didn't focus as much on individual therapy as much as being with people where they needed housing, taking care of their teeth, taking care of their appearance, meeting their basic needs, the Maslow pyramids of needs, affect, medication, food, shelter, and then an environment where they could come and be present and always have somebody to talk to, less formally and more formally. And I do remember that we had one psychologist who was actually from Spain, and she thought, I am going to treat every single person in 22 sessions. I'll never forget this. And she failed. She was using cognitive behavioral therapy treatment. She was a very good psychologist. I'm not saying that she wasn't, but it was interesting that what really worked was the humane approach and direct approach. And then, the more involved work of, I'm in the United States now, and such approach is failing horrendously because they just throw money at these programs. It's, there's a lot of wasted money. They spend $1 million to, I remember one example, and it's true in San Francisco, to put a portable toilet near where there's like all these really, the United States just expands on everything, namely like everything is bigger and more. I saw very few overdoses in Portugal. And here we've had 100,000 people die of overdose in just the last year.
Wow.
And there is no, there's not enough social workers. There are 600,000 social workers doing clinical social work in the United States. We're the biggest group of people doing clinical social work, and it doesn't even cover, this is why I'm going to be talking on AI, because there's so much need, and the insurance companies and the complexity to get into a treatment center, the money that they want, the insurance issues. So people do go to AA. AA is good. I have nothing bad to say about it. It has saved many lives, but it's a very self-motivating approach.
Can I just
all you said was wonderful.
Things. You mentioned two particularly interesting issues from your time in Portugal. Firstly, the decriminalization of substance use, and then the harm reduction approach. Do you mind just touching on that a little bit? Firstly, has the decriminalization had a beneficial impact? You speak about the reduction in overdoses compared to the American context. And then also in terms of harm reduction and that humanizing approach, when it comes to social workers' involvement, what's the role there?
So the role was more of a community. It was a more community social work in which you use you don't focus on the clinical. And Portugal is very divided. Portugal is one of those countries where there are guilds and or orders, as they're called, and so certain interventions can only be done by psychologists. And if you're a social worker, you cannot do certain types of treatment. I, for example, specialize in trauma. I don't think I could go to Portugal and do EMDR, which is one of the things that I do. I'm not sure, but it's one of the things that I would be kind of overstepping my boundaries. The problem, one of the reasons I have to be careful about what I say, because one of the reasons for all these overdoses, it has a history behind it, and it has to deal with a specific substance, which is fentanyl, which is, core fentanyl, which is not the normal fentanyl that is used in hospitals, but something that is 100 times stronger. And the social situations in which people are, there's immense poverty, there's immense lack of access to resources. And Portugal did not actually have those problems. There were resources. When in 2000, the government decided to commit, they committed a huge amount of resources to the areas where it was going to go into. So yes, we were very much present. So it was very community oriented intervention and not necessarily clinical. We did have clinical. We would sit with people on a weekly basis. We would check in with them, but we would also share meals with them. And it was within these informal settings of sharing meals, talking to them in a corner, going with them to a dentist, giving them medication. All of these interventions were a lot more efficacious in getting people to start internalizing their own healing processes and moving on to, I want that life. I don't want this. This is not, but it was gradual. It took time and it took a lot of patience. And there are still people that I know who are still going to the same place that they were going, but they have been able to live all these years, and sometimes they relapse, and it's okay. So acceptance is really, really important, and letting people, and not judging. Judging, I think, is just this big, being really, but really accepting of the person and meeting them where they're at and going from there.
Yeah, I think these are core characteristics of social work intervention all over the world. We prescribe to the same core values and approaches. It's very humanizing, and I love the way that you're contextualizing it within the community. Very powerful. Thank you very much for sharing.
Wow. That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Our time is over, but we'd love to hear from you, but our time is over, so we need to conclude this session. But again, thank you for your excellent presentation on clinical interventions and therapeutic models applied in clinical social work. That was wonderful, and you truly offered a clear and comprehensive overview of different approaches. You provided definitions of addiction, misuse, abuse, etc. You provided examples of evidence-based interventions and therapeutic models. I especially appreciate the way you connected the audience with your podcast-style presentation, and you connected them with your knowledge and theory with practical presentation, practical application. You showed how models can be tailored to meet the diverse needs of clients, especially couples, and you talked about risky behaviors, relationship breakdown, marriage-related problems, addiction-related stigmas, toxic relationship, toxic behavior, and so many other issues and concepts. Those are really wonderful. And your insights remind us of the importance of flexibility and ongoing learning in clinical practice, as well as the diverse skills required by social work professionals. You also shared a message of hope. That was really wonderful, and I truly appreciate that. And this has been an enriching session for all of us. And thank you all for joining today's session. And we are inviting you to our next session. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I would like to say some words for you, John and Sarah. Really, I appreciate a lot for being here today, and congratulations. No, you're a good team. It's an excellent subject, no, because your expertise. And Sarah, welcome, no, to CAPA, no, because it's your first time here in CAPA, no, John, is the mistake on, I think, I don't know, I don't remember how many times you've been here, but we appreciate, Sarah, that you are with
Thank you, Sarah.
here, and
Thank you
you
so
are
much for
now
having me.
a friend of us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now it's time for Dr. Muhingi from Kenya. No, I think Christine Bali will help us with moderations. I will introduce Christine and later Dr. Muhingi. Okay, we will look. Christine or Christy? Christine, I have some.
Hi there. Are you calling on me to say hello, to give an introduction?
Yes, better.
Or I can introduce Christine. Is it okay, Carito?
Please, yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Allow me to introduce my colleague, my senior colleague, Christine Bailey-Wallace. Christine is an associate professor at the School of Social Work at Stephen F. Austin State University, Texas, USA. Before joining the School of Social Work, Christine practiced social work in the medical field, including hospice, rehabilitation, long-term care, dialysis, bereavement, and rural health services. Following the legacy of her father and his efforts to improve rural mental health care, she serves in leadership roles with NAMI, National Alliance for Mental Illness, Davis, Texas, and the National Rural Social Work Caucus. And thank you, Christian, for joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I'm happy to help in any way with our next session. And so I've got some good skills on Zoom, and I'm joining from East Texas. And so I'm really excited to be here with y'all today.
Yeah. Before we go to the presentation, Carito, would you please introduce the speaker? Yes, please.
No, I think that Christine could help us to introduce to Dr. Wilkins. So, you could see in the screen her
Yes.
flyer.
Yes, thank you. We're excited to introduce Wilkins. The title of the session is Biopsychosocial Spiritual Assessment to Enhance Clinical Interventions. And some of the information I'd like to share is that this individual is a senior award-winning researcher, medical social worker, East Africa representative, Association of Schools of Social Work in Africa. Areas of research interest and consultancy include the following: child safeguarding and protection, mental health, digital social work, climate change, gender and development issues, including GBV. Thank you so much, Wilkins, for joining us today. We're so happy to have you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you first for the opportunity to be able to present to you. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Where I am, it's evening. It is 6:14. I know some of you are in a place where it is very early in the morning and others at night. Yeah, so I'm happy to be here today. I can see colleagues. We have worked on many we have collaborated, Dr. Saki, Prabha there, and many other colleagues. I can see also those who have joined from Kenya here. So I'm happy to present. And also, I really appreciate the organization that we had from Carito, from Peru, and the other colleagues. It's quite an exciting experience to be here and just share ideas. Yeah, so I come in to talk about the topic you've mentioned. I'll share a few slides just for you to be able to follow, but I'll do more of talking than sharing slides, but it's good because some of us are visual Others, we have different giftings. So allow me to share as I talk so that you can see a few things I am talking about. Yeah, so I was to take us through this psychosocial assessment and of course, enhancing clinical interventions. So before I go so much into these introductions made about me, I would really like to send my greetings, of course, from Kenya and from Africa and from the social work family. Being one of the medical social workers and being very strong in medical social work in Kenya, we are happy to be part of this as I do the presentation, which I think will help in one way or another. But of course, my presentation should also just invoke your thinking and deliberate more on this. Yeah, so as I mentioned, this is a biopsychosocial and of course spiritual assessment. And after you do assessment, it is expected that you're going to intervention. So when you assess, you have to intervene to bring about either difference or to make things better for the client or for the patient. Yeah, so even before I go into this, allow me to say that in Kenya, we train social workers who work in hospitals. I know in other areas they are called, they talk about hospital social work, but for us, we call them medical social workers who have various areas of specialization or interest. For example, in mental health, in those who work closely, maybe addressing issues to do with GBV, those who handle even child-related matters in pediatric sections or units and departments and all that. So I may not be able to mention all, but it's important just to mention that. And then also we train at various levels, diploma level, we train at degree or bachelor's level, Bachelor of Science. So it's good to mention this. So let me go to the serious business of what I was to talk about. So when we talk about biopsychosocial spiritual assessment, it's as you know, everyone who is a social worker understands that assessment is very critical, is very important. For us to get it right, when we are intervening, then we must have done a proper assessment. And if you look at even the process of social work, assessment is critical. Okay, so I will not spend a lot of time talking about myself because this has already been mentioned, but my contact is there in case someone would like to get it, and email, it's also presented there. I work at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology here in Kenya, where we have this program, Medical Social Work. Yeah, so maybe just by way of I called it conceptualization, but just to talk a little bit on biopsychosocial assessment. I know those who are in clinical social work or health social work or medical social work, you have an idea of what this is all about. But generally, when we talk about biopsychosocial assessment, where I said the assessment is very important in our process of helping, this is a comprehensive framework, how you go about trying to understand the client's problem or issue or challenge, how you go about understanding the patient's needs, health needs, and even other needs that are relating to that. So that comprehensive framework is one that is used. Of course, it has been borrowed and even developed more in advance, but it's used in social work, and particularly those who are inclined towards health or who have a bias in health. Of course, psychology, a little bit in counseling psychology and the rest. Then we have, of course, psychiatry and health sciences. So this is just a way of understanding a client's condition, where we focus on various domains or dimensions. And critical among those is the biological. Of course, we have the psychological, and then we have the social dimension. But of course, there is a lot of emphasis that you cannot avoid spiritual. But I know spiritual may sound maybe different people, but spiritual in most cases touches on beliefs, attitudes, and of course, spiritual could even touching on religion and so on. So this is also a component that comes in, and that's why we talk about biopsychosocial spiritual model. So it's not me who is starting to talk about this, but many other scholars, even in other fields, including psychology, have talked about the relationship between, or the connection between the body and mind. Sorry, I omitted that. Yeah, so body and mind. There is a connection between the body and the mind. So there's a Freud, there's a Dunbar, there's Reich, Alexander, and of course there are many others. So they are talking about the psyche and the body, or the mind and the body, the connection. I think there are various presenters who have been here before. Cognitive aspect or domain, or the psychological aspect of a human being is very important, needs to be considered. And of course, when you are looking at health generally, you realize that various dimensions, I even like how WHO brings it out, the complete state of physical, of course, social, mental, that complete state of all those dimensions, and of course, not merely the infirmity, or also the absence of infirmity or injury. Yeah, so when we look at the biopsychosocial and of course spiritual dimension, especially when it comes to assessment, this is just a model. There are various scholars and of course professionals who have talked a lot about the bio model, the psychological, of course the social, but of course putting them together from the work of angels and of course the others, we see that it is important to consider, as we practice social work, we also consider what we gather and what we learn from other disciplines, for example, psychology, medicine, religion, of course, social work being an academic discipline and of course a profession. We don't want to pretend we don't benefit from other related disciplines, medicine, psychology, social work, and many others that I have not mentioned. So when it comes to this, then you realize there are various ways we learn from them. And as we do assessment, as we get into diagnosis, as we do even the treatment, among others, then we borrow a lot, and also we, of course, complement what the others from other fields are doing. So multidisciplinary approach or interdisciplinary approach, of course, I like interdisciplinary more than multidisciplinary. So the interdisciplinary approach, where we have various professionals, each coming up or bringing their expert client. And as I said, it's very difficult to help a client who you don't understand very well. So it's important to do thorough assessment and look at various dimensions. If we give an example, for example, those who are in mental health, psychiatry, whether it's social work or psychiatry, and those areas, those who are interested in health, there are those propositions that there are various contribute mental health, but when it comes to imbalances, like one of the factors, neurotransmitter imbalances, these ones have been indicated in mental health functioning, and not only, of course, confined to mental health functioning, but it also goes beyond. And as I said, you see a very good relationship between the body and the mind, and one can affect the other, and so on, and vice versa. So if we give an example, for example, the norepinephrine, which is a transmitter, when it's released, usually it can be released when the body is experiencing hostility within an environment, of course, emotions and some anger. So if you want to understand a client, and then you leave out, for example, biological aspect of the client, then you may not be able to help this client or this patient as you intervene with them. So it is important to consider the biological aspect as a medical social worker, as a clinical social worker, someone who is in helping patients. So this is just an example of some of the ways that this has come in handy. Yeah, so studies show a lot, and of course the foundation of research has moved beyond just psychodynamic model we see many improvements or a lot of improvement coming in. Now getting to the psychosocial model, and of course many others. Again, we are adding even the spiritual and of course other dimensions. Just trying to be very holistic in our approach to our practice. So it is now recognized that genetics, biological makeup, psychological functioning, cognitive coping styles, of course, lifestyle choices, economic status, culture, support network, and even environment. These are just among the many factors which affect a client and, of course, which contribute to or maybe determine health outcomes. So they affect and can explain illness and disease, how that progresses, and of course, the manifestation, how a client or a patient presents. So it is important to understand those different dimensions that I've talked about, or the domains. And we see, and that's why the question is, when we talk about intervention, psychosocial intervention, have we done thorough psychosocial assessment? So if we don't do that, then it becomes very difficult. So this, of course, starts from then the training, the kind of training we expose our social workers in health to. It goes beyond that, and maybe even the experience people, those professionals have. So we have to be considerate of this if we have to be effective in our clinical interventions. And this is what my talk is all about, or my discussions around. Yeah, so just like I've mentioned earlier, maybe just in a way of graphically presenting what I've just talked about. A person's genetic, their psychological makeup, their environment, and again, environment, person in environment. There have been discussions even from the beginning of social work. They worked with Mary Richmond, among the others, who have contributed to this area. They have always emphasized on this aspect. So we cannot ignore an environment. That is where the social aspects come in, the religious or spiritual, not necessarily religious, but the spiritual aspects come in, and all that. Yeah, so maybe just to expound a little bit, these are some of the domains that help us to understand the biopsycho, social, spiritual model. And I already mentioned when it comes to training, for example, I do a lot of training. I teach students and train medical social workers who practice out there. I also, other than teaching them in class about knowledge, I also go beyond and get into the clinical settings or field areas. I always am very keen and careful to look at this, whether the students or those who are practicing, those who are under my influence or guidance are able to capture these and also be able to apply these in practice. So biological domain, psychological domain, social domain, spiritual domain. I mentioned at the university I'm working in, we are training medical social workers who work in, mostly in Kenya, medical social workers work in hospitals, but of course there are others who work in other health settings. So the kind of training we do, we really try our best to make sure we capture or we attend to these various domains, so that even as we take them through, for example, the process of assessment, the process of course, diagnosing and being able to do interventions, we are always concerned and very careful to help them understand this. So the biological domain, if you look at some of the courses we have in our training in Kenya, we have trainings which are addressing this biological domain. The units or the courses we expose our students to is to help the student understand the biological aspects of this patient or a client. And again, when we go for field assessments or even the supervision, because we have our senior medical social workers who also train and guide them, they also look at these various aspects so that the client gets help, not just from the senior medical social workers, but also the students that we are training to handle and address the biological aspects. And then, of course, psychological aspects, domains. So if you look at then the units and the courses we give, we expose our students to, we have psychology-related courses, psychology, and then social domain. We also expose our students to sociological units, theories explaining and helping us understand the body, not just about the psychological domain, but also the interactions, the relationships. And we all understand, especially for us who are in social work, that the areas like the social aspect is very important, the biological aspect, social, psychological, and even spiritual domain. So we have tried our best to integrate all these in our training and also in our practice in Kenya to make sure that our clients, our patients, helped to as we address what affects them, even in mental settings. Yeah, so maybe an expansion on this is just that when we emphasize on biological domain, as we do our training, we want our students, our practitioners to be able to do, for example, addressing these biological aspects, to do a medical history, maybe to look at medications the patient has been given, or what has been prescribed, family, medical history, and of course, physical health status of this patient. It's important. We don't just look at the social aspects of the client, substance use, and the previous, the just immediate presenter, the two presenters have taken us through substance and the related issues. So we also have to look at this, either through our training, we make sure our students are able to capture these, are able to understand this. So we have in our courses, we make sure this comes out very well, and also in the practice out there in the field. Developmental history, how the person has developed or developed earlier on, because the childhood experiences and of course encounters affect someone who is now when now they are grown up. The psychological domain, we also are interested to understand the presenting problem so that we are able to help this patient. The mental health history, the person may not necessarily be presenting with a mental problem, but it's always important, and we have always taken it seriously. Make sure we understand the mental health history, cognitive functioning as well. We also look at that, the emotions, because that can tell us about the client, the personality factors of this person. For example, resilience, this person, if they don't have that, are we able to help them to develop that, to build that kind of resilience? Because you are not in the business of trying just to help a patient to becoming every time. You want to help this patient so that they're able to, in their own means, in their own small way, they are able to handle some of these. You help them out. And of course, as a medical social worker, working in the interdisciplinary team or amongst the interdisciplinary team. And of course, we also take time to share during conferencing or maybe some conferences, workshops, some of the experiences we have either as students, as educators, as practitioners. We see how best to improve this. We also want to understand the behavioral patterns, which is also touching on psychological domain. Trauma history, we emphasize nowadays very much on trauma-informed interventions because we are dealing with, or we are handling clients who have gone through a lot, which can traumatize them and can affect even the health outcomes of other aspects, which may not even necessarily be that. So the psychological standing or status of someone would affect other aspects and generally health outcomes. Social domain, we also are interested to understand family structure. And as I said, even in our training, we also take our students through courses or units that help them to understand family dynamics, structures, and so on, so that when they are doing assessment trying to understand these, they don't struggle or fumble. They are better placed to be able to help the client. Relationship issues is also a social aspect. Social history can give us this, can help us understand this. Cultural, because culture is very important. Like I see the most discussions nowadays, like in African setting, we are so much talking about decolonization, indigenization, and not necessarily to detach again from what is going on and going back to the traditional ways of doing things, but just respecting the fact that people have their beliefs and we can't run away from this. So cultural and even spiritual background is very critical and very important. So as we do our history taking, as we do our assessment, this is something we take very seriously. We do a lot of psychoeducation in medical social work, and we train our students to be able to do this. We educate clients, patients. We talk about employment, and we just explore that area. Social support is also something that we take seriously, because issues around family, if someone doesn't have proper social support systems, and the social support systems in our training of our students, we don't just look at the family. We also help our students to understand even beyond the family, even the hospital or facility setting, and how various factors can be a barrier to access to services and of course various other interventions. So social support is something that we take seriously as a social under social domain living situation. We don't just want to know where and how and the living situation of a client, but we look at that so that we know how to intervene, which kind of action to take to help this client. Legal issues, because sometimes you may find legal issues coming in to really affect a client. So we want to understand whether this person even has had criminal, of course, criminal record or any other legal issue that may be a barrier to accessing sources or services. And we also attend to this in our training and also in practice. Access to services. I know many countries from my experience here and there, even in our country, sometimes people, because of not understanding, they think medical social maybe are just out to do address issues on maybe socioeconomic aspects, maybe to help clients access finances and so on. So access to services, they are not just even health related only, because you see, you would be having a client, maybe a patient who has children who are going to school. So we don't just look at the health services, the educational services, but of course, depending circumstances, we may not say we are able to do everything at a go, but we are very careful to address this. The spiritual dimension, as I said, this one touches on a number of things. But if someone has a kind of spiritual distress, someone is feeling guilty, it's possible for someone to feel guilty. They are sick. Maybe let's say someone is living with HIV or they contacted HIV, so they may want to blame themselves. Is it because they were promiscuous, or they just think they are the ones on the wrong? So you, as a practitioner, a professional, you want to help this client to be able to handle this and not continue feeling guilty. And the impact of health decisions when it comes to end of life, we teach our students, and of course, other than mental health units or maybe information on that, we also teach about gerontology and of course geriatrics, just to help our students to understand not just maybe earlier times of life, because you see the approach, it's better if you understand a human being like that across. So other than what they learn from either psychology or like human growth and development in general, we want also to emphasize various aspects of life at the end of life, or maybe in old age. And old age, aging is a real issue coming up in many countries, in our country. And looking even at the statistics, by 2050, studies or statistics are showing an increase in the numbers. How and what do we do? So our students, our practitioners, our medical social workers need to be informed in these areas. Yeah, so now when it comes to intervention is informed by assessment. So just having talked about these components, I may not again go back into explaining them, but each of those domains should be considered again when it comes to intervention. Because if you've done a thorough assessment and you've covered well the biological component, then you should be ready to address, because you'll be able, or you may have seen where there are gaps or what to handle. So medical care integration, and as I said, I really appreciate interdisciplinary collaboration or working with other disciplines, professions or disciplines, yes. So collaboration with physicians, nurses, and other health professionals. Like in Kenya, we initially, social workers were trained on their own, but nowadays we are even training our social workers. Like in my university, we are in the School of Medicine. We are training our students together with those who are training to physicians who are doing medicine. There are those who are doing occupational therapy, physiotherapy, and of course other courses. So they already at the training level, they appreciate. They even share units and courses, and they appreciate each other and each other's training, each other's strength, and that is the way to go. So when it goes now, it gets to the point of practice, they are able to bring out or to be effective in intervention. So medication management, this is an area that our medical social workers are also taking part in. Yeah, so we also have health promotion as addressing or as an intervention area. Pain and symptom management, we train our students in palliative care. We have a course on that, a unit, and many others that are relating to this. Health promotion, we teach our students something on health education, environmental health, among others, so that they are well equipped. Substance use intervention, we've talked about this. We've listened to other presenters talk about the psychological component. Makes our intervention very important. And when it comes to intervention, other than just assessment, when it comes to intervention, we make sure assessment and formulation go hand in hand, and we are able to identify cognitive, emotional, and behavioral patterns. Then therapeutic modalities, how we help this client to get out of the situation. The presenter, there was a presenter, I'm forgetting the name, but I listened to the nice presentation, CBT, DBT, dynamic therapy, trauma-focused therapy, among many other therapeutic modalities. Coping skills. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is for us to be effective in intervention, we must have done proper assessment and what we consider as those components which are taking that format or the framework of biopsychosocial spiritual, then we will be effective because we are able to address that. So our intervention should also cover psychoeducation, because already we have seen there may be some symptoms, or just teaching our clients and patients self-regulation strategies, among many others. Then emotional support, validation, empathy, building resilience, as I mentioned resilience earlier. Social component, our interventions, family interventions should be there. We do a lot of family therapy, parenting support, because parenting is a big area nowadays, where there are many issues that are also compromising or affecting even health outcomes, including mental health outcomes. So improving communication. So these are family-related interventions, community support, connecting clients to peer groups. We even train and even we support even in our interventions at practice level. We encourage where there's use of group work as a method. So peer groups, just forming groups. Then if you do some bit of casework, case management, groups also come in handy. Community-based programs, case management, housing, finance, support, and many others. And then advocacy is also helping to address those specific social aspects. Systemic barriers, they may not necessarily be only in a facility in a hospital, but poverty can be a barrier, stigma, discrimination, and can affect even health-seeking behaviors and of course, how someone seeks health services, work and education support. Then spiritual, as I am about to conclude, spiritual component, especially from the intervention aspect, exploring meaning and purpose, because the clients, patients have various feelings. I talked about end of life. So it's not just about focusing on the fact that maybe the patient's outcomes will be better, but quality, adding quality to life so that someone is able to get through the healing process in a nice way. Spiritual coping, prayer, meditation. I think there is a presenter who talked about yoga, all those. So when someone is patient, when someone is sick, they still need this kind of help or support. So prayer, meditation, rituals, if it's something they are used to, it's part of their life, their culture, then they will need. And in our hospitals, we also have the chaplaincy department or chaplains or people who are help in spiritual matters from different religious of course, point of view. If a client or a patient would like to be helped in that line, we don't hesitate to help them like that. Collaboration with faith leaders when appropriate and even with client consent, addressing spiritual distress and of course integration into care. Then as I conclude, I think it's important to mention, other than those I have talked about, we are also careful and we should be very careful to look at cross-cutting components. As we approach or as we engage in our interventions, we need to know that, of course, like in a broader sense, strength-based approach, for example, we can leverage on resilience, we can leverage on talents, and even protective factors to help clients and patients. Yeah, so we've heard of cases, especially in a mental health setting. You may even find that either children or there are those who are struggling, but of course they are not able to either, for example, when it comes to performance school, or they have intellectual disability, for example, intellectual disability disorder, and this is a young person, we can capitalize on or leverage on their talents, their skills to see how beneficial they can to themselves and their families, because sometimes parents feel very low when they have a child. If maybe in a case where someone looks at education as a very important component in this child's life, but then the child is not able to perform. Of course, the emphasis is not always on the performance academically, but these are areas that we need to consider in our interventions. So other than just looking at biopsychosocial assessment, cultural competence, I think, is something that we need to embrace and which has been emphasized so much in our profession, tailoring interventions to fit culture, cultural and even spiritual context. And of course, because we don't want to impose our values and so on the client, but we need to help the client, of course, not to struggle going through the healing process because of some of these aspects. What can be they can be helped on. Interdisciplinary collaboration, I've talked about these doctors, social workers, psychologists, chaplains, and even community leaders working together. This is something that we can emphasize on and even strengthen, which I talked about as we do biopsychosocial assessment, then client-centered care, and of course there are other approaches that we use. So ensuring interventions align with clients' goals, values, and readiness for change. Even in our definition of social work, we talk about social work as a profession that promotes social change, social cohesion, among others. So client-centered care is very critical and is a cross-cutting component. It cuts across the various domains, and then ongoing monitoring and evaluation, and just assessing and reassessing. Thank you very much. Asante sana is how we say thank you in Kiswahili in Kenya and in some of the African countries. Thank you for listening. If there is any question, I can respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wilkins. We appreciate your talk today. We heard about the appreciation for multidisciplinary theories and approaches, and we got a lot of really good information about the holistic approach for social work, client-centered care, and I really appreciate the discussion on access to care as well. And so we'd like to invite any comments from the audience as well. And then if we don't have any comments, I would like to ask a question, but I'd like to invite the audience in to the discussion. There are lots of information coming through the chat, lots of comments and well wishes and some appreciation comments. So thank you for those comments. So my question is, how is spirituality and culture addressed in your community in social work? And I just would invite you, Dr. Wilkins, or anyone else in the audience to reflect on that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think spirituality, as I said, different cultures, different countries, this is something that is not cutting across and it's not the same because we have different religions and so on. But we don't ignore, and we should not ignore, just by the fact that you don't believe in what the patient believes in, you should not deny them because you see, if that is what will help them, especially the health outcomes, then it should be something to think about. You don't necessarily have to subscribe to the faith of the client or patient, but it's good if it is what will help them get out of or get better outcomes, then if there's someone who can help. So as I said, like in Kenya, we may not be able to address all the spiritual matters, but in our facilities or hospitals or health settings, we have chaplains or spiritual leaders or experts who are able to address. For example, as I said, someone would be feeling guilty. And I gave an example of, for example, someone who's because of HIV, maybe they think it's because they were promiscuous or maybe because of stigma and that kind of thing. It's good to be concerned. How do they feel? Because human beings, there are some human beings who think there is another power beyond them. It could be a God, it could be whichever power. So if there is someone who can help them appreciate the quality of life they have had and just help them through, because you see someone is wondering and is afraid. Maybe they are going to die, the children are going to remain, maybe they have small children or they have adults or adult children who are going to start fighting for their for the inheritance and all that. It could be it could affect health outcomes. So that's what we are saying. It's important to think about it and to see how to help this client or patient to address that, or to just kind of address the fears that come with that because they feel there's something missing. So someone who has skills in that can help. I don't know whether I'm answering or I'm just beating around the bush. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent perspectives. Yes, yes. Not being shy and being willing to have those conversations about spirituality and culture and really understanding more deeply the values of the client and the family so that we can support their values and their choices, and we can help advocate for them as well for across team members who may not always understand the choices that our clients and families are making. But it is an important part of life. how we feel, whether it's religious preferences or aspects of spirituality. There's a lot of dimensions there, and sometimes it's hard for folks to work with individuals who don't have that religion in their life. That's not a part of their belief system. But we have to be willing to work with clients and families who are atheist or agnostic or non-denominational or a specific, denomination as well, supporting all different areas. So thank you for that response. I worked in hospice care for about 5 years, and that was a really important part of our biopsychosocial assessment as well. Was really, and the chaplains did a good job. They did provide additional layers of support. But even the chaplains, needed a little extra help sometimes with, working with those clients and families. So it takes all of us working together to address all of the issues. We're right up on the change of the hour, whatever hour time zone you might be in. But I wanted to check in to see if we still have a few minutes for discussion or if we're getting close to a transition period.
Carito, do we have time for discussion for a few more minutes?
Well, I see Elizabeth is with her hand, I think.
Hi, Elizabeth. We see you with a question or a comment. If you want to unmute, you're welcome to speak.
Open your camera, Elizabeth.
That's okay. That may not be on purpose, but you're welcome, Elizabeth. If you're able to come online with us, that's fine, or you can put your comment in the chat as well.
Good evening, all. This is Dr. Shakti from Hindustan College, India. So want to appreciate my friend, Dr. Wilkins Mungi, for his wonderful presentation on biopsychosocial assessment. It was very elaborate. It was a very good session. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Wilkins, we were chatting last night, no sé, or in the morning, I don't know in what moment, because we had different schedules, and really we appreciate a lot Dr. Wilkins, because you are in different times, but we just join us. Doesn't matter where we are, but the point is that yes, we are social workers, and wherever we are, yes, we are friends. And now you are here in the first time with us in CAPA Social Work. And really, we are very glad for this. And sure, we expect to continue coordinating with you for futures events, activities, and to know more about your country, how is social work there also. And I think that this cultural environment that you have also, we here in the Andean, we have indigenous communities, and we know how is to get involved with this kind of work. And I would like to ask you is how do you work with these communities, with these indigenous communities there. What is the way or a model of therapy that you could suggest or you are using for these groups?
Okay, thank you. I hope I got the question well. So I think what you mean by indigenous in our community setting, maybe you mean those who are not very much enlightened. I don't know. That's how I'm getting it. We have some clients or some patients who may be coming from maybe rural areas, or they have not got maybe much education. We experience, we have them. And in the facilities, when we train our students, and mostly, especially those who work in the hospitals or facilities, they also take care of their needs, because if, for example, you are not from that group, because like in Kenya, we have various tribes. So if you don't understand their language, you don't understand their culture, usually you get someone, a colleague. In most cases, you'll find a colleague who understands the culture, who understands their language, and they are able to help you either interpret or understand what that client is saying, and then you help them out. You may not be an expert throughout in all cultures, but a colleague, or even if they are not necessarily social workers, but in most cases, you'll find medical social workers who are from that community, and they can interpret, they can translate, and they can help you understand some of the cultural aspects that may be helpful in the healing process or to understand the disease. So I don't know whether there are more questions. If I will not have another time, I cannot forget to remind you and to welcome you to the conference, the global conference in Kenya, which is in 2026, next year in June 26th. If you are able to manage, I will be more than happy to welcome you and some of my colleagues who are here. I saw Elizabeth had unmuted. I don't know whether she's able to. Sorry, now I'm behaving like the moderator. Sorry.
We would love to go, so everyone are invited for going to Kenya, because it will be amazing, no? It's a wonderful work that you guys are doing there, because how many social workers are you expecting for Kenya?
We are expecting social workers, many of them. I hope we will get to our target. We were expecting those from outside around 3,000, and of course another 3,000 from Kenya and Africa, within Africa, not necessarily Kenya, but within Africa, but others outside Africa. But I don't know whether we will achieve that target. If we achieve it, then that would be good. Thank you.
I know Sandra is on the room. Sandra, ¿estás por ahí? She was expecting go and show up, Sandra. Muéstrate, Sandra. Sandra always say, I like to go to Kenya. Entonces, now, Sandra, ahorita está el doctor Wilkins aquí y él es de Kenia, que está justamente invitándonos para Kenia. ¿Tú qué tantas ganas tienes de ir a Kenia? I don't know if she's hearing me, but I could tell you that she is dreaming with going to Kenya. I always say, I am planning to go to do that, but it's keeping, is saving money for, because it's not, it's a little expensive for crossing all the world for going to Kenya, but I hope you have a good time there with our social workers, and we will help you also with diffusion about this event, and hope that it's a successful the event in Kenya. Well, Dr. Wilkins, I think it's all for now, because
We appreciate you so much, Dr. Wilkins, Muhingi. Thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Christine, and he is the flyer for our next speaker. I think Manuela is on the room.
Yes, but could you ask Elizabeth to,
Mhm.
Elizabeth,
Yes.
turn your video, or could you turn your because I don't know what's
We're-
going on.
We're
but
getting some background noise. If you would please stay on mute, if possible, or you're welcome to comment or join as well.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is Elizabeth. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I'm a medical social worker practicing in Kenya. I wanted to input on what Dr. Wilkins was presenting, and I thank him for the wonderful presentation. I wanted to add on the spiritual and cultural aspect that we recognize all the spiritual and cultural backgrounds of our patients and clientele, and we are keen to input our professional advice and guidance within the process as we look into achieving wholesome or holistic care for our patients and their community and families. So we go ahead to have linkages between the health facilities and the communities so that we walk through without antagonizing or creating any stigma as we work towards the outcomes that we really want to have at the end of the day in helping our clients or patients walk through the process as we achieve health care for the patient, the family, and our communities at large. That was my input that I wanted to add to what Dr. Wilkins presented. Thank you. And I thank you all for organizing this interaction that has been very educative to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for your reflective comments. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ms. Cardenas, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you for sharing the screen. Are you okay with me introducing the next speaker? Good, good. We've got you on the line, and Manuela, and you'll have to help me with your last name, please. I want to say it properly.
It's Mage.
Mage, thank you. Manuela Mage. And so the title of the session that we're moving into, The Future of Clinical Social Work and Artificial Intelligence or Large Language Models, Present and Future. Manuela Mage is a licensed independent clinical social worker with a focus on trauma, anxiety, and depression. Her approach is holistic and psychodynamic with some specific tools that are used to address specific issues. Manuela's experience is in communities, hospital clinics, and private practice. And Manuela is comfortable engaging with most people and conditions, working mostly with adults as well as adolescents and groups, and engages well with a large number of systems and populations. Thank you, Manuela Mage, for joining us today. We're really looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, now I'm gonna have a hard time, I know, because I always do, putting in my my PowerPoint, which is document.
Well, I tell something about Manuela. Manuela, she's from Portugal, no? And now in the room is Sandra Castaneda. She's from Portugal too, and they are friends. And Sandra is a director of the Portugal Institute of Clinical Social Work, and is a very closer friend for me. Manuela well, she's living now in United States. And really, she speaks Portuguese, English. I don't know which language more she speaks, but
Portuguese.
luego.
Elizabeth, could you please turn off your...
No, Sandra is speaking, Manuela. Sandra is on the room.
That's not Sandra.
Sandra, I see you with the hand raise as well. And we're picking up some background noise, so we're trying to skip that out.
Carito, alguna persona que tiene el sonido.
El sonido.
Tienes que bloquear el escuchador. Porque no, yo pienso que será no, Cristina, ¿vale?
No, es que porque ella es moderadora. Ella es moderadora y ella tiene que tener el audio prendido. Sí.
Ok. Yo va solamente cumprimentar Manuela en portugués. Hola, Manuela. Manuela?
Yes.
Olá, é a Sandra Caixeira. Estou a cumprimentá-la em português. Mudar a frequência da linguagem. Tudo a correr bem. Vou-vos deixar. Eu hoje está muito complicado para o trabalho. Tá. Ok, graças, Carito. Eu vou sair porque estou com muita barra. Graças.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to share this. I always have a hard time sharing my PowerPoints, but I'll just speak through it and I'll put it in. I don't know what to tell you. It's not the first time that it's happened. If anybody has words of advice on how I can
walk you through it if you want to try. Do you have the ability to share your screen, the green button and the toolbar at the bottom of your Zoom page? And if so, do you, if you have your PowerPoint pulled up on another tab or another browser, you're going to be looking for that after you click the green share button?
Yes, I do, and it looks wonderful, and I'm working with the new computer that
It's okay.
I don't know how to do this, which is trying to, because I don't know what to do.
Or send me your file. Mm-hmm. Send me your file by WhatsApp and we will show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me a second.
Okay.
So what I want to talk about is, let's see, can you see this? No.
We're not online with the screen with you yet.
Nope. Okay. Into this slide. Okay, do you have, Carita, do you have an email? I can send it to the WhatsApp.
Yeah, I will send it.
I am challenged. And I tried yesterday and it didn't work, and it was 3 in the morning and I was fed up. So I might just put it up on the Okay, well, this is the up. I don't know if this will work.
You can kindly email it to Carito and we can show.
I know, but what is the email?
CAPA social work, CAPA social work.
Okay.
@gmail.com.
CAPA social work. Okay. Work. CAPA social work at gmail.com.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Let's see if this works. So anyway, I work on Zoom all day and I don't know, when it comes to making presentations, I just.
Or by chat, in the chat of Zoom, you can share in the chat of Zoom.
Thank you for taking a few minutes, Manuela, to try to share your materials. Having you here with us is most important. So we're happy to, for if you want to get started and if we're able.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get started. I send it to you. I send it to you.
Okay.
And now I don't know why I'm not, well, I'm showing up in other people's, I'm just not showing up for myself.
While we are resolving these technical things, maybe Mostafiz, you can remind us about the first subject that we had in the Congress in the morning. No, just did some words about what we had.
I'm sorry?
First section was delivered by Dr. Shakti Prabha on AI and social work intervention. You're talking about this, Carito?
Yeah, some people wasn't on this session.
Oh, okay, I got it. Okay,
so maybe you can count as something about the subject or was in the morning.
Okay, so in the morning we had very wonderful 3 sessions, and one was conducted by Dr. Shakti Prabha from India, AI and social work intervention. That was really wonderful. It was the first session, and the second session was conducted by Sunanda Ravi on cognitive behavioral therapy. That was wonderful. And third one was podcast style presentation by Professor John and Sarah Lee on clinical interventions and therapeutic models applied in clinical social work. And the last session, fourth one, was conducted by Dr. Wilkins Muhingi on biopsychosocial spiritual assessment to enhance clinical interventions. So far, we had 4 wonderful sessions. And now this is the 5th session by Iassw-aiets. Yeah, please.
And Iassw-aiets is having issues with this. Did you get did you get my email?
Miss Cardenas is on standby. She's looking for it right now.
It says a link.
No, I don't have. No.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
CAPA social work, I did send it. I think it might have something to do with.
When you are solving this stuff, maybe Mostafiz could continue talking about that.
Okay, so my name is Iassw-aiets. I am Portuguese. I've worked both in Portugal and the United States as a social worker. I became a clinical social worker. I don't know if it's worth it to go into how the clinical social work works in the United States, but I'll just do a very brief. It's we're the largest group of providers of therapy. There's over 600,000 providers of therapy, both in clinics, in outpatient hospital clinics, in private clinics, and also in private practice. This is a topic that is fast. It's not a topic. It's a major issue, a major part of our future, and it's coming at us month by month, and it's very hard to really keep up. I am part currently of a group on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is, I think, been probably one of the most active websites where people can meet clinical social workers, people in the mental health fields, people in all kinds of professions. And I've connected with people who are specifically trying to address the issue of therapy, psychotherapy, clinical social work, not community, because I'm not going to be talking about, I'll touch on community social work. And so AI is also known as generative artificial intelligence, and it's also a large language model. So it predicts, it does have intelligence, but not other aspects of what we see as being a fully intelligent creature. It predicts what context should follow the previous one, and that's how, and it uses huge amounts of energy and of algorithms to be able to put things together. And the only thing that is stopping social work, AI, from really growing at a faster rate is the fact that it uses up a huge amount of energy. Once we have, and now somebody is knocking at my door. I'm sorry, can you come back later? Nobody ever knocks on my door. Thank you. So nobody ever, it's very complicated to get the amount of energy that it takes for AI to generate. Until we have fusion, which is a different type of nuclear energy, we will not get it up to speed. Once we have that, I think things are going to change. I don't know if it's for good. I don't know if it's for bad. I can't predict the future. Nobody has ever been able to predict the future. It is going to reshape all aspects of mental health care, and we as social workers have to engage in it. So psychotherapy in the digital age would have been slide number 2, and it would speak about the fact that the pandemic fundamentally changed how we do psychotherapy. We went from mostly in-person engagement to telehealth. So we talk to people via Zoom, via many other applications. And after the pandemic was over, people felt that it was much more comfortable, much more practical, and it has a larger reach for small communities. Now, this is obviously in what we call the weird world, wealthy. I don't have what weird stands for somewhere in here, but it's an acronym for wealthy nations that have a lot of access to computers, to internet connections, to electricity, which is not something that every country or even every community in this country has. So this is going to divide people. It could divide people further. It could bring them together. And every day new information is coming in, whether it's bad, whether it's good. So the WHO, the World Health Organization in 2022 was already highlighting a global mental health treatment gap and up to 70% in some regions. And there's this aspiration, and it is an aspiration that AI will be a large will be part of the movement to bridge that gap. I can tell you that Harvard did a small study this year, and it does it every year, of what AI and mostly it's ChatGPT, Claude, and a few other private, because they're all private. This is venture capital. This is very centralized and fed by money, billions and billions of money, billions and billions of dollars. So people are going directly to ChatGPT, for example, and ChatGPT and other platforms were this year the second. So therapy was the second largest use for, in general, according to a study that Harvard did. So people are finding that, oh, who am I? I had a patient who put in all his comorbidities because he wanted to see how many years he had to live, and ChatGPT told him he had 15. Didn't make him happy. So people are bringing up the problems of AI, which is, it doesn't think, it doesn't emote, it doesn't, but there are the positive sides, which is accessible at any time. You can engage with it. And I read this intense vocal defense of AI last night. And the person was saying that the gatekeepers, us among others, are being more dangerous than not by putting in boundaries around AI, because there are concerns about having your private information out there. Everything that you put in a AI platform is public. There are some attempts at making it protected with VPNs and other methodologies, but they're expensive. You have to know how to engage with the technology. I mean, you can see that I know what a VPN is, but I don't know how to, mainly because I have a new computer and I know what it's doing, but I don't know how to deal with it. So psychotherapy is going to change, and people are using it. People are using AI to be friends. Young adults are starting to trust AI more than their parents when there's a question being asked. That's also from another study from Stanford. And it's becoming, and it's learning faster and faster. So now it's becoming, there are also platforms that are dedicated to AI. There's, in the United States, there's one, Iassw-aiets therapy, and you go on, and I think you pay a small amount, and you get psychotherapy as you would with me, for example. But you don't get a real person, you get a bot. And there are concerns that even though these bots, these large language models are hallucinating less and less. They still do hallucinate, meaning that they still sometimes they don't know what they're saying. They help people create things that they shouldn't, and they can be problematic. In the United States, the Veterans Affairs, so the veterans have their own health insurance, and it's using AI to detect, among other things, it's going through every single record, and it's detecting suicidal risks and picking out the record and getting in touch with people. So that's already an invasion of privacy. And so what we're seeing more and more is that we're talking about all the positives. It's preventing suicidal, it can tell suicidal ideation because of, we don't have great testing for suicidal ideation. Our brains are very complex, but AI is very much and very fast picking up on cues because it picks up on huge amounts of information. So it goes into somebody's record, health records, and if it picks up a slight change, it will alert the clinicians, and the clinicians will reach out, and usually through a bot. It's there's a large problem of suicide in the veteran community, so that's good. Again, I preface this with preface this with the fact that one of the problems we're going to have is loss of privacy. Eventually we'll have a chip implanted in our brain because we're already walking around with an AI machine. We're already walking around. We're partial cyborgs because we're walking around with these cell phones that and again, I'm talking about Western wealthy countries, and not even everybody in those wealthy countries, but a lot of people, large percentage of the world has by now some way to access the internet, and they definitely have different types of internet access on their cell phones. Small communities in, like, let's say in Peru, I'm sure do not, but I don't know if they don't have their own ways of dealing with mental health. They've been doing it for a long time, and they have shamans and they have the community. What we no longer have, because we live in big cities and we live in, like these industrialized monoliths, which we lose touch and we lose contact, and those communities still have that. So, it's give and take. We're trying to replace something that is adapted and is built for large cities, large urban centers, large communities, and talking about indigenous, for example, indigenous groups. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have access to it, but do they really need it if they are in a vibrant, small community up in the mountains, and they are, they have their families, they have their priests, shamans, imams, rabbis, whatever. So we want to go fast forward, but not everybody is going at the same speed that we are. We, as clinical social workers, we want to work in the so-called person-in environment system. And even with clinical social work, we want to do the work. We do psychosocials, where we find out what the person is about, where they come from, and then we do interventions. And even in like psychodynamic, even in psychoanalysis, we still do some types of short clinic CBT type interventions. And those are the best fitted for AIs. AIs are very good at giving you cognitive behavioral therapy or mindfulness, or I mean, there's a million gadgets out there that are artificially produced. They're coming up, they're like people say, like mushrooms, and there's not a lot of attention. The people who are producing these things are people from finance. They don't know anything about mental health. They might pay someone to give them a few hours of advice, but they're not really, what they're looking for is people that will pay for the instrument that they have. There's not structural evaluation of such tools. The American Psychological Association is encouraging that, but it's certainly not doing it. The National Association of Social Workers, the CSWE, the ASWB, and the CSWA, which are all the entities that control social work, are talking about it, but they're still not up to date because, like I said, things are changing from month to month. AI 3 months ago was not very good at picking up things like linguistic markers of depression and anxiety. Now it's getting better than some of the classic evaluations that we do all the time, that I don't think they're very good either, but so it can recognize, it's very good with recognizing patterns, and we live on patterns. We're predictive, human beings are predictive. And so when something changes radically or something even changes over time, if you're engaging with an AI machine at 3 a.m, for example, when you have depression, what people are defending is it better to have a chat bot, or you don't have a person that you can call at 3 a.m. in the morning, and sometimes nobody's available, and sometimes you're left waiting on the mental health line. So again, I'm trying to present the pros and cons. The benefits, it's quick, it's scalable, so it can go from small to large. It's affordable. The risks are, it has biases, tremendous biases. It takes information from where the information is available. So it's mostly Western, white, middle class, that because those are the people who have sought therapy, and that's where the documentation is done. That's where the research is done. And so it goes after those. So if someone is not from a community like that, it's not going to get the same kind of so-called SAD assistance as someone who comes from that community. And this is serious because we live in a world with 8 billion people. And if it's low cost and scalable and quick and affordable, and if everybody could benefit from it, then why is it that people are not benefiting from it? Different countries have different, the United States is definitely at the head of AI, and specifically Silicon Valley. China is catching up very fast. I think they're going to surpass the United States, and what they'll do with AI will be interesting. They're also starting to engage in social work again. They outlawed social work. Mao outlawed social work when he took power. There was this belief that the community would be the helpers, and people would help each other. And because of the great urbanization that has occurred, in the last 40 years, they realized that the community is no longer there. So it's mostly an urban situation where you don't have connection, you don't know your neighbors, you don't know anybody, and talking to a friendly machine that gets to know you, wants to engage you, wants to keep you on, because that's what they do. They make money. You know, like I remember somebody once in Congress asking Mark Zuckerberg, the owner of Facebook, saying, "But how do you make money?" And he said, "Well, we sell ads, sir." So, you know, it's the same thing. There's money to be made because they sell their product, and then they're able to sneak in advertisements for this and for that, for the and they sell your information. So Finland just had a huge problem about 2 years ago, I think. They had a major health breach where the health of a good part of Finns was breached and was put out to anybody who wanted to buy it. So let's say you have a history of mental health, or a history of addiction, or history of, you know, cancer, anything that makes employers reluctant to hire you. They had access to that information, and this is the danger of AI. It's doesn't have the boundaries, the protections that I make sure I have when I'm engaging with a client. I make sure that I'm using a device that is protected, a device that can't be traced. I'm using HIPAA regulations, which is the system that keeps everything pretty private. There's a lot of machines. They're showing up every day. There's a new one. People are spending billions of dollars in the race. It's not a weapons race. It's a race to get every human being engaged in a chat bot, a best friend, and they're getting to the young people. And this is going to be, I'm not going to go specifically in that issue. That issue has to be addressed because internet natives have a different vision of this whole environment than I do. I wasn't born. There was no internet. There were very, you know, there were no computers when I was born. I mean, there were, but they were in the Department of Defense, and certainly not in industry. Now they're all over the place. They are ubiquitous. And these digital natives are often more comfortable with AIs, the AI and the chatbots and their friends, their virtual friends, than they are with real people. And as we see what happened with the pandemic, it created a lot of issues of people engaging with each other. We are social creatures by definition. We're social human beings. And when we do not connect with each other, great problems occur. We're seeing that in like Tokyo, in very urban places where people are living very isolated lives, and it's creating a lot of anger, a lot of hatred towards certain groups. And how do we not fight, but how do we challenge, and what weapons, what tools do we have at our hands to confront those? Those are big problems, and I'm sure people will either talk about it or have talked about it. Virtual therapists are okay for short-term relief symptom. Again, they are doing, you know, cognitive behavioral therapy. Do this homework, write down what you eat, write down when you get anxious, and this is what you should do. And it's very well and good, And it works for some people and it works sometimes, but some people need a little bit of a motivation. They need somebody to say, you know, how are you doing? You don't like to write down things. You don't want to do homework because you already have children and jobs, and the last thing you want to do is sit down and write down the 10 things that you saw today that made your heart rate go up. And so there's the limitations, this false everything can be solved with small techniques and therapy is just techniques. No, it's looking at somebody's face, it's seeing their tone, it's picking up that they're about to cry, but they're controlling it because they're next to their partner and they don't want the partner to see it. And so you see it and you find a way to approach them. AI is not capable of doing that. It doesn't have the discernment. It if you're, and then, you know, it depends on how you're able to manipulate it. It is there was, I think last year, not I think, I know, Stanford did a study and played around with all these, and you know, things do change rapidly. But just last year, one of the stories that came out was that this person told the AI that it was talking to the bot that it had they had been broken up with. They had split with their partner, and what was the tallest bridge in New York City? And the bot said, I'm sorry. And the tallest bridge is actually one of the towers of the Brooklyn Bridge. So it didn't make the connection, but now they're starting to. And but these things still happen. There's already one person in court suing an AI because a child did complete suicide. And it is going to be the younger generations, the digital natives, that are going to use this. The therapeutic alliance, which we've always believed, and we do believe that is the most important aspect of clinical social work, of therapy, is really, you know, how do you create a therapeutic alliance with a machine? They, you know, they do all the right things, but once in a while they'll say something that makes no sense, and then it's like you'll have this cognitive distortion that will make you realize, wait a minute, I'm not talking to a person, I'm talking to a machine, and it will create all kinds of, oh, so what they've been telling me, should I listen to this? Should I not listen to this? So these are some of the problems. Now, it's already largely being implemented as a tool to make our lives simpler. Again, I preface this with the caution that privacy is a huge concern. It can record a session and make a note. In the United States, we have to justify, if we take insurance, we have to justify why we're seeing the person, and it I just lost my train of thought because something came up. I'm sorry.
Manuela, I think that it's time for questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God, I knew this would happen. Okay, so just want to say one more thing, that again, confidentiality. Things are going to change rapidly, so whatever I'm saying right now is not going to be applicable. but I do want to bring up something. Neuroscience, this is where it's going to be a game changer. It's going to be a game changer because in terms of assessing how the brain and neurofeedback, brain-computer interfaces are already happening, and that's going to be the digital revolution. So it's a powerful tool, but it must remain in service to human connection and not the other way around. So sorry for this hurried and somewhat, because I didn't have the things in front of me. Questions?
You don't have to apologize, Manuela. Thank you so much for what you were able to share with us today. I know we got started just a few minutes late. We do have 10 minutes of time for some discussion. I really enjoy learning more about AI and how that's going to affect our lives. Working in higher education, working with college students, we're navigating, what's happening every day. But I really appreciate hearing about it from a clinical perspective and thinking about that relationship between the client and the therapist, and that issue of discernment that you discussed, the connections that need to happen through that therapeutic alliance, and then being able to really assess for risk. Is the client at risk? And especially like the topic of suicide that you mentioned, that just really got my attention. So yeah, it's a lot that we're going to be navigating with telehealth and the delivery of mental health services, just not always in a face-to-face format. So I sure prefer the face-to-face interactions when we can have those opportunities. But I appreciate all of the insight that you've brought to the discussion today.
I also like to add that LinkedIn has quite a few people very much involved in this. Megan Cornish is is a clinical social worker, and she's very engaged in the discussion, as are a few other people. She stands out because she works with these companies trying to bring our side of it to the capitalist side and trying to bridge the gap, which is huge.
Hey, Dr. Khan.
First of all, thank you so much, Vanilla Mays, for your wonderful presentation, wonderful sharing, and it was really thought-provoking. I just want to ask you a very basic question. Because of clinical social work, AI, large language models, what do you think, like in the field of clinical social work, do we need more social worker or less social worker because of AI? What do you think?
So one of the reasons one of the justifications for, and I'm talking about the United States, which has a very, social workers can do everything from therapy to being in the community. That's not the case for every country in the world. But I think we do need more people, more therapists. We need them to oversee. We need to have a human eye in these devices. We need social workers to work with these creators who know nothing about human beings. They know algorithms, they know recipes, they know numbers. They don't have a human sensibility, not because they're not human, but because it's not their thing. And so they have the profit motive, and we can't forget this. They are out to make money. They are out to be the biggest and the best. There's a huge fight between the top ones, Copilot, which is Windows, or Microsoft, ChatGPT, Gemini, which is Google. And so there's these big players. They're already way beyond, they have way too much too much power already, and this is going to give them even more power. We do need more clinical social workers. People are committing suicide at a rate that has never been seen. And it's with children, it's with veterans, it's with people with addictions, with mental health issues, because nobody reaches out to them. There's not enough people. And I don't know if there ever will be enough people. It's also a question of priorities and living in big settings in big cities. In smaller communities, you might have a family member, but we're moving away from that model. We're more and more concentrated in big urban centers. And so we need people who go from door to door and are in the community and sit down and talk to you and are able to assess with their own eyes what's going on and not just pick up cues that some language model picks up really well, but then it doesn't keep that information private. So your neighbors are going to hear about it. And, everybody likes privacy. So privacy is a big question. We do need a lot more. I mean, that's the screaming cry. And it's one of the justifications. It shouldn't be, but it is.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
We have a couple more minutes together before we transition into another session, and we wanted to invite anyone on Zoom with us to join in the discussion.
It's going to be a reality for everyone. Don't think that you're immune from it. It's already in your world in ways that you don't even think about. So start digging, start researching, start reading. That's my sincere advice. And thank you for giving me the space. And again, it's the information I gave you today was pretty much what's going on now. It's not what's going on. It's not what's going to go on in even a month.
Our environment is changing rapidly. That's for sure. I live in a really rural community, and we're just now getting like high-speed internet in our little neck of the woods. So we're so excited. They're putting some fiber, installing something in the communications department. So we're thrilled. But broadband access there is a need for that too. But then the flip side of that is navigating all of the ethical and human concerns related to the technology.
Yeah, I didn't even breed. I mean, I did, ethics are the issue. Who does it reach? Who does it? And it's always, the winners, the wealthiest, the best equipped are always going to get the benefit. And this is going to be more of the same. It sells itself as a democratizing methodology to bring mental health to everybody, and it's not going to, because it's if there's not large volumes of information, it doesn't know what to do with a little bit of information. And we can go into a community and we can learn. So thank you.
Thank you, Iassw-aiets. Let's everyone show some appreciation, and we appreciate you very, very much for your time today. That went really well.
Thank you so much, Manuela. Gracias. Obrigada. Muito obrigada.
Good. Gracias.
Gracias, gracias. Now it's time.
Oh, Miss Cardenas, you went on mute, so we heard your first word and then.
Yeah, I will share the screen so
Okay.
you could introduce to our friend Zoom.
I see our next speaker on the Zoom call with us, and I'm always careful with names and always appreciate y'all letting me know how to say your names the best way possible. So, Wai Sum Kung, and I would like for you to clarify that if I didn't speak your name correctly.
Yes.
Hey,
Good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, it's a bit
welcome.
tricky. Yeah, it's some of the naming system in Hong Kong culture. So you can call me Sum Kong.
Sum Kung, welcome.
Yes.
Title
Yes.
of the session today, what is being critical in critical reflection, clinical intervention in social work field education? And so let me tell you a little bit about Sum Kung. So he's a social work educator and researcher and has been practicing mainly with children, young people, and families for 25 years. Recent focuses are on sense of hope, issues and topics related to suicide and upward mobility among children and youth, with particular interest in addressing deep structural and political roots of personal problems and suffering among children and young people. We're very excited to hear a little bit about critical reflection and what that might look like in field education for social work, and to have a new speaker on the call. We're very excited to be moving into our next session together. Dr. Khan and Ms. Cardenas, do y'all have any other comments before we turn the session over?
Well, they say hi, hello, thank you for coming. We just met us here online. It's some. Well, we are glad to hear to meet you finally, no, because we were just chatting and see you online, but it's the first time also for us to have you here, and really exciting and expecting to hear you.
Yes, Carito, nice to meet you. And it's the first time we meet online. Yes. Okay, let me share my PowerPoint slides. Can you see my slideshow?
Yes.
Yes, that's very great. Okay, yeah. Today I would like to speak a critical reflection as practice. The reason why I would like to talk this is how critical reflection understood as practice, that is reflection and action intertwined, can reshape both the teaching and practice of clinical social work. In particular, I would explore two dimensions: the conceptually, unpacking what it means to be critical in reflection. As a clinical social worker or community social worker or group or social worker specialized in group work or any kind of social worker, reflection is one of the words when we take social work or deliver social work modules is one of the core components. But what is reflection is a very interesting concept, and therefore I would like to unpack what it means to be critical in reflection. And secondly, the application examining how field education can foster critical reflection to strengthen student skills in clinical intervention. This presentation grows out of my teaching, supervision, and research in clinical education, and also a deep concern that clinical social work can risk becoming decontextualized, overly technical, or even depoliticized if we don't foreground the critical. That's why I'm interested in this topic. I would like to bridge the gap between what we call the macro social work and clinical social work. I believe that they are not in opposite, but they are the same things that we go head to head together. Okay, conceptual foundation. What is critical reflection? I want to begin with a provocation. When we ask students to reflect critically, what do we actually mean? For some, it means deeper self-awareness or self-reflection. Why did I respond this way? Why did I respond this way? For others, it means interrogating practice. What assumptions guide my decisions? But I argued that being critical must also mean something larger. For example, seeing practice within power relations, ethical commitments, and social structures. If reflection is only about the self, it risks becoming narcissistic. But when it connects the personal to the structural, it becomes transformative. That's the journey I'll trace today. Okay. This presentation is structured into 3 main sessions. Conceptual foundation of critical reflection is application in clinical intervention as a tool for social change and how these ideas are operationalized in fieldwork education. We will conclude with implication for practice and pedagogy. The aim is to explore how critical reflection, when understood as practice, can reshape the way clinical social work is taught and practiced. This includes unpacking the theoretical underpinnings, examining its transformative potential, and therefore I will also highlight the importance of integrating critical reflection into the field education to bridge the gap between theory and practice, ultimately strengthening students' clinical intervention and sensitivity and skills and their capacity to promote social justice. As the previous speaker highlighted, we are in the age of uncertainty, highly insecure, and at the age of loss of identity. It seems that our mental health is at the crossroad. But Dr. Khan asked, should we need more social workers or not? I think it is not the question of the quantity of social workers we need, because some of my friends, as a social worker friends, they are suffering from depression and anxiety disorder as well. And therefore, what I mean is when we equipped more social workers, but how about they suffered from different kind of mental illness as well? How do they carry out social work functions when they are suffering from from mental health or distress or depression or anxiety disorder, which some of my social work friends in Hong Kong they're suffering from? And my answer is we must stress the social reality, the social structures. Okay, this is reflection is often understood as looking back, making sense of what happened is valuable, but often remains descriptive. Critical reflection, by contrast, disrupts. It challenges the assumptions underlying our practice, asks whose voice are missing, and considers how wider structures shape what we do. Jennifer Fook, a scholar I admire, distinguishes between technical reflections focused on problem solving and critical reflection, which asks us to examine power and ideology. In clinical work, this means moving from how do I help this client to how do my interventions reinforce or challenge wider inequities. Critical reflection is a process that moves beyond simply recounting experience. It involves interrogating the underlying power dynamics, ethical considerations, and social structures that shape our practice. Practitioners are encouraged to question their assumptions and consider how their positionality influences their interpretations and actions. Unlike descriptive reflection, which focuses on what happened, critical reflection delves into why it happened, who benefits, as former speaker told us, is always the wealthy. It takes not all the advantages or benefits in our society, and therefore, who benefits and what systemic factors are at play. It challenges practitioners or it challenges social workers, clinical social workers, to think deeply about our role within broader social contexts and to use this as awareness to inform our clinical decisions. This approach fosters a more nuanced understanding of client experiences and promotes ethical, socially responsive practice. Okay, what being critical means? Being critical in reflection means several things. First, it moves beyond description into analysis. Students often stop at "this happened, I felt this way." Okay, that's fine, and it's very good. But critical reflection asks, why? Why did I feel that way? What assumptions about gender, race, or class were at play? Secondly, it demands ethical reasoning. For example, should I prioritize the client's autonomy even if it conflicts with institutional policy? Thirdly, it requires awareness of positionality and power analysis. Our own race, class, gender, and professional status shape our interaction with our client and service users. Whether these are the factors that influence and impact on our clinical process, it matters. Finally, it involves unsettling the taken for granted, refusing to accept that's just how it is. It is uncomfortable, but essential for transformation. Being critical in reflection, therefore, means actively analyzing how power operates in clinical settings. It involves recognizing how structural inequalities such as racism, sexism, and social class affect clients and practitioners. Practitioners must also reflect on their own identities and how these shape our interactions and decisions. This includes examining our social locations, biases, and the ways in which they may unconsciously reinforce dominant norms. By engaging with these dimensions, critical reflection becomes a tool for uncovering hidden assumptions and fostering a more equitable and inclusive practices. It also encourages practitioners to remain vigilant about the ethical implications of our work and to strive for accountability in our professional conduct. Yes, analyzing power, self-reflection on identity, fostering equity and accountability. Okay, there are some critical reflection doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is anchored in theory. For example, Habermas and Paulo Freire remind us that knowledge is never neutral. Reflection should aim at emancipation, but not just efficiency or efficacy. Intersectionality shows us that social work encounters are shaped by overlapping inequalities, race, class, gender, migration status, that reflection must name, and our professional ethics root reflection in values of dignity, worth, justice, and social care. These anchors remind us that reflection is not just about the individual practitioner, but about a broader commitment as a social worker and clinical social worker. I have to introduce a little bit difference maybe in the US Western context of social work and Hong Kong context. For example, in Hong Kong, we are the generic practice. That is, as a social worker, we practice across community social work, group social work, as well as clinical social work. Whereas maybe in US and UK, they have a very specialized social work. For example, clinical social work, they work within clinical field. Community social work, they rarely come across with the clinical field. But however, in Hong Kong, we are a generic practice. We both practice community social work as well as clinical social work. They're a big difference. Okay, and then praxis is the integration of theory and practice. Critical reflection becomes praxis when it informs and transforms our action. It is not just about thinking critically, but using that thinking to enact change in our clinical interventions and broader social systems. This involves a process of reflection, action, and further reflection, where insights gained through critical analysis are applied to practice and then reassessed in light of lived experiences. By embracing critical reflection as practice, social workers can move beyond passive observation to active engagement with the world, challenging injustice and advocating for systemic change. This approach aligns with the core values of social work, including social justice, human rights, and the dignity and human worth of the person. Why does it matter in clinical social work? Clinical social work often risks becoming overly technical, focusing on individual symptoms or diagnosis without linking to social context. A purely technical approach can ignore oppression, power, or injustice. Critical reflection counters this risk. It keeps us asking, how does poverty, racism, or policy impact this client's distress? It connects the micro of the therapeutic encounter to the macro of structural inequality, and it ensures justice remains central to clinical practice, not sidelined or as an afterthought. Praxis, clinical intervention, and social change. Okay, let's compare the traditional intervention models, often focus narrowly on reducing symptoms, individualizing problems, and assuming professional neutrality. But neutrality is in itself political. Silence can reinforce injustice. A critical approach reframes intervention as empowerment, acknowledges structural influences, and adopts an ethical political stance. It's about working with users, recognizing their agencies and knowledge rather than working on them. Clinical social work often focuses on individual treatment, but critical reflection encourages us to see clients within their social contexts. This means addressing systemic issues that contribute to distress and using clinical work as a platform for empowerment and advocacy. Practitioners are called to recognize the interconnectedness of personal and political dimension of client experiences. By adopting a critical lens, clinical interventions can challenge oppressive structures and support clients in navigating and resisting these forces. This approach transforms clinical practice into a site of social change where healing is not only about individual well-being, but also about fostering collective resilience and justice. And therefore, clinical intervention itself can be a tool for social change. Take narrative therapy, reframing a client's story from deficit to resilience, challenges stigmas and open space for empowerment. Or consider addiction treatment. We can either individualize it as personal weakness or frame it as socially constructed, linked to inequality, policy, and access to care. Critical reflection helps practitioners seize these choices and use clinical encounters as opportunities to resist stigma and advocate for change. Let's take challenging dominant narratives as an example. Critical reflection helps practitioners identify and challenge dominant narratives that pathologize clients. It encourages us to center the voice of those who are often marginalized and to promote alternative understandings that validate their experience. This involves deconstructing discourses that frame clients as deficient or deviant, and instead recognizing their strengths and resilience they bring. By shifting the narrative, practitioner can create more empowering therapeutic relationships and advocate for systemic changes that address the root cause of distress and mental illness. This process also involves self-reflection on how clinical social worker may perpetuate harmful narratives and a commitment to continuous learning and transformation. Okay, and this diagram illustrates the macro link, and I believe all of us are familiar with this centric circle. Clinical encounters are not isolated. When we help a client navigate housing insecurity, we are also encountering institutional policies, meso, and larger economic systems, macro. For example, some of my clients, they suffered from mental distress because of the housing arrangement. And therefore, when I only deal with their mental distress without intervening the housing insecurity, then how do I and my clients solve the mental distress? Okay, this part is the applied practice, field education, and student development. Here's a case example. A student of mine support a survivor of domestic violence. Initially, the focus is on trauma counseling. Through critical reflection, the student recognizes structural issues, for example, limited housing, gender inequality, restrictive immigration policies. The intervention then expands, counseling plus systemic advocacy, linking the client with community resources and engaging with policy debates. This is clinical practice as praxis, combining healing with justice. Okay, it is another case of my student I would like to share with all of you. A student in a family therapy placement was working with a migrant family who had recently settled in the host country, that is, settled in Hong Kong. The student initially framed the intergenerational conflict, the daughter challenging parental rules, as typical adolescent rebellion. This is a very common assumption, especially in Western clinical models. During supervision with my student, using critical reflection, my student began unpacking her own positionality and cultural assumptions. She asked, what am I assuming about adolescence? Whose norms am I applying? Through dialogue, she recognized that migrant stress, trauma from displacement, and cultural identity loss were shaping family dynamics. The conflict wasn't simply about rebellion. Of course it is, but superficially, but about negotiating cultural survival in a new society. This shift is being critical, questioning frameworks, engaging with power and context, transformed the clinical intervention. Instead of focusing solely on the teen's behavioral strategy as a teenager, my student, reframed the work as family-based cultural adjustment. The intervention expanded to include narrative therapy sessions around cultural identity, giving voice to both the parents' and daughters' struggles. My student reflected afterwards. Critical reflection helped me see beyond my default training. It made me realize that every clinical encounter is political and cultural, not just psychological. This episode shows how fostering critical reflection in field education can significantly strengthen students' clinical intervention skills, moving from narrow diagnosis to culturally responsive, socially informed practice. From student outcome, my student developed deeper cultural humility, recognizing that her own frameworks were not neutral but shaped by Western models of adolescence and family. She strengthened her ability to critically examine assumptions, apply structural awareness, and engage reflexively in supervision. Importantly, she moved from a narrow behavioral lens to a more holistic understanding of family systems within socio-political contexts. Practice outcomes include, for the refugee family, for the migrant family, this shift creates space for dialogue around identity, migration stress, and cultural survival, not only stress on the behavioral deficits of that teenage. The intervention became more collaborative. Parents felt heard about their fears of losing cultural traditions, while the daughter gained recognition of her struggle in a new society. Trust in the therapeutic process improved, and family reported stronger communication and reduced conflict over daily issues. For field education, the outcome is the case demonstrates how critical reflection, when fostered in supervision, doesn't just improve a student's self-awareness, it translates directly into more effective socially responsive clinical practice. So the outcomes here are threefold. A student who is more reflective and skilled, users who experience more meaningful and culturally relevant interventions, and an educational process that proves the value of embedding critical reflection in clinical training. And therefore, field education is where students test theory in the messy reality of practice. It is also where reflection happens most vividly through journals, supervision, and peer dialogue. Supervision is especially critical. It can either reinforce tactical, compliance-driven learning, or it can open space for critical reflection that shapes a student's professional identity. Field education as a site for practice is where students apply classroom learning in real-world setting. It provides opportunities for critical engagement with practice and is a key site for developing reflective practitioners. Field education thus becomes a laboratory for practice where students can experiment with integrating theory and action, receive feedback, and refine their skills. It also becomes them to become change agents who can challenge the status quo and advocate for social justice in their future careers. Educators can foster critical reflection through structural activities like journaling, case discussion, and critical incident and analysis. Journals should go beyond what happened to ask whose voices were absent or what social factors shaped our clinical relationships. Critical incident analysis helps students unpack difficult encounters by exploring not just the what, but the structural and ethical why. Peer groups can normalize vulnerability and critical questioning. Guide frameworks questioning, for example, cycle modified with critical questions can structure depth of reflection. Dialogic supervision, where students and supervisors engage in mutual learning, also support the development of reflexivity. In supervision, the shift is from oversight, taking off tasks, towards dialogue. These pedagogical strategies encourage students to examine their assumptions, consider multiple perspectives, and connect their experience to broader social theories. Creating a safe and supportive yet challenging space learning environment is essential for this process, as it allows students to take intellectual risk to engage deeply with challenging issues. Student lead supervisors who model critical questioning, who admit their own positionality and struggles, and who make supervision a space for safety and challenge. A student reflecting on a case of structural difference, for example, might lead help moving from guilt or confusion toward understanding structural racism and professional ethics. That's supervision as critical pedagogy. By embedding critical reflection into the curriculum and supervision practice, educators such as I can cultivate practitioners who are not only competent but also critically conscious and ethically grounded. Strengthening clinical skills through reflection. Critical reflection enhances critical skills by deepening empathy, improving ethical decision-making, and fostering a more responsive and adaptive approach to practice. It helps students become thoughtful and effective clinicians who can navigate the complexity of real-world practice. Reflective practitioners are better equipped to understand clients' needs, adapt intervention to diverse contexts, and maintain professional integrity. They are more likely to engage in lifelong learning and to remain open to feedback and growth. By integrating critical reflection in clinical training, social work education can produce practitioners who are not only technically skilled, but also socially aware and committed to justice-oriented practice. And they learn to integrate theories with practice rather than treating theory as abstract and practice as technical. Of course, there are barriers and tensions in the supervision process. Student and supervision are pressed for time. Agencies or social work organization may prioritize managerial compliance over deep learning. Reflection is often assessed at surface level. Did the student write something reflective rather than depth? And both students and supervisors may fear reflection that is too political, worrying it could destabilize relationships with agency or funders. Naming these tensions is crucial if we want to build space for authentic critical reflection. Okay, I'm going to the last part of my presentation, the implications and call to action. Okay, after I go through some of the rationale of critical practice, I share 2 cases of my student and how to work during the supervision. Now it's time to call to action. For education, the call is clear. Critical reflection must be embedded not as an optional exercise, but as a thread running across curriculum. Supervisions lead training in critical pedagogy so they can guide rather than shut down critical conversations. An assessment should focus on the depth of reflection, how students interrogate assumptions, be it cultural assumptions or the professional assumptions, identity power, and link micro to macro rather than just length or frequency of journal entries. The implications for practice, critical reflection reminds us to keep justice central. We have to put social justice at the core of our clinical practice. We must balance care for individuals with critique of the system shaping their distress. It also calls us to partner with communities, seeing clients not only as service recipients, but as collaborators in social change. Thus, the clinical as political. Research must examine how critical reflection affects outcomes. Does it improve intervention quality, client empowerment, policy engagement? Comparative studies across different regions, global north and south, could reveal how reflection operates in diverse contexts as well, and we must center the voices of students and service users in evaluating how reflection shapes our practice. Okay, and then let's return to the question. To conclude, what does it mean to be critical in reflection? It means linking the self with practice and with structures. It means recognizing that every clinical intervention is embedded in power, ethics, and society. And it means teaching our students to hold this complexity as they learn to intervene clinically. Okay, my takeaway is a simple framework. Critical reflection as practice emerges at the intersection of self, practice, and context. When students are supported to hold these together, their reflection becomes transformative, not just descriptive, and it gives energy and power to action in the clinical process. And then clinical practice becomes a site of both healing and justice. Intersection is the critical reflection on practice. I'll leave you with Paulo Freire's words. When I was a social work undergraduate student, I was deeply influenced by his work, Paulo Freire. Reflection without action is armchair revolution. Action without reflection is activism without direction. In social work, clinical practice must be both reflective and active, both healing and critical, both individual and structural. That is clinical reflection as practice. Thank you for listening. I'd now like to invite you into conversation. How do you foster critical reflection in your own practice, whether as educators, supervisors, or clinicians? What challenges do you face and what possibilities do you see? Thank you very much. It's time to Q&A.
Thank you, Soon Kyung. We appreciate allowing some time for discussion today. You have a comment in the chat from Dr. Wilkins. He is enjoying the presentation and discussions from colleagues and friends, and we need more of this. This is good.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Wilkins, Dr. Wilkins.
So, your questions, friends, and now it's time for maybe Dr. Wilkins would like to do a questions.
Well, I don't have. Sorry, I don't have a question, but I really appreciate the presentation. But generally, I would say how we use this. I like the critical reflection, uh, how he has presented in how this can be used either in education and also in practice. And I think I like it something that we need to adopt. For example, when we are training, we don't just ask questions for the sake. We don't just train and give knowledge for the sake, but we give in our training, we train in such a way that we want someone to come out as a professional who does not just accept the theories, the values, the philosophies, but is someone who reflects on them and thinks about them and questions. And also does that they do that, or that person does that looking at the context and the situation of the client. So in a clinical setting, it's not just about thinking about, for example, what I was talking about biopsychosocial, but what does it mean? What is it? What is critical in the critical? I like those kind of discussions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, my friend. Yes, yes, I practice clinical social work. I mostly use narrative therapy and solution focused in my work as a social worker and with my student. I find it very interesting that when both during the supervision I discussed the assumptions of our culture, then it suddenly it opens quite a lot of pathway for both the student and the client to sort out the problematic situations.
Yes, there's a lot of applications for students and for social workers in the field. And so, you know, there's always going to be some challenges when our professional values and ethics don't line up with things that are happening in the field or in the community or in the agency, and we need to help our students and emerging professionals to analyze some of those issues and so that they can, you know, become better practitioners. Dr. Khan, you wanted to add something?
I just wanted to thank our speaker for his wonderful presentation on critical reflection. And I wanted to add, like, I always talk about critical thinking. Then I thought, like, what is the difference between critical thinking and critical reflection? And I saw, like, there is no much difference, but a little bit. Like, critical thinking is a bit broad, while critical reflection is a bit more specific. Critical thinking, that's really wonderful. And in my classroom, I teach human behavior. And every time I say that human behavior is purposive, human behavior is complex. So we try to learn different theories to understand, to analyze each of the behavior, right? So, and again, I agree with Dr. Wilkins' comments that, yep, we need more of these kind of session, reflection topic. And again, thank you so much for your wonderful discussion. I'm really impressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you for bringing the very important issue in charge of social justice into our conversation today, thinking about our experiences through those lenses and the power dynamics, the ethical concerns, and then, you know, just engaging our communities as well. So it's very interesting, like, to hear about your experiences there. Are you an educator in Hong Kong? Is it Kingston?
No, I now relocate to UK. Yes, and
Okay.
Yeah, and I now teach in Kingston College. Yes,
Okay.
yes. I was and I taught in different universities in Hong Kong. Yeah, I developed various social work modules and programs.
Thank
Yes,
you for the
yeah, but
update.
yeah, there is some interesting development that it is more specialized. For example, in Hong Kong or in UK, it is becoming more specialized to different direction. For example, we specialize on clinical social work, and then we don't look at the community social work. And on the other hand, those specialized on community social work, they don't look at the clinical social work. But from my experience, both of them are important. Yes, it is very but it is the development of our profession nowadays. And therefore I hope this discussion could bring to bridge the gap between the community social work as well as the clinical social work. They are the tools to promote social change. But when should we commit to community change, or when should we commit to clinical change? It is all about the context. But I think we can't forget both community social work and clinical social work, they impact to each other.
Mhm. And there are some unique challenges with supporting students that are in their field education times of their learning, because they're in a position of, you know, needing to navigate the systems that they're involved with. They're not always in a position where they can, you know,
Yes.
advocate for all of those changes to happen right away. And so they need an outlet, a way to be able to analyze and process this information in a positive way so that they can, you know, carry that work on forward into the future. Intern students are in a unique position of, you know, the power dynamic as well, being in a supervised role and not have yet completed their social work education or perhaps their licensure. So it's a really important time.
Yes, 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 yes. What I learned from Paulo Freire, one is very important, is the emancipatory conversation. Yeah, we have to apply the emancipatory conversation during the supervision. We are not imposing our values on social work students. We can't. As well, we can't impose our values on our service user and client, but we have to have this open mind to induce and create an emancipatory conversation that we have to interrogate the cultural bias, the political assumption, as well as some stereotypes that is shifting around in our lives.
Like to turn it back over to Carito, and then I know we have a little bit of time. I'm not sure what y'all want to do at this moment in terms of continuing to keep the call open or maybe taking a break for a few minutes. I'm going to leave it up to you, Carito.
What can I say? How is the reality about the students and professionals in Hong Kong and UK? What are the difference? No, because you know what is the countries, both the situations. What are the difference and how the clinical social work is working in both of places?
Yes, in Hong Kong, the clinical social work is becoming more specializes and become more technical. Yeah, most of my friends and colleagues, because social work in Hong Kong, we don't have private practice. It is different from UK. UK has private practice, but in Hong Kong, we don't have private practice. All of the social workers graduated, they are employed either by government or either by the agency. We cannot do the private practice, and it is one of the big difference between UK and Hong Kong. And secondly, because in Hong Kong, we do the clinical social work in different settings. For example, medical setting, school setting, family setting, and it is a little bit different to UK. In UK, we don't have a school social worker. In Hong Kong, we have school social worker, and therefore it is another side that, for example, in Hong Kong, we can work with pupils, students, individually through the clinical social work. One of the most alarming and worrying situation in Hong Kong is the self-harm and suicidal rate among young people is increasing. For example, from 1st of September up until now, it is 2 weeks after the commence of the new academic year. It's nearly 20 young people attempt suicide, which 10 of them died. Yes, it is worrying. Yes, and it is a situation that for example the high competition at school and the difficulties to do those upward social mobility, and it creates a lot of mental stress in the younger generation in Hong Kong. And it is a little bit different to UK. I'm not saying the self-harm is better in UK, but they have different societal roots. And therefore, in Hong Kong, most of my colleagues they are now working towards some different program to enhance the mental health awareness of younger generations. However, young people keep dying, keep doing suicide action. I would use the word jumping because Hong Kong has a lot of high-rise building. Most of the method to do suicide is jumping from 40th floor of their home. Oh,
Wow. Okay.
yes. They jump. It is a way to choose their life. One of my observation is that when we focus on clinical developments that to help the mental distress of younger people, it seems that the suicidal rate during recent years didn't decrease. It is quite interesting. It is that it should be when the government and the profession commit more resources on clinical practice, the mental distress of young people should become good. However, it is not the case in Hong Kong. While we advocate for the clinical practice, at the same time, the rate of self-harm increase as well. And not to say mental distress, for example, depression, this anxiety disorder, bipolar disorder, these kind of situations are increasing. Yes, and it is a little bit different from UK. In UK, although UK doesn't have the school social work, however, they have a lot of what we call the social prescription to help out those young people or adult with mental distress. They have social prescription instead of medical prescription. However, back in Hong Kong, Hong Kong used a medical model, and therefore, when young people or adults they suffered from mental distress, most probably they will prescribe medicine instead of something so we call it the social prescription. For example, in UK, social prescription implies go out and watch a football match. It is one of the social prescription to deal with the mental distress, or to stop going to school for a few days. It is another kind of social prescription, which in Hong Kong culture, we don't treasure these kind of social prescription. We treasure medical prescription. Therefore, another issue from Hong Kong is the institutionalization of social work. That is, a lot of young people, because of the mental this instability, mental distress, they admit to hospital under the supervision of, for example, doctor. We call it the institutionalization of mental health. But in UK, the institutionalization of mental health is how to say is they are using different kind of way to deal with the mental distress of young people and adults.
Of course, no, you see, no, how the cultures change, how people is attended, you know, and it's too bad, not too bad for the young people. But I think that it's not only Hong Kong. I think that it's many countries of the area, no, that is the same problem. Entonces, because you know, you have a good cities, modern cities. O sea, for example, here in Latin America, we don't have so much money, but we enjoy a lot. You know, we have
Yes.
beaches, we have parties, we distress a lot. Entonces, we don't have so much money, but at least, no, we could
Yes.
of our things or whatever, no. Entonces,
Yes,
o
you're
sea,
right, Karen.
what is happening? O sea, they have modern buildings, a good place, technology. No, o sea, you have a development countries on this area, but on the other hand, is happening this. O sea, I don't get it. O sea, what is the relationship or the happiness?
Yes. In Hong Kong, when our society becoming more developed, people is become more disconnected and isolated. Not only because of technology. Technology is a way to exacerbate the problem, but the root problem is people become disconnected, become isolated, become more competitive to each other. They see each other as a competitor rather than as a friend. Maybe I use the term functional friend. That is the friend not to enjoy life, but a friend to climb up the social ladder, a friend to get a better job, a functional friend instead of authentic friend. And therefore, in Hong Kong, when people both young people and adults, they are more isolated and yes, more isolated and more competitive, and therefore, as you said, I believe partying is a kind of social prescription that heal our mental distress.
Good, as prescription, because here is not a prescription. Say no, if you don't go to your work, you discount of your salary one day off. Say, yeah, here not. Aquí no. But that's great. Great to know different treatments, know how is the realities, no, and it's to know about the experience and
Yes, I think one of the things is Hong Kong is a highly developed capitalist city, and people will become useless if young people and adults cannot show their uh, their worth to the economy. That is, if you are not productive, then you are useless in the eyes of government and the society. And when you are useless, then you internalize a lot of label. For example, you are useless, you are not good enough, and then it will lower your sense of self-efficacy. And then when the sense of self-efficacy become lower, and then it distort your life. For example, it distort your relationship with friends, with family, with parents, or with your lovers, and then it create a lot of mental distress. And then when mental distress becoming worse, and then it some extreme behavior will happen. For example, killing, suicide, self-harm, blah blah blah, this kind of thing. And therefore I found it if we are going to deal with the mental distress, we must start. One of the things we have to deal with is the social context. Useless is quite a very, very dominant narrative in the heart of the Hong Kong people.
Yeah, I see. Well, it's good to hear you. So really appreciate a lot all experience, your background, your knowledge, your know-how, no sé, everything. So I think that everyone enjoy, your speech.
Yes,
No sé.
thank you very much. I'm very pleasure that Carito you invite me to this conference and give me this honorable chance to present my experience.
Yeah, sure. Now it's your first time too. O sea, ya, you're part of the family also, ¿no? Entonces ya Christine también, Mohammad had met too. So we are doing a good time. We're good friends. Entonces, yeah, welcome to CAPA's family. It won't be the first time. We will have more activities in the future also.
Yes. If you invite me in the future, I'm happy to join and come.
I see. Christine, no sé, any words?
Thank you so much for your time today. It's been a pleasure. I really enjoyed the last few minutes of discussion, learning about this concept of this social prescription and engaging in more social activities, and then just the way that you frame things. It's really just neat to hear different perspectives, and I've enjoyed the talk very much. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Kristen. Yes, thank you for your question, and yes, thank you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Khan.
Okay.
For introducing me.
Don't go because it's my turn. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Bye. Aquí está, Cristian. O no, lo pongo un poquito más. Can you see?
Yes. Do you want to wait about a few minutes until the start of the next hour, or are you wanting to start right away?
Right now.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. Yes. Welcome. Carolina Cardenas. The theme for this next talk is going to be clinical social work in companies. And Carolina Cardenas is the CEO of CAPA. And so we're very honored to have you here working with us today and organizing this wonderful conference. Specializing in clinical social work, Carolina Cardenas is a professor at CAPA Social Work. She has a master's degree in organizational behavior and human resources, and a master's degree in Peruvian and Latin American art with a specialization in cultural management. And Carolina is an international speaker, director of the Inkata Peru Children's Art Museum project, author of cultural publications, more than 15 years of experience in prestigious public and private sector companies, and does a great job managing CAPA social work educational platform.
Okay, thank you so much, Christine. Well, and now we'll talk a little about my country, social work too.
Wait, you're back on mute, and you prefer to go by Carito?
Okay, can you see?
Yes, we're on the share screen with you now.
Okay. Well, it's my turn. You see, well, it's me. Oh yeah, already Christine introduced me, and I like to start with this picture because I like to talk a little bit about this Congress and how it born. In 2012, I went to Social Work and Social Development Congress of Social Work in Sweden, no, organized by the International Federation of Social Workers and the National Association of Social School. Yeah, and each 3 years, each of the 3 organizations of social work get together for prepare, a work congress for all the social workers. So this time I went there and I knew how to make, how to do a congress. Entonces, I like to, since at that moment, I said, I would love to share, to do something like this for my friends, in Peru, to bring a little bit to my country or my friends, I was thinking about that. So when I went to Sweden, pues this another country, when it's totally different, Entonces I went to the museum, and Nobel Museum, because the other part of me, I love the art and I love museums. Entonces I saw, I visit many places. And so I met many social workers, thousands, in a big auditorium. It's a very, very big. O sea, you don't have any idea how it's possible to get together everyone to do the same different themes, different subjects in different rooms, everything at the same time. Entonces, wow, was a great time for me. I love it, to do something like that. And last year in 2024, I went to the World Congress of Social Work in Panama, where I met our Joaquin Mumba, who is president of the International Federation of Social Workers, and I have interview. I interviewed him. No, you see, he didn't expect him, but I appeared, say hello. Entonces, he accepted me, and not only he, many friends. You will see in my channel of YouTube, so you will see all the interviews there. So here are many friends that I met there, with, for example, his Suk, también from Korea, who always helping us and always give us strength also. Aquí I met two different groups of social workers. Aquí está de Bahamas, here from Panama too. Hola, estamos aquí en el auditorio donde se celebra la Conferencia Mundial de Trabajo. Bueno, ya la gente ya terminó prácticamente el día de hoy. Y bueno, como digo, aquí, acá se llama el mercado conmigo. ¿Va? Me voy a ver. Here I say we are here in the Congress, and I'm showing how it's inside. Now I did many videos that you could see in my YouTube, so I was excited in this moment. Entonces I bring my poster and I explain my poster. Some people could bring a poster in the exhibitions room. Here are other friends. I think it's I don't remember. And they are from the International Association of Social Work too. They have a stand where they show all the material, all the information.
Bienvenidos a Panamá. Nos unimos en esta tierra que abre ese tiempo las compuertas para el mundo poder abrazar. Welcome to Panamá. Bienvenidos a mi tierra, donde se abrieron las fronteras para que el mundo pueda caminar. Welcome to Panamá. Respirar la fuerza, todo el trabajo social.
This was the video of introducing to the social workers to give a welcoming to Panama. It is all. It's pretty good this time. show you a little part where I've been, and I think that is a beautiful meeting because I met many social workers, and even we are with different viewpoints, you know, everywhere, everybody are not the same, no? But the most important is get together and to know people. It's an experience, you know. Entonces, it's a way also to get involved, make friendship, good for your mental health, you know, for social worker. Well, now I will start with a tip, no, because I like to give a little brief about the other subject now. Well, as we've seen the days before, many friends were talking about the clinical social work, the history, the theory, no? Entonces we just will pass quickly this part. But also we have an international definition, no? People think that in some countries, for example, in my country, we don't have courses, not before to learn clinical social work. But in a global, in the world, also we have the International Labor Organization who really appreciate our work as social workers, and we have this protection, no, for our work, no, the World Health Organization. Also now, into few years ago, the International Federation with the Association of School of Social Work create a definition for clinical social work. Also in Europe, they have a classification of skill and competencies. In Peru, there is a law, but it's no, it just is a little detail, simple that we will see later. But at least we can work as clinical social workers because we at least the therapy is included in our law. No, it's different that in other countries couldn't work so good because don't have a law who protect to the clinical. So in the National Association of Social Workers, they say that clinical social work is a specialty of social work that focus on assessment, diagnosis, treatment, prevention of mental illness, emotional disorders, and other behavioral disorders, individual, group, and family therapy, and common treatment modalities. Social workers who provide this service must be certified or clinical licensed in their state of practice. As you see, they have a special law to practice, as a clinical social workers. See? So the clinical social worker provides in a variety of settings, including private practice, hospital, community mental health centers, primary care, and IETSC. Now, upgrade for clinical social workers through the legislative and regulatory process. We see that how, at least in the United States, the clinical social work is very advanced respect to another country, that just trying to develop, If this is a definition that the International Organization of Social Works made in 2014, they say that clinical social work is a specialized area of practice within social work, consists with a global definition of social work that promotes human functioning with being fundamental to achieving social change and development, social cohesion, empowerment, and liberation of people. Clinical social work is primarily practiced at the individual level with couples and families and can extend to groups such as therapeutic groups and collectives at a meso level. The primary target for change are the people being served. In this sense, clinical social workers primarily engage in the face-to-face practice at a micro level as opposed to practice initially aimed and promoting change and organizational, community, social, and international events. Jonathan Regalado is a clinical social worker who created the Institute of Clinical Social Work in Spain, where is that I study. I continue studying. I don't finish yet the specialization, but almost. No, but when I saw him, his power, how to fight for this specialization, yeah, because in Spain it's not they don't have a law, no, for this yet. Entonces they need to do a big steps still to transform, no, the specialization. It's still they are teaching a master's. It's 2 years, no, the career of clinical social work. And he said, no, that his way, how he saw the clinical social work, how his viewpoint is the formally established specialty, international recognized and consolidate like any other specialty. It has clearly defined functions and competencies, including therapy and psychotherapy, university training program for specialization, professional organization, institution, and scientific production. Therapy is a function inherent to social work and is recognized by important national and international organizations. Therefore, legal authorization to practice therapy is obtained with the corresponding undergraduate degree. Having legal authorization does not necessarily mean having sufficient knowledge, skill, and competencies to do so. Postgraduate training is essential to specialization. So he said that for being a clinical social work, you must to have a master, you must to have practice also, no? But in Peru or in Spain still doesn't have the as United States, no, the licensing as certified for practice, no. And actually, many social workers are having their own companies as and who do counseling, no, by themselves without any certification as United States ask to their social work, no. Well, sometimes people don't remember, no, that the mother of the social work is very rich, no. Entonces, we have many social workers in all our history, but she is like she was the most important, or well, at least many people know more about her because she moved, no? She fight. She has this force, no? Was a powerful girl, powerful woman who promote, our career, and that's why we had the first, no, faculty of social work in the United States. Here also their books. Also, our friend Viviana Travi, she's an Argentine woman, has a YouTube channel where she speaks a lot about the social work and the history of the Richmond and other women who are very important in our history of social work. I hear some illness. So here too, we have, Jane Addams, Mary Richmond, Amy Gordon, Florence Holly, Lilian Laporte, and see, we have many pioneers of social work who are the base, not for the clinical social work. Sometimes people get confused. No, people think that if you have the word clinical, it's because it's a social working head, no, or or she works in a hospital, sometimes, no, but it's just different. No? Clinical social work is a specialization, and it's in different areas, different. We can work in different parts, as education, in companies, in health, mental health. You see, we is open to different sectors. So we, our work is just here, no, the person here, what is the situation, and how is the context, and the core of this, we are trying to with the person to guide him in order that how he feel, how the person is feeling, with their own ideas, expectations, no? Not just we define what is the solution, no? The clients, the person, they must find their own solution by their own, no? So when we talk about the companies, no, what is a workplace well-being, no, is the core to the organizations, the World Organization of Health. A healthy work environment is one in which workers and managers collaborate in a process of continuous improvement to promote and protect the health, safety, and well-being of workers and the sustainability of the work environment. Yeah, entonces we work on the social workers in companies are in this context. What happened in Peru? We have a law where since 1965 we are included in our law that all the social workers must to have hired in every company, at least one, if the company has 100 workers or more. Yeah. Entonces, this was the rule. But this year, this rule changed. No, we had this law like, no sé, more than 30 years. Yeah. And this year changed, and now any professional could do the work of a social worker. Yeah, anyone. If you go to a psychologist or economist or anything, yeah, anyone, they can do our work. That's what is happening now. That's why people, the students, professionals, in July, made demonstrations. Also, I made a video on YouTube where we were there, and still is it's a little difficult now because we have a big benefit, and it's not usual, no? It's not usual have the benefit that being contract, being hired for an institution, no? But get involved to another professional to have our work, tampoco pues. No. Entonces, some organization present projects of law to change the situation, but it's still in the table, no? No, it's everything is the ministry, but still no, we don't have solution. No, it take time. Well, so why is so important social work in companies in our country? Because our law starts in the first law in Peru, at least, was the last one. No, that was the requirement that a professional has to be in a public or private institution, and all the companies must to have a social worker. So many people are working in this institution. Almost 90% of social workers who are in Peru are working in companies. So that's why, because the salary is it's a good economy, no? Entonces, I live for that reason, and the other sectors don't pay so much money to the professionals, no? Because that's why people are in this sector. That's why it's so important for them. The core of our law, the social worker is a professional with a broad understanding of the process experienced by individuals, families, groups, organizations, and communities. Based on this, they participate in the formulation of social policies, contribute to human development, and promote the exercise of rights and the well-being of citizens. It is the law where mentioned that the social workers could make therapy, no? Aquí in Iassw is the law 30,112. Third article said that professional practice of the social worker is developed in the following specialty, no? Health, mental health, and family therapy, no? O sea, the only word they say, at least, no, we can do. But the other problem is that how? O sea, you can make therapy, but in the university don't teach you therapy. O sea, how the social worker could leave the universities without knowing therapy, no? So we have to study after the universities, get involved in specialties or doing the masters in other countries, no? To know clinical social work. CAPA social work are doing some courses about clinical social work. So we are doing, because we knew that we had these needs for the students. Entonces, it's short course. It's not a long one, but I hope soon I could do with more time, no? Entonces, as I told you, no, that 85% of the social workers are in social welfare companies, no? And the other sectors are very, very not some big groups, no? Yes. The percentage is less, no? In other areas, no? For example, we had social workers in education sector until 10 years ago. Later, the government cut, and we don't have, after that, social workers in schools, no? Entonces, how we could prevent, no, the problematic with the young people if we are not there. Entonces, that's why we don't. And in rural area also, not so much projects of the social workers are doing there. Entonces, most of them are in home. And the pandemic was terrible. We in Peru we were the third country who had the third position in the world with more ¿cómo se dice? Deaths by kilometer quadrado, by kilometer. Entonces, our hospitals explode, you know, and many of our social workers pues, left us, no? And we had to use also the platform, digital platform. That's the why in CAPA we create CAPA, no? Because we start giving diffusion, promotion to the good ways to treatment for COVID, no? With some doctors join us to do our first webinars about the healthy, how to the social workers could improve the way to work with COVID. No, that way is the time of the creation of CAPA Society. In Latin America, when we are talking about the organizational well-being diagnosis, the first position in companies is stress, no? 79% said, o sea, of all the companies in a study of in different companies in Latin America, said that the first position is stress, the second is the mental health, depression, anxiety, and the third one is the people don't do so much exercise. No, is the third problem we had in Latin America. Entonces, it's part of the list of worries of the companies right now, and they put focus on this and make programs to get involved to the workers. The social workers make programs for the workers of the companies in order to reduce these statistics. And if we do our labor as clinical social workers in the companies, we intervening with the both executive staff and employees. As some examples, support to the executive staff in dealing with the stress, group intervention with employee for stress reduction, time management, or coping with layoffs, clinical intervention with those with psychosocial problems such as substance abuse or mental disorders. Y the object, ¿no? La clinical social work is a specialist practice qualified, with a social work policy, and we provide, is the prevention intervention service to this to the workers in the companies, to a group of the workers, and also with the family, the communities, because each worker has a family. Entonces, sometimes the social work is very close to the workers. For example, I worked in a company of 1,000 workers, and I was the only one. So I had to know everyone, and very quickly, But what happened? That sometimes we are doing other things, bureaucratic things with paperwork and those things. And on these things, half of the day these paperwork take our time, almost half of the day. And we don't have so much time to speak with the workers, which is more, I think it's more important. And we should be, other way, to separate the functions, because all the social work is happening with the same problem, with many paperwork every day, doing activities that are not so important, because more important is talk with the workers, know the problems, hear them, and do the and prevent have this intervention, because if we help them, in order to reduce this affection in the situation they could have. Maybe the problems of the company get reduced, if we point on these things, almost, the company here have different programs, social programs for workers as to increase the weather, the weather, el clima laboral, no sé cómo se dice, in order they make happy, but not all the companies, Some companies are very close and pushing to the workers, and they don't feel so well, but they at least must work, If they ask for a day, for a permission, okay, I will discount, even they feel bad because they are they go to the doctor, But for going to the doctor, o sea, aquí here the law is a free health. O sea, all the workers have a social security, and you can go to the doctor of the social security. You have the service, but you don't know when you will attend, because there are so much people who make a baseline. O sea, your attention, for example, could be in 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, and if you are with a more more complex, your healthy problem, you have a healthy problem with more complexity, maybe take months to get an appointment. Entonces, that's very tough, for the workers sometimes to the social worker could deal with this, to know to help them to get another institution probably, where they could attend. Entonces, each day for the social worker, each social worker must attend many people each day, Each day. O sea, if I attend 1,000, others could be attend, no sé, 300, 400 per company. And now, well, the law is different, because we don't have now this protection. But the people who are with it's like, o sea, if you don't work so hard, o sea, we can contract another one, Entonces, the situation is different, Because before we have this protection with the law, because at least we have the work, this obligation, but now, no. Entonces, how the social work is working on these days is just for thinking, But at least the clinical, if we applicate the clinical social work in companies, would be better, We will have happy workers, Because we get a good treatment, with the social workers, but not so much population of social workers are taking classes of clinical social work, because everything starts in the university, O sea, if you don't get the classes, how you could promote, how you could help others if you don't, you are leaving that university just for doing the social programs, the paperwork, the design the social projects, but the treatment for the workers, we are not doing yet, in companies. So everyone needed and will need a social worker in the future, If we just think that, yes, the clinical social work is the essential for our work, O sea, nobody could leave us, O sea, we get developed, we will get better, Everybody, together, if we are continue studying, specializing in clinical social work, even the population will see, okay, you are doing great job, you are doing a model, you are using different model techniques, no? Where I will feel better. Entonces, how I won't pay you because I will have a good attention, no? But still, we don't, in my country at least, we don't are using these techniques of clinical social work. And it's one of my worries, and that's why I try to do this congress too, because in many countries don't know so much, you know. I would like to promote, I would like that everybody knows, and that and share, no, share experience that is happening, no, in different parts of the world. Y join us, no, para so we can help us each other, I think. Well, this part of our activities. We had other congress. We are 4 years on this, and we had different events, webinars, congress on different subjects, clinical social work, therapy, women's communities. Entonces, we are now on this congress. Y well, here's our YouTube channel. We have a Facebook too. Well, just subscribe and give like to our Facebook. Thank you for coming, for participating today, to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is just exciting to hear about clinical social work. I've had a social work license for many, many years, and then I've been in higher education for the last 15 years or so, kind of like very similar to Sum Kung and his years of social work practice and licensure versus education. So I really do miss, working in the community with clients and families in that space. And so it's really exciting to be here with the conference. I know that it's going to help me impart skills and knowledge to students who are getting trained to enter into this work. So that's where that's exciting. So we're so happy that y'all have organized the conference this year. I know it's a lot of work putting together conference planning. And so job well done. I know we're right in the middle of it. Y'all, this isn't the beginning or the end. We're right in the middle of the conference. So I need to stop talking, but I'm just very excited. It's wonderful to be here.
Thank you, Christine, because we need hands. We need it. O sea, since we are planning and doing, and we had some team by letters, some of them couldn't come, another, we had different movements each day. O sea, it's a lot of work, no? And have you here really is helpful. And yeah, thankful with you, with Mostafiz, who been days before trying to planning, how to make it today. Yeah, but at least, yeah, it's almost half of the day. Yeah.
Yes. You had a couple comments in the chat from Mohammad Khan, amazing presentation, and Ana Gutierrez, brava compañera.
Esa es Anita, pero show up your camera, pues muestren sus cámaras, pues están ahí, escondidas, you're hiding, ¿no? Show up, show your cameras. I would like to see you. Yeah. ¿Dónde está? Ana, prende tu cámara. Anita, prende tu cámara. Turn your camera to know. ¿Y qué tal, José Luis?
Carito, congratulations for your hard work here with CAPA and this event. It's amazing, and I'm learning a lot from all these people who you invite to show us how they do their social work clinic, social work in their countries. I was thinking, how, what made you? I understand from the video that in 2012 you start to think, I'm going to switch and I'm going to do something like this. It's amazing to make that move. And I'm really excited about all these people who have that power inside. And what was the harder time when you start CAPA and you say, hey, I'm going too far, it's too much for me, or how do you, like a social worker, how you encourage yourself to get better every time? Because the videos you do, the people you meet, how do you get in touch with them and do like this? Like, hey, I called you, and can you come to my event? And how you do you where do you look for the strange for yourself? I mean, do you drink a lot or take pills, or how do you get from where do you get the energy?
Well, I'll tell you something. In my at first, I was working very well in a company, yeah, as any social worker here in my country. But the COVID time came, and my baby was very little, was like 1, 2 years, and I get sick. O sea, I had COVID. Because I contagious in the company, no? Was the first time. Later, the second time, when I got sick with COVID again, I was thinking, no, what will happen if I get sick again, no? I thought in my baby, because was very little, and say, entonces, I stopped with this, and I will continue in my house, carrying my kid. I will try to do something, no sé, in home, ¿no? Entonces, my first idea was helping to the people. Because in my family, well, not exactly in my the direct family, no, sino my indirect family start to getting sick. And here, some doctors said, take this and this and this, and one and die. Entonces say, why they die? Because some doctors didn't give a good treatment. Entonces, people die, ¿no? In my blog. Entonces, wow, I scared. Entonces say, no, I need to contact to a good doctor to tell to the media, so how they must to procedure, how must to be the treatment. Entonces, I go to a Dr. Tamayo, Ricardo Tamayo, who was a good doctor who helped to others online without cost. O sea, he gave his talent to the people, to their friends, but first the friends, no? And with the friends, he had a lot. Entonces, I always call him, no, please help me with this because I have a friend who has this or this. Entonces, no, today we will have a meeting online. Entonces, we start like this, no? We will do an online meeting talking about the COVID, how the social workers need to do in case of the treatment COVID. O sea, the most important was to have a good, get your foot, no? O sea, be strong. O sea, that was the most important, because it was a virus, no? O sea, you don't have to take so much pills, no? Because it hurts you. It's the first thing that he said, no? The first thing you need is be strong, no? Entonces, little by little, no? We contact with friends at first, with friends, call them for do little like podcasts, no? With friends. And when I went to these events, as you see, no, I met people, no, the friends of my friend are my friends, you know? Yeah, pues entonces, I had a community, ¿no? Y the people who see me through online, sometimes people know me, I don't know who are they, ¿no? Entonces, I have, no sé, many people in my followers in YouTube, in Facebook, 5,000, in YouTube, 1,000 and something, no sé, en Instagram. Entonces, sometimes people send me a text saying, I would like to be a speaker. So I say, yes, where were you from? No, they call me. And sometimes I met them. Sometimes my friends, at first the speakers were my friends, later friends of my friends, and later people came to me and said, can I speak? I say, okay, yeah, why not? No, entonces, that's what happened this time, no? I thought do something. Some friends of the institute, that's Anna here, and Anna, Andrea, and Paula, who are my partners in my classroom in the institute, say, okay, I will help you. Okay, we will do okay, but and little by little, pues no. Now we are more than 95 speakers. O sea, entonces, I thought was, okay, we will, always, o sea, the other years, I made Congress with 40, alone, no? I already said, just alone, with friends, everything, with 40. But this, with more help, we are 95. And I haven't counted very well. I think it's more, pero at least, with moderators and everything. No, ya, no sé, ya no, I can count more. Entonces, ya, pues, that's why, yeah, yeah, and then, the most important is the clinical social work need to be, ¿cómo se dice? Visibilized, visibilize. We must to show, no, our career, no, because, we pass some troubles in different countries, no, that people don't care, no, if you are social worker, no, they prefer go to a psychologist and not a social worker because they don't know that we could do something, no, that we could treat, we could help them, no, the society, no. That's why we need to have this kind of event to demonstrate to the people, to the public, that we could do our work very well. No? Yeah, but let's see what it is.
It's amazing community social work. What you're doing.
Yes.
Love it.
Thank you.
Love it.
José Luis. Ana, si quieres hablas en español.
Iba a decir algo en inglés, pero si me das permiso, prefiero decirlo en español. Si quieres, tú me traduces.
Ya.
Y paro si quieres y tú me vas traduciendo.
José Luis, ¿tú lo puedes traducir a Anita?
Tiene un acento muy bueno. Queda muy bien así en español.
Sí, ¿no?
You have a pretty accent. It's very nice there, like that. It doesn't need translation.
Bueno, yo quería decir que conozco a Carito, he conocido a Carito este año en el máster de Trabajo Social Clínico y ha sido un placer y todo un descubrimiento poderla conocer y compartir además todo este proyecto.
She said that it's a pleasure to meet Carito because I met this year because we were studying at the masters. Yeah, continúa, Anita. O sea, poco por poco para ir traduciéndote, porque si avanza rápido ya me voy.
Perfecto, sí. Y en este último tiempo, en la preparación de este gran congreso, con ese entusiasmo tuyo que nos has contagiado a los compañeros.
In this process of the Congress, you contagious with all this motivation to our friends, no, and to our partners.
Y lo dicho, ha sido un placer compartir este tiempo contigo.
It's a pleasure to share this time with you.
Poder aprender de tu entusiasmo y que nos contagies de tu entusiasmo.
Could learn about your enthusiasm, motivation, enthusiastic and contagious.
Y bueno, decirte que nos recuerdas.
And tell you that you remind us.
Que juntos y juntas
That
podemos
together,
hacer un gran cambio, ¿no?
we can
En
make
el
a
mundo.
great change in the world.
Eso es todo y muchas gracias.
That's all. Thank you so much. Gracias, Anita. Gracias. Así pues, thank you all for being here, for having this time with us. Well, we still have until Saturday, no? We have more on this day too. We will have a break now. We will be back in an hour.
Thank you, Carito. Would you like for people to stay just logged on to Zoom and to just kind of go on standby for the hour? Or would you think it would be better for people to take a break and log out and then come back?
Yes. Take a
Okay.
break and log out.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe you can say something,
Yeah.
Some.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun. It's a new experience to me regarding the social work in company. It is quite new to us because in Hong Kong we don't have a social worker employed to work in companies.
Yeah, I think it's unique, because I was asking friends, hey, you have any human resources? No. But in Peru, yes. O sea, it's strange, ¿no? Sí, pues.
Yeah, it is a new experience to me, and I think it's better. After I listened to your to presentation, then I will promote this idea back to Hong Kong.
Yeah, you tell me nomás, ¿no? Para you tell me for speak about that.
Hi, this is Ron. I'm glad to meet you. Is it Zoom or Coom?
Yes, Ronald.
Hi,
to meet you, Ronald.
I'm a psychologist in America, and earlier in my career, I spent many years traveling to China doing workforce training for psychiatrists and psychologists. And I have a colleague who's head of a large EAP in China. I can connect you if you want, maybe offline. I can look up his WeChat address and give that to you. But in USA, it's not unusual. I used to work for health plans. We had many social workers, psychologists, psychiatrists working with companies like the health plan would contract with a big company to do health coaching for mental health problems, physical health problems. So it's a very common practice in USA, but of course, it's becoming more common in China now. And other places in the world, like I work in Southeast Asia, South Asia, it's not very common there at all yet. So it's a great idea, but needs more support and leverage.
Yes, you're right, Ronald. Yes, in Hong Kong is a bit different because, as I said before, nearly all the social workers are employed either by government or by the organizations. We don't have any private practice.
Yes, very different. That's the case in most of the world.
Yes. But what you mentioned is interesting. Yes.
I'll try and connect with you after the conference by email through Carita and give you my colleague's name in China. You could talk to him.
Yes, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to know too, because I need support books if you have documents or maybe books to read about the experience to be good.
I did work in EAP work many years ago, early in my career. I spent too long, so I don't know any good books now, but any kind of good brief intervention to help people with mental health problems or physical health, right? Unhealthy habits. That's the focus of my talk in 1 hour, how to eat healthier, exercise more, lose weight, stop smoking, those are the kind of common problems EAP program will try and help the employees with. I got a meeting now. I got to say goodbye. I'll see you in 1 hour for my talk.
Okay, yeah, sí, we expect. Well, Mostafiz, quizás, Mostafiz, maybe you close the idea and before finishing.
Thank you so much. It was really wonderful. It was nice hearing your presentation, and I was impressed by the videos, audios, and photographs you showed. And this is really wonderful. I work with several organizations in my country, outside my country, and I was relating with your presentation that surely we need social workers in organizations, in institutions, companies. That was really wonderful. And I was thinking like how we can introduce this new thing to our multilateral or multinational companies or corporate world, right? But you have been doing a great job. At the same time, all the sessions today went very well, and I'm really happy to be a part of this wonderful journey.
Okay, yeah, to me too. I am glad to have you here, Christine, Mohammad, Sam, and I know, Christine, Isellis. Well, it's time for now for leaving, and we back in an hour. In an hour, we continue with who is Miho from Japan. Okay, she's coming with narrative approach. She will be in an hour. Entonces, because for her it's 5 a.m. Entonces we need to be on time to receive. Okay, entonces I will close now. We will enter with the same link in an hour. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Everyone enjoy your break.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
See you later.